지 않았다라는 거를 다시 한번 지금 체크가 되고 있고.
자, 그런데 이거 이셔이 뒤로 들어온 판단 너무 좋았거든요.
하늘날이 이게 하늘날이 판단이 너무 좋았기 때문에 원딜이 딜을 못하고 다운됐습니다. 이러면 잠시만요, 락스.
자, 일단 그래도 지금까지는 남겼네요.
이게 진짜 미세하게 컨트롤을 했거든요.
그리고 여기서 사태. 잠시만요.
이거 3회차가 문제였네요.
플리크.
이거 연료.
결수까지 썼기
연료.
때문에
돌았어요.
이거는 더 가나요? 더 가나요?
네,
이거 더 가나요?
돼요. 무조건 나가야 돼요. 자, 그래도 평지의 유스티나.
그렇죠. 유스티나니까. 아니 근데 이거 카페 쓰고 날아오는데요.
1. 일단 살 수 있을 것 같아요.
와.
네. 레표 크게 빠졌는데 잠시만요.
근데 문제는 요거 잡히면 결국 200 크레딧 쏘거든요.
그렇습니다. 지금 오더도 소모된 값이 많긴 한데요. 와, 그래도 유스티나 정말 기가 막히게 살아가네요. 자, CNG 스포츠도 아이템별로 좋은데요?
일부러 채워둔 상태에서 자, 이거 잠깐 더 기다렸다가 이거 쓰고 들어간 거 밀어낸 건 좋거든요.
자, 하지만 일단은 수감회가 LC까지 소모가 됐지만
워낙-
아드리아나.
잠시만요. 여기 오디세이가 이거
이거
푸른색
반말을-
연구실에서 여기로 들어갔기 때문에
이쪽으로 내렸다라는
갑자기
게.
이게 CNJ에게도
네.
왜 이게 여기서 사람이 튀어나오냐가 된 겁니다. 와, 정사
정사
필주
필주.
이러면 줄 거죠 하고 야이라도 살아가야죠.
아,
이번엔
이거는-
넘어갔는데
이거는 진짜로.
도전을 이렇게 잘했는데.
예, 갑자기 오디세이 들어오고 뉴라이즈 강원 들어오고 마이너스 400 크레딧 한번 채집하는 인원을 노려보겠다는 게
이거
느껴져요.
딱 걸렸다 이거.
여기다.
그런데
너무 잘 피하긴
반응이
했지만
좋았지만
네.
결국에 건 아니었어요.
그래서 자 습격 쓰고 끝까지 쫓아갑니다. 호리픽의 피오라 쪽으로 CNG e스포츠가 달려들고 있고요. 마무리되면서 2킬을 추가로 챙기는 CNG e스포츠.
싸움 난 것 같거든요.
자, 밀키 웨이와 오디세이 먼저 피해 선수가
미리
잡혔습니다.
리오가 다운되어 있다 보니까
네.
뒤에 헤이즈 혼자서 할 수 있는 게 없고
에스테를 살아가
그냥
들어가게
갈게,
들어가게
그냥.
들어가게 갔어요. 왠지 이 CCTV 시야는 아킬레스가 가지고 있는
그리고
상황.
결국 아드리아나가 저렇게 원거리 딜러들한테 불을 또 깔아주면서 얼마나 방해를 많이 하고 데미지를 넣어주느냐가 중요하거든요.
네.
자, 그런 거 좀 잘 해주고 있고.
결속 사용하고
그런데 와 헤이즈 공기가 많이 맞아.
잠시만요. CNJ
그리고 방금
시각은
와 헤이즈를
CNJ.
또 잡았기 때문에 수적이 또 돌았고.
네.
그걸로 리오를 또 잡았고.
제세동
그걸로
뭔가요?
지금 우디 선수까지 잡았고.
그렇죠.
그걸로
한
한번 또
번
잡고. 이걸로 킬 하나 더
미아에게 골드 깔린 상태에서 자 컴플렉스 잡아주기. 잠깐만요. 너무 많아 이거 너무.
밀키웨이가
어디까지요?
올라오고
ABCD 2까지인가요?
맞겠다.
아, 이러면 근데 현상금은 못 챙겼습니다.
그 많은 현상들 다 누가 가져가는지 봐야 될 것 같은데요.
자, 고속기도 서로 사용하고 얀 이어서
이러면
제이키가
나눠줘야죠.
먼저 잡혔기 때문에 하이퍼를 타고 나가야죠.
근데 이제는 8딜이가 너무 압도적이기 때문에
그래서
이거
하늘날이도.
합방해야 되거든요.
근데 하필이면 떨어진 위치가 에스테 쪽이었다 보니까 일단은 좀 몰아내면서
감로.
자, 그러면 이거 잡아내면 돼요. 2대2 버티는 동안 여기서 얀 잡고 교환하면은 그럼 이제 2대2 해야죠.
그렇습니다. 얀과 카티아가 서로 교환된 상태에서 2대2 구도고요. 자, BTB와 호리피 그리고 향기와 사텐입니다.
그래도 뭉쳐야 되다 보니까 이런 유스티나에게 또 같이 맞았을 때 또 유스티나가 또 이득 볼 수 있는 부분도 있고, 자, 이런 것들 때문에 한 번에 그 이렘의 꼬리 연계와 이런 피오라의 합작 이런 게 진짜 완벽하게 유스티나에게 다 들어가야지만이.
자, 이거 다음 하늘날이 한번 기다려보는 것 같고, 자, 오른쪽 한번
여기는요?
잠깐만. 자, 리우리 일단 살아 있고요.
그쵸.
도발 너무 잘 들어갔고.
일단
하지만
임세인 선수가 굉장히 많은 딜을 넣어주면서, 자, 리오리 선수도 위쪽에 있는 리어 선수를 마무리했고, 이러면 뉴라이드 당연히 가져갈 것 같아요.
꼬리치기 각 주지
그렇죠.
않아요, 리우리.
자, 그러면 왼쪽은요. 왼쪽 밀키웨이와 성남 락도 어느 정도 윤곽이 드러나고 있는 것
시간도
같죠.
없기 때문에.
HP도 부족합니다. 호리픽. 자, 마무리 될 것 같습니다. 이렇게 되면 터미네이트.
심지어 크로노스피어도 왼쪽으로 꺾어 들어가고 있기 때문에 뉴라이저 강은 좀 압박감이 심할 텐데요.
일단 카테 궁극기 사용되고요.
그렇죠. 궁극기 먼저 쓰면서 들어가는 거 보면
바로
좋습니다.
무게와 함께 강한 결속. 자, 이러면 유라이즈 강원 한번 HP 채우고 다시 들어가 볼까요?
시간적 압박을 일단은 부여하는 거죠, 상대에게.
네.
그래서 지금 강제로 할 수밖에 없고
저
결국
인세이브 코리의 1딜도 좋았는데 나와서 아스트라 버스트? 이거 들어갑니다. 다시 한번 이쪽도 아스트라 버스트
자,
사태.
그러면 앞라인은 결국에 조금 이렇게 결국 벽을 세워주는 역할이고 뒷라인도 좀 중요했거든요. 하지만 먼저 벽을 무너뜨린 건 성남 락스입니다.
자, 이거 살릴 수가 없었어요. 노도날.
네.
아, 살리는 거 허락하지 않는 성남 락스.
자, 그런데 여기서 인테이
무력으로
특별 시바터 보여줬고요.
마무리.
잘 대처해요.
학습이 되어 있습니다, 선수들이요.
CNJ랑 유라이즈 강호는 크레딧 양이 지금 좀 어마무시한데요.
399, 400. 벌써 400 크레딧. 자, 그리고 이쪽은요, 밀키웨이. 다시 한번 성남 락스. 왼쪽에 CNJ 스포츠 케이스를 한 번 더 흘려내고.
이것도 잘 떴고요.
자, 먼저 나리.
나가야 돼요. 나가야 돼요.
아래쪽 볼까요?
많이
아래쪽 향기.
끝이에요.
근데.
터미네이트.
어떡하죠? 전 라운드 1등이 이번 라운드 8등이 됩니다.
팀이 굉장히 많았거든요.
자, 그래서 지금 보시면 서커스와 CNJ 스포츠 만나고요.
자, 근데 이거 둘 다 앞라인이 좀 가능한데 먼저
오.
KCW 공격에 들어갑니다.
자, 에어본.
예.
그런데
KCW 선수가 고속 회전과 스마트핑 연계를 진짜 깔끔하게
그렇죠.
했거든요.
순식간에
전광석화.
브레이크. 그렇습니다. 자, 오더. 그리고 내려오고는 CNJ 스포츠.
자, 근데 이거는 조금 무리해서 들어간 방면이 있기 때문에
버튼 이후에
와,
일방적으로
네.
이거는 좀 혼나는 게 맞기는 해요. 네.
좁은 골목 지역이었고요. 그래서 결국에는 마이너스 200.
밸류가 좋지만
자, 그런데 일단은 3일차기 때문에 터미네이트가 나오는
근데
전데
여기는 와 KCW 옆으로 도는 것 좀 많이 날카롭긴 하거든요.
그래서 이하의 게임을
네,
쫓아갑니다. 자, 스킵 커진 제키. 자, 레니 쪽으로 들어가면서 먼저 제키 잡아냈고요. 이거까지 또.
야!
CNJ이기 때문에 할 수 있는 매기가 길어서 바깥쪽에서 좀 놀다가 들어간다든지.
그렇죠.
근데 이거
시야 체크가 될까요? 시야 체크 할 수 있을까요?
이거 딱 걸린 것 같은데요.
심판 잘 이기는
딱 걸려요.
애가.
근데
그런데
잠시만요.
그런 거 치고는
자, 블링크는 잘 됐고 근데
네.
CNJ가
시각을 사랑하는 CNJ.
자, 대박 났어요.
백수 아니다.
네, 그대로 적중하면서 두 번째 킬 가져가고 이어지는 서커스와의 3대3 교전 CNJ
우리 팀의
스포츠.
백수는 따로 있다.
그렇죠.
그렇습니다.
자, 그리고 팀을 한번
백수의
갈라보는데요.
제키
백수.
습격!
와, 백수 진짜
살아가요, 살아가요. 자, 이러면
흡혈.
이후에 격 다시 한번
야,
습격.
CNJ 그냥 모든
23점.
인원이
하지만 정말 합이 오늘 너무 좋아요.
그렇습니다. 이미 23점이요. 압도적인 킬 점수를 묘지에서 벌어가고 있고요. 자, 그렇기 때문에 다시 한 번 더 한 턴 벌고 그 다음에 KSW 들어갑니다.
이거 스택은 다 쌓았는데 자, 블링크 이런 것도
자, 벽 위로 한번. 자, 그나마 히드이건 뜬 거라서.
안 녹으면
자, 니어. 자, 그리고
자,
초.
니아로.
초원이
그렇죠.
이러면 습격 돌고
그렇습니다. 백수.
자, 승전보 만들어줬고요. 승전보가 너무 좋아요. 승전보.
자, 컴플렉스까지 마무리하면 또다시 터미네이트를 만들어낼 것으로 보입니다.
야.
CNJ 스포츠입니다.
오버라 그리고 일단 너무나도 잘하고 있겠지만 결국에 얀이 계속 이렇게 카메라를 때려주면서 스택을 쌓는다라는 점과 이거에 연계되는 콤보에 지금 다들 정신을 못 차리고 있거든요. 지금
자.
노스택이에요.
오더.
지금 노스택. 자, 장전하고 자, 스택 만들고
그래서 다시 한 번 더. 자, 근데 무적을 한 번 더 버티고요.
자, 먼저 일단은
근데 게임월드가 멀어. 이제 게임월드 바깥이었고요.
자, 이렇게 마무리. 오더가 CNJ e스포츠 전원을 처치하고 체크 부시도 많아지고요.
네, 조심해야 됩니다.
자, 결속을 쓰고 교전을 보고 있는 서커스.
이거는 늑대 나오기 전에 교전이 걸린 거다 보니까 무조건 이겨내고 늑대를 가져가야 되거든요.
네.
그럼 스모크 팀이 그냥 빠진 것처럼 보였지만 그래도 뒤쪽에 이레면 매우기 들어갔고 뒤에서 지금 그리고
키뉴 선수가
키뉴
한
선수가.
입만 한
이거 너무
입만.
맛있게 먹는데요? 네?
9인 먹었어요. 9인.
요. 잠깐만, 세입 먹
세입.
세입.
아,
야.
좋아요.
세입.
강록 기절? 기절?
세입.
이게
자, 결속 만두 나갈 수 있을까요? 성남 락스가 뒤쫓고 있습니다. 유티나 매우 피해내고
이러면
아스라 버스. 근데
여기서 교환을 만든다고요. 만두.
자, 왼쪽 보실까요? 들어갑니다. JW 하늘나리로.
자, 무기 한번 펴줬고 근데 도발 활용해 주면서
오히려
근데 이거 초
네. 그래도 이게
탈전하죠.
이스이가 많은 걸 못하고 지금
네. 와! 또 제어만
KCW.
CNJ 오늘
야.
진짜 뭔가요?
습격까지도 제키도
그냥-
완벽했습니다. 추가가 되었고요. 다시 한번 서커스와 오더.
근데 정밀포석 위치는 좋은데 성민 선수가 체력이 너무 없거든요.
와리를 펴줬지만 뭐 회복을 받을 수 있는 상황은
모두
아니고.
에방이에요.
그렇죠, 에방.
스텔라 궁극기로 정리가
자, 그리고 여기는
됩니다.
레니가 꾸준히 회복과 더불어서
자, 이거
CC
잡히면
넣어주고요.
끝이에요.
터미네이트 당할 것 같은데요.
터미네이트는
그렇죠.
보고 있겠죠.
그렇습니다.
하늘날이 안 깨고 온 거 너무 큰데?
자, 이거
아!
안 들어오고.
자, 일단 안쪽으로 파고 들어갔고요.
자, 일단 아드리아나 이탈됐고.
Happy New Week, everybody! You know what time it is. It is time for Eternal Return Masters. Welcome back to Season 8, Phase number 2 for ERM. That means today we are here now for Knockout Stage 3 and 4. Day number 4 of the entire phase as a whole. My name is Shubi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters today, and alongside me, he is back. Superior, how was your trip, man?
It was fantastic. Had a great time in Boston, but I'm back here on the desk and I'm excited to cast some more Eternal Return. It's always a treat to watch, the best of the best here play it out in Korea.
For sure, this is a pretty interesting run, if I'm going to be honest with you. The 2 days that you ended up missing, Super, Kaz got a little bit of a funny business when it comes to the overall gameplay aspect of it, but we're still getting better at this point. It is Knockout Stage 3 and 4, which means starting from now, mistakes are definitely going to start getting punished compared to last week. We saw a lot of teams making those common macro mistakes, a lot of common micro mistakes. Starting from today, it's not going to be as easy run away just because you make those kind of mistakes. I hope that all of the teams are ready because they've had a whole week to prepare for today.
Yeah, I mean, I heard we still have a Miracle Run team already coming from Knockout Stage 1, which is C&J Esports, and I heard they've been doing a pretty good job on their team comp that we know and love them for starting from this season, which is utilizing that Nia and the new reworked Jackie. So very excited to see them bring it out here once again and, see how it does into these later knockout stage teams.
I'm a little bit scared though, because you know us, you know our history with CNG Esports. It is a little bit spooky, if I'm going to be honest with you. There's nothing that always screams inconsistency when it comes to CNG Esports. It's one of the reasons why I've been super happy with the performance they've shown us in the past few days of ERM Phase number 2. I just hope that they can continue that streak. That is the biggest thing that we have to worry about, especially when it comes to a gauntlet like this. The overview for today, we got the group stages all done. Knockout stage 1 and 2. We are already halfway through phase number 2, which means knockout stage 3, 4. Day number 4 is now underway, as I said. Prize pool, same thing. 10 million Korea won by the end of this. Point matrix, same thing as well. Road to Daejeon, we are almost halfway to the end on that as well. It's going to be October for the Season 8 season finals. Make sure you're there. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, remember we are starting 2 hours earlier like we usually do, but Saturday and Sunday it is going to be at 4 a.m. EST, so make sure you guys keep that in mind. And point matrix is going to be the same as well. It's going to be 10 points for coming in first place, 7 in second, 5 for third, and it's going to trickle all the way down to 0 in 8th place, and it's going to be 1 point for 1 kill. And obviously, day 1 kills are going to be half points because there is going to be no penalty for getting those team wipes in the early game. So it's going to be basically about the same like we usually see. And for our format here, we're already done on the left side. The group stages is already finished. Knockout stage 1 and 2 is done as well. We're on knockout stage 3 and 4 for today. We got 5 and 6 for you guys tomorrow, and on Sunday, we do have the finals. It is going to be a 65-point checkpoint format.
It's going to be a pretty fun one. A lot of teams, very surprising what they were placed in the knockout stages, especially for a couple of our big-name teams as well. FN Sejong once again having a very, very shaky start to this phase. We're actually going to see them tomorrow in knockout stage number 5. Going to be a bit rough for that team, and a few of our big-name teams have also already jobbed. You can take a look at the brackets. We have lost already Team Daydream, Super Ultra Dino, a fun team from phase number 1, unfortunately gone as well. Gyeongnam Sparkle gone on top of it. Urice Kangwon, they are gone as well. We have some very, very good teams dropped out early on into knockout stages, which means the further and further we go, it's going to be harder.
Yeah, Guardians and Sejong went knockout stage 5, and we have always Incheon, one of those teams that we usually see knockout stage 1 in the finals. So that's a big surprise for me.
For sure. I was actually talking about this last week with Kaz as well, because Kaz was thinking that Always Incheon was one of those teams that usually makes it into finals for phases. You and I know a little bit better than that. That's a team that usually tends to start.
But they have to crawl their way all the way from stage 1. They never always make it like instantly there, so
a very tough road that they usually have to take. But this time around, this season, or this phase, I should say, a little bit different. So congratulations to them. Very, very big performance from Blaster for that one.
Yeah, definitely great to see And yeah, I'm guessing Blaster was playing on the Tazia. They were playing the the Tazia team comp like they usually do. Excited to really see them and see how they perform in the finals.
I'll be real with you though, you might actually be really, really excited for this one. I don't know if that's going to be changed up or not at all, because we are still playing on the same patch we did for week 1. I wouldn't expect too many things to change. But the interesting this time around though was different, which I think was one of the catalysts as to why Always Incheon was able to make it straight into the finals, is that Blaster and Luminal was playing at the same time. That's something we really haven't seen before for this roster. So that means double DPS plus a support. It was a very, very fun group stage.
Was Luminal on Shochi as well?
No. He was on something else. He was kind of flip-flopping between a couple of mages, like Zahir was there. I think he played Theo in one of the games. Pretty interesting setup with the Tazia plus support on Senefine, which is not that big of a deal on either one of those two.
Yeah, I mean, we usually see, either or, right? We see them, being that hyper carry center point of the team. But seeing both of them come out, I think, I like that. Because Always Incheon is one of those teams that was very inconsistent. So seeing them, kind of change up their whole game plan in general and come out with both of them being fielded, I think is a really, really interesting change, and a change that was definitely needed, I would say, for that team.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of the reasons, as I said, probably the catalyst actually as to why they're straight up in the finals. Doesn't have to slog through the entirety of knockout stages. Absolutely massive for that team. Bro. And plus, it's phase 2, so they get a ton of circuit points out of that.
I would love to see the Shuchi and the and the Tazia being played at the same time, but no, I don't think we'll ever see that, because those two characters kind of don't really play well off of each other, I would say.
Yeah, there's two completely different things. One wants to try bursting down a priority target as soon as possible, and quite frankly, this was actually another surprising thing as well. Blaster almost felt like he was playing Tazia as an assassin more so than a sustained mage throughout the course of the fights. A lot of times he was just able to catch out one specific target in the backline, use a Spada, Paradiso, and then immediately Spada again to just eliminate them from the fight before it even began. A lot of change-ups for Team Always Incheon. Again, some catalysts are there, but I think the cooperation between Blaster and Luminal both being huge threats on that team, with Senefine, of course, just being Senefine, made a big reason as to why Always Incheon is showing us a new version of themselves. But I will also have to say, Super, I think the strategy of running 2 DPS plus 1 support has been gaining traction over in the KR side of things. For example, I brought this up last week, but FN Sejong was also running some funny things in KEL. Bernice, Zahir, and the Johan was a composition they decided to bring out, so it is gaining traction here in KR too.
Johan, okay. I mean, we did see it being played all the way back in, I think it was like 2 seasons ago. So season 6, I think it was FN Sejong running I think it was like Charlotte and double backline.
Mm-hmm.
So, seeing it come back, I think maybe just goes to show you, that supports are being picked up a lot more on the KR side.
Yeah, not too surprising, the amount of sustain that you're able to get, and a couple of them are able to also provide a good chunk of hard crowd control. It's actually one of the reasons why I think Johan, in some cases with specific team compositions, might be a little bit better than Charlotte, because as long as you're able to kind of mess around with those sensors quite a bit, you can get a lot of really core roots off and all that jazz. So, yeah, we'll have to see if any of our teams today decide to bring up those compositions. Not exactly sure what we'll actually see, because some of the rosters that we did end up seeing today, we actually didn't talk about them too much, so let's go over it really quick here. The teams that are going to be playing, at least in knockout stage number 3, CNJ Esports, Circus, Songnam Rocks, and Milky Way, the ones that are joining us from knockout stage 2. The ones that will be joining us here in knockout stage 3 are going to be Modern, Mystic, Rump Rebels, and Big Game Hunter. Very aggressive set of teams that always likes to look for fights are now going to be joined with the ones that have been playing so far.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, these are all, I would say, pretty standard names that we've seen, in the previous ERMs and also, in previous phase, right? Pretty stacked lobby, I would say, for this group today, and it's really anyone's game to make it out of the knockout stage. I would really like to see, that miracle run from CNJ Esports, because, it's one of those teams, like you said, that has had, I would say, a rough, start to their, professional kind of debut. So it's really good to see them, come out here and perform on their team comp.
We'll have to see if they're going to be picking anything similar, as we're going to go straight into the character select for game number 1, folks. Here we go. 8 games are going to be locked and loaded for you folks today. Game number 1 character select. Let's see if there are any bans. This phase in general, there has been a trend where we actually haven't seen too many character bans coming through. Is that going to be consistent today? I do see a couple of double characters. There's a Justina double, Lunny double, Yan double.
There's one. The Yan tripled.
Is the Yan tripled? 1, 2, and a... Where's the third? Ah, there it is. You're absolutely correct. Big Game Hunter, CNG Esports, and Milky Way. That does mean CNG Esports probably going to be on a little bit of a rough patch here. Same thing for Milky Way, because Rachan is a Yan player. On top of that, we've seen it in the past in previous phases as well. 2 of our teams coming up from Knockout Stage 2 getting limited hard from game number 1 already.
Yeah, and looks like both Milky Way and CNG Esports are going to be locking that Nia as well. So the Yan Nia looks like it's going to be a combo that we're going to see from some of these teams here. And yeah, the Yan also being picked by Big Game Hunter. So it being off the table might actually put a wrench into these teams' plans coming out from the previous knockout stage.
It's all about the adjustments. You and I talk about it quite a lot when it comes to Tournament and Masters, because even if it's not as serious or even as limiting as something like the KEL ban system, it still does exist. Teams are going to have to get adjusted to the fact that it exists. For a character like Yan 2, pretty popular nowadays, very, very good initiation, very, very good surprise factors on top of it. Of course, he's going to get banned out. But here we go, folks. Game number 1 now locked and loaded. Let's see how this one goes. Which team is going to be able to give us that grandiose start to the series and the weekend?
Yeah, we have a lot of other duplicate picks as well, which I'm kind of like to talk about. We got the 2 Mai's. I mean, Mai always being that premier tank. It looks like Mai picking up a lot more traction again over the Estelle pick. I think Estelle, ended up getting a couple of changes that is probably the reason why a lot of teams are swapping back to that Mai. We do have 2 Justinas, really solid backline mage, and we do have 2 Lennys, probably the premier support right now to play in Korea as well.
If I had to take a guess, I actually didn't check this. Usually they've been actually, surprisingly enough, telling us which patch they've been playing on during character select, or maybe even loading screen. I forget which one it is. I believe we are still on 8.3, just because we are still playing in phase number 2, which started out with 8.3. If that's not the case, you could be right. A couple of changes did come through in 8.4 as well. Some characters might be a little bit more popular, maybe not so on top of it. We'll have to figure that out later when we actually see the patch. Hunnam about to get taken down too. No one has drawn first blood just yet, but the execution damage from the Nia is going to come in. First blood for the Milky Way, as they're now trying to deal with Peksu on the other side. Beautiful, beautiful slide step to knock down 2, but the fight still continues as a third party is there. Full-on wipe over to CNJ Esports. Rachan getting taken down, and the third party still consists as Hunnam looking for a bit more, but the consistent damage from the Laura a little bit too tough. Key 5 will get taken down. Absolutely not. Hunnam, can you finish it off? No, it's going to be Key 5 to do it. BTB will just have to back away. An absolute graveyard has been set up inside the fire station, which is still going to continue.
Yan respawning back in as well. There's a knockup, but a roundhouse kick into the wall is actually going to be able to secure that kill. And Irem is going to spawn in as well. The charm is going to connect. And oh, there's the cap punch coming out from the Irem. But the respawn is coming in from the Laura this time. And the Laura is going to be able to get the slide step off of the telephone pole there. And is going to be able to get the Della. And that is going to be the Nia's game world coming back out once again. The cooldown was there for that Nia to get that extra kill. And Milky Way going to start off with 6 kills already in the early game. That is a lot of credits if they are on that coin toss augment. That is going to be a great start for them. And we got another fight. It's going to be in the hotel this time, and Rebels unfortunately going to lose 1, so they're going to be forced to back away. As it is going to be is Team Big Game. No, not Big Game Hunter. That's Team Mystic going to be able to pick up a nice kill for himself.
Pretty interesting combination that we actually did see during the group stages. The Kenneth was something that Team Mystic decided to bring out. The Esteban is a pretty surprising one that they're starting out with. Another fight inside a forest and a school. Satin going to get obliterated as Rump Rebels finds a kill for themselves pretty early on. Very, very classic style of Rump Rebels. Hyungi in a little bit of trouble himself. No more helipack stat. Down he goes as well. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Rump Rebels. Nice catch on those 2 inside of forest and the school boundary.
E5 when he got here in Chapel. Looks like another kill from the side of Team Milky Way. And oh, looks like Horrific gonna get caught up in Temple here. And there is the roundhouse kick from KCW. Will be able to lock down that Laura. And CG Esports will be able to pick one up for themselves as well.
A lot of teams have already gotten used to the fact that you're just supposed to be fighting early on. It's going to continue. No pace change whatsoever for these teams. Same thing as last week. Same thing as what we've seen through the entirety of Season 8 as a whole. Another fight going to go on. A lot of damage over onto the members of Team Rump Rebels. But down goes the Mai. Consistency and the sustain for Team Mystic, making it extremely difficult for Piet to actually finish anybody off. Down goes yet another. Mystic also with a fantastic beginning to this game with a composition that you wouldn't exactly normally see in ERM nowadays. Kenneth plus Istvan, not too often are these characters picked.
Yeah, Istvan is. I don't think we've really seen too much of Istvan in Eternal Return Master. So it was great to see, this character showing some light here. And I really like this play from Milky Way. He's actually gonna get the perfect jump onto the side of Team Big Game Hunter, and both the Adela and the Ember are gonna go down instantly. Very, 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 very nicely played by the side of Team Milky Way. I really like that vision play. Was able to get Team Big Game Hunter off and out by surprise there. And looks like we do have Team Circus actually going to be able to secure the meteorite for themselves and just get themselves on out of there. It is going to be handed to the Sua for most likely that. Oh, it's going to be that Nightmare Nails coming in for that Sua.
Well, that was happening. The Game Hunter unfortunately wiping. Num did also get found out on the southern side of Factory, but as their other two members fell down during night number 1, should be able to come back. They are going to slowly res up one by one, but a lot of time wasted for Team Big Game Hunter. That is definitely a roster that needs a bit of that snowball capability. Not getting that early on will definitely hurt that team in the long run.
Yeah, looks like Team CNJ was able to get Nitro kill there from the side of Team Modern. I think that Subame just being a little split from their team, trying to get some extra credits, probably split farming. Fortunately, it is going to get caught, but it's not going to be too big of a deal as respawn times or respawns are still going to be available, so no -200s just yet.
It's a bit of a quiet time as a lot of teams are looking for these buys. Good timings from Team Mystic as well. Actually ended up pushing away the members of Team Rump Rebels. One force core was bought. From the looks of it, it was on the Aiden. Everybody else still sitting on a good amount of transitions and credits for themselves. They're going to try to fight it out up on the northern side. Rump Rebels duking out up against Team Big Game Hunters. Couldn't actually end up picking up the bots, and down goes the Lenny. This is terrible. It's not that big of a deal because it's not a force core, but Big Game Hunter is actually picking up a huge objective. Going to be that tactical skill upgrade going for in this team. Who's going to go over? Probably Yan.
Not that great for the side of Team Big Game Hunter, but I mean, having that blink on the Yan is probably not bad, just because, Yan always probably wants to use that blink for that engage, or maybe to try to help with some peel. So I think it probably will go to the Yan. Definitely not a item that they're looking for, but still, the free tactical skill upgrade is always going to be good for them.
And denying it away from a Mai very early on is really good too, right? It's the Quake that you're denying from a couple of teams that really do want that on the Mai. There is a reason why it's so heavily prioritized for tanks, even aside from buying a force core item for some of your teammates. That is just how good Quake is. Denying that from a team as well as getting your Yan. The early possibility, as I said, Big Game Hunter, very aggressive team. I talked about this earlier. A lot of the teams coming in straight for the knockout stage 3 teams, they are all very aggressive teams. So having that aggressiveness early on is pretty good, but down goes one, down goes two. Big Game Hunter just found out inside of school.
Yeah, I think we only got 2 front-to-back teams here, which is usually unusual for, ERM, but oh my god, look at the damage coming out from the Nia. Looks like the Curry unfortunately just walked into the Nia's game world and just took almost half their HP. It looks like Team Milky Way is going to try resetting here, and it's going to be 2 backliners from the side of Team Sagnam Rocks here, Curry and Satin. There's a damage coming out from the Nadine here. The poke damage coming out from Satin as well. Might be a little too much, but the engage needs to come through from this Yan. The timers are going to be ticking for the side of Team Milky Way here. They have to look for something. I don't know if they're going to be able to find anything here. I think they're just waiting for cooldowns to come back. Maybe this blink is going to come through. They do have the White Lily to maybe look for an engage here. They aren't going to be able to hit any knockups, but they are going to be able to take the zone control for a little bit here, but the poke damage is going to be there for the side of Team Sagnam Rocks. I'm going to be able to get a lot of value off here. Timers are ticking now for the side of Team Sagnam Rocks. It looks like they're going to be the ones that are going to be forced in. There's the double crossbow kill, and actually hits Nia into the wall. on that little I don't really know what you call that, but that little X-shaped thing in the middle. We're just able to get them on the stun there. So very nicely played by the side of Team Signum Rocks, as they do end up winning that rift for themselves.
A little bit awkward for the members of Team CNG Esports, because what ended up happening, or was it Milky Way? I actually couldn't tell which one it was. The timings on the initiation seemed a little bit iffy, but for Songnam Rocks, they're looking to duke it out up against Circus. Can they actually win out on this fight? A complete split for the members of Songnam Rocks, but they are now grouped back up. A lot of core ultimates actually invested from Team Circus pretty early on into the fight, and the health disparity is just not that much between these two guys. So Songnam Rocks just going to try to full on send it. Nadine jumping on in very aggressively. Gets the slow over onto the Sua, does end up landing the Wolf with that fadeaway. Day 3 death for that team on top of that. Circus eating an early -200. Hyungi needs to run because CNJ Esports is on their way. Does see that third party possibility, will just back away from it completely.
That is just a great peel back coming out from the side of Team Signum Rocks. Is able to punish the Sewer for jumping on in there, just able to burst them down. And there is the ultimate coming out from the Mai to try to keep the Aiden alive, but Aiden is able to live for just a little bit longer. Great parry coming out from the Aiden on that checkmate there, and all of the side of Team Rock Rebels are going to be alive, but the third party is going to be here. It is only gonna be on the side of Team Big Game Hunter. Unfortunately, it looks like the side of Team Signum Rocks was able to catch out that Adela, and they will be able to snag a kill. And Big Game Hunter unfortunately going to lose 2 members here, so it's going to be an early -400 for them.
Tragedy. They do have enough credits to actually get the res back, if I'm calculating things correct. That's a lot of damage to their wallets. No buys whatsoever in day number 3. The fight still carries on. Team Mystic are just finding more and more and more. Rump Rebels Bear will be able to get out. Has to invest quite a lot to get that Mayan out of there. Mystic does still want to chase on this as much as possible, but this is double Lenny. I don't know if a couple of melee characters are going to be easily able to catch up to that.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rough. And here comes Engage coming out for the Laura. The Laura unfortunately isn't going to be able to get any of the members of the side of Team Modern, as they will be able to secure a couple more kills for themselves. And Team Modern unfortunately going to be on the back foot. They have a lot of credits to get the teammates back into this game, but Rachin is going to be able to get away on this Yan. Going to jump into Forest here, and you can see the zone is going to be closing, so they already burned a lot of timer. They need to get themselves on out of here. Maybe use that teleporter or drop a Vila system down to get themselves to safety, or they could just walk straight into Research Center. But there is going to be a team here. It is going to be Team Mystic that might actually catch them by surprise. And there's Engage. Oh, Blink. Kenneth Alt is going to go wide there, but a lot of damage is going to go through. There's Nia's Game World going to come down, and all the members are just going to walk straight outside of that, but the damage is going to be way too much for the side of Team Mystic there. And the Lenny is going to go down. Oh, wait a second, it looks like Mystic, they were able to get the Laura, and they are going to drop the Kiosk to get the res coming through. And there is Engage coming out from the Istvan. They're going to get a lot of damage in, but a lot of damage in return from the Nia and the Yan, and it looks like Team Milky Way will be able to get themselves on out of here.
Both teams actually ended up losing 1. The Laura got traded out on the southern side. Nice call from Team Mystic, going for the early res using that Kiosk. That means Team Milky Way also very good heads-up play for themselves, right? Immediately started backing away the moment they knew they were at a disadvantage. Didn't stick around any longer than they had to. Got the 1-for-1 trade. Both teams minus 200, right? That's all you really need for these guys. Milky Way, yeah, it's going to suck that you have to res the Laura once again, but you'll take an entire team wiping versus that one person getting res. Another -200, -400 overall for Team Milky Way. You can salvage that instead of your team completely wiping.
Ooh, a red box coming down for the side of Team Modern. They definitely want to look for this. They have a lot of slots open here, but Team Circus is going to be here to try to intercept. There's the Alex going to throw that CC down to try to stop them from getting this red box, but it is going to be secured. It's going to be a shoes, and look at the damage coming out from this Justina, and the Suo is going to be on the back foot here. And the Suo is just going to go down, completely soloed by the Justina here. Nothing they can really do, as looks like they're going to get caught, and there is going to be the Subame going to be there to intercept. I think going to turn on the Subame. No, they're actually going to run away, and Yeah, Circus, unfortunately, a minus 200 for the side of them. Tried to bite off more than they get you, and they get immediately punished for it.
Circus just seems a little bit uncomfortable, if I'm going to be real with you. Doesn't seem too confident. I hope they do change that. This is another comp that does need to take the initiative when it comes to so many of these fights in order for them to have the advantage. Team Milky Way trying to jump on in. Rachan getting the jump on over on towards the Lenny once again. The Lenny is taken down first before anything else, but the counter damage is looking pretty good. Inside the Nia's game world, down goes yet another. Istvan in a whole heap of trouble himself. BTB trying to get the chase on down, but the health bar a little bit too low. Mystic losing 2. On the other side, losing just 1. It's a 1-for-2 trade in the end. Very rough for Team Mystic because the initiation looked really rough. The counter initiation was great from Team Mystic, but it was the Nia's game world that completely obliterated their HPs.
Yeah, I mean, when you stack up, when you play this team comp, right, as Team Mystic, this double bruiser with the Lenny here, you just allow the Lenny, or sorry, not the Lenny, but the Nia to get so much AoE damage, and once the Nia's game mode comes down and you're sitting inside of it, it's just too much damage for your team to really tank through. So yeah, Milky Way definitely having that advantage, and then the lower hitting that double ultimate as well to make sure that the enemy is grouped up too.
While that was happening, by the way, I didn't even notice this until just now. Big Team Hunter did end up getting eliminated. Not entirely sure where it was, but that team is gone. Unfortunately, 8th place for those guys. 4.5 points, definitely not a bad start to knockout stage number 3. But, of course, it's not the start that these guys are looking for. Starting from game 2, going to be a little bit on the back foot, but that is okay. Having this happen early on is not that big of a deal. Team Circus is still on a little bit of a losing streak for themselves. Only 1.5 total points. They're going to have to start being a little bit more proactive if they want this specific series to go in their favor too.
Yeah, Team Modern is going to start calling in some bloods here. There's going to be that blood crowd going to the side of that Subame, and they're already sitting on 2 bloods here, so they're looking really strong to contest for this wick line. I think Team Circus probably knows that there is going to be some pretty strong teams, and they're just going to give it up to the side of Team Modern, and Team Modern are going to be able to get this wick buff completely uncontested as well, so they're going to be looking really strong here.
Really big play from Team Mystic too, went inside of a Dimensional Rift, all 3 members alive without spending any credits. On the flip side, Team Modern getting this wicked line completely for free, 0 contest inside a cemetery, which is pretty surprising considering we saw about 3 teams, and that's done about 2 minutes ago. Fight's going to begin from CNJ Esports, good damage out over onto Hyungi. They actually do end up investing the Halitak stat over onto themselves, but the third party comes in, the EMP drone is looking pretty solid. Can they get the damage in? Yes, they can. Down goes 1, down goes 2. Beautiful combination from KCW and BUBBA to knock down 2 members of the counter-opposed party. Third party, now more like you are mine. Milky Way just loses 2 out of nowhere in the blink of an eye.
KCW with the double knockup into the double roundhouse kick with the dash on the Yan there. Just very nicely played to actually just counter that engage and completely deny Milky Way's opportunity to get that third party. So very nicely played by him. And yeah, that is exactly what you want to see. TNJ Esports looking really strong as well. They definitely want to probably try to push Team Circus a little more here, because they could see how weak this team is. You could see the Sewer only sitting on 2 items with that Alex as well. KCW already having 10 stacks, going to look for an engage in. Is going to get engaged on by the Sewer and the IRM. Going to be taking a lot of damage.
Jackie.
Damage coming out from the Nia. Is this going to be way too much in Nia's game world? Just going to be able to just get so many resets on the point sync there, and it's just so much damage coming out from the Nia. Is able to keep themselves alive with that 1-up as well, and it will be able to get the full team wipe onto the side of Team Circus.
Beautiful coercion from Team CNJ Esports, just pushing these teams that are under pressure all the way into the corner where they don't have any method to escape. And on top of that, I don't think 2 people from Team Circus is enough to kill this Jackie. There is no way on earth you have enough damage for that, especially if the fight is as chaotic as it is. You're splitting your attention against the Jackie and the Yan. You are never killing that chainsaw murder whatsoever. Great split from Team CNJ Esports, prioritizing the damage on 1 or 2 targets, and then starting from there, collapsing on the 1 remaining target left.
Yeah, very nicely played. Milky Way is going to take the VLS system to get themselves on out of here, probably seeing how strong CNJ Esports is. Gonna make sure they want nothing to do with them, as they just called it another blood as well, so they're sitting in a pretty good spot right now.
Blood's being distributed everywhere. Satan sitting on 2. We do have Gun also sitting on 1 for himself. Everybody on CNJ Esports having 1 individually. Songnam Rock, same thing. 2 over onto the Justina, 1 over onto the Nadine. So basically, all of our teams are running the same idea. The only difference between the two is that Satan has a headpiece. The other one has boots. We'll see if that's going to make a difference later down the road.
These teams are so strong here. It looks like all these teams are so capped out. There's an engage coming out from Pierre. They are going to get a lot of damage, and the 1-up is going to pop, but then is going to go down. But the great roundhouse kick is going to be able to secure the Lenny there. But Pierre is so strong on this Aiden. I don't think the 2 bruiser damage dealers can really do anything against this Aiden here on this. Or, you know, the Aiden having that blood weapon, already having, you know, full items. Aiden is one of those tank trainers, and a huge roundhouse hit coming from KCW once again, but they will be able to get themselves to safety. There is damage coming out on the Piet, and they do end up finding it. Piet walking into the Neos Game World's edge is going to get stunned up, and that is going to be Demai going down as well. And CNJ Esports looking so comfortable on this team comp, getting another team wipe. This time is going to be the side of Team Rebels.
Tragedy for Piet because the quick spin came right at the quick 3-tap combo for the Aiden. He took so much damage with the quick spin on himself. Really unfortunate for Team Rump Rebels. Really solid game so far, but it just doesn't mean anything when CNJ Esports is playing like they own this entire series already. 15 total points for that team, all ready to go. Might find a couple more as Mystic in a little bit of trouble. Not that many of their players actually have timer, and a double knockup into the stun once again. Eliminated out of nowhere. KCW with a reinvigorated version of himself will take away yet another team's life. A beautiful initiation from our Yan player. This is what I wanted to see from KCW since seasons ago.
KCW looking like prime but Taeyong right now.
I
my
know.
God.
I'm getting the vibes. I'm getting the vibes.
He is getting double knockup after double knockup on all of these teams here. He is putting in the work for the side of Team CNJ Esports.
Oh my God, this is what happens when your Yan player is confident. I think in the previous seasons where CNJ Esports was running KCW on Yan, this team looks so reluctant to take fights all over the place. That's not how a Yan is supposed to play. KCW knows how to play this character. The fact that he's able to play it confidently, he believes in this team. He trusts what he's seen before with this roster as well. Understands how he needs to start the fight, and as soon as he gets a good one, he knows that the Jack is going to be there to follow up. Lovely teamwork coming out from CNJ Esports. There's still a little bit more to go, and they ended up actually taking the unlucky draw as 2 teams inside of Fire Station contesting for this temporary zone. Let's see if they can navigate this correctly. With Songnam Rocks for now holding on to the main temp zone, they should be the ones to have an advantage, although CNJ Esports dabbling a little bit, trying to get positioning around them.
This might be in a little tough spot because you see Milky Way might be coming from the top side, but Milky Way is really weak right now. It looks like Rox is going to be able to, or is going to completely give the zone up. You're going to use these safety orbs to get themselves a little bit of extra timer here, and Milky Way is trying to do the same, but the problem is Milky Way is definitely the weakest team out of the 3 here, and they're going to be forced in. They look at their timers. They are definitely the lowest tier. They're going to be forced in first into the side of Team CNJ Esports, and Songnam Rocks might be behind to follow. I think they should know as well. Songnam Rocks probably had counters on the bottom side, but I love this play from CNJ Esports. They're actually going to just bait it out and use the safety orbs, and they're going to get full sent on, and Curry's actually going to go down from the side of Team Milky Way. Great engage coming out from the Yan and the Laura there, and there's the third party coming out from CNJ Esports. I really like their macro play in this zone, just giving up the zone once they take zone control, and it's going to be a free third party for them, and they're going to be able to secure a couple kills for themselves and get themselves that second place spot.
It's so good from Team CNJ Esports. Racham putting up a very good fight. He's getting heals from everybody on this team, but it just does not matter. CNJ Esports with an absolute massive load of points going for them from temporary zone, sitting at 25, looking for 31 off the bat in game 1 for this team. An absolutely massive game so far, but the team standing in their way is going to be Modern. A lot of items built onto both the Justina and the Subame. Blood weapon now equipped for a gun on top of that. They have a long way to go. They do not catch out one of these 2 damage dealers in the beginning of the fight. I think CNJ Esports might be in a little trouble. Modern also needs to plan this out very well, because exactly as I said, if one of their 2 damage dealers gets caught out early on, the fight is going to be immediately over.
Modern is really strong. They got 4 bloods here, 2 bloods on each carry, but it is gonna be up to CJ Esports to try to look for this angle in. And the ultimate was already used for the side of Team KCW. Does have about 9 stacks here, so can maybe look for an angle in. Is gonna try looking for something. Is 10 stacks. Is gonna try looking for this Subami, but a great jump away from the Subami. Is gonna be able to jump around in the team fight. And KCW is gonna go down and gonna be able to keep themselves safe as well. Very nicely played by the Subami. Just completely outplayed the Yan this time. And that is going to be it. It is. Wait a second. Asu gonna try jumping in, but the Shuriken skill is gonna be there to slow him down and break his leg. There's nothing that the Jackie can really do into that, and it is gonna be Team Modern coming out on top with 15.5 points. Very nicely played by Gun, just completely winning the team fight for their team there.
Yeah, really rough. As I said, if you don't get to jump onto any one of those damage dealers early on, that's exactly what's going to happen. A little bit unfortunate as the team composition rock, paper, scissors didn't go in favor of a Team C&J Esports. So regardless, as we've been talking about the entire game, very, very successful game for those guys. Team Modern also pulling it around at the end. Really nice transitions for themselves. 15.5. Secured by the end of that game too. Both of those two teams making a great start in game number 1.
I mean, Subame just playing that perfectly. Gun, masterclass Subame at the very end, just reacting to the yawn engage and then teleporting back for the second engage or for the second knockup, and then just able to make sure they get themselves to safety out of that Nida's game world as well. And at the very end, just dropping that Shuriken skill to get the Jackie themselves as well, you know, just completely soloing basically 2 members of the side of Team C&J Esports.
I think the targeting was right though. Justina very difficult to catch even as a YAM, right? Because as soon as you blink in, as long as you just have one button, right? It just delays your entire initiation. Justina can get out of there very fast after that too. So the targeting on the Subami was correct, but I think they forgot to put a camera down because KCW hesitated the moment Gun dashed back. I don't think they had a camera down. I don't think they knew where the Subami was, and that's where those kind of hesitation plays come in, right? As I said, if KCW hesitates just for a little bit, the fight is going to go awry, and that's exactly what happened here. Really rough, but again, it was C&J Esports that had to make the move, right? They're the ones at a disadvantage. They tried their best. It just is what it is. It's going to happen.
I mean, still a really solid performance from them, right? 25.5 points. I mean, they had 10 more points than our winner here, so they're going to be sitting in a pretty comfortable spot, I think, in that first place for themselves. And going into the rest of the games here, I think they have to be feeling pretty good about that. Yeah,
it's the new look that you and I have been talking about for seasons at this point. We wanted to see it from C&J Esports. Now we get to have it. Really lucky that I'm here to be able to witness this before, you know, C&J Esports either changes things up or is able to maybe change their entire fates around and be that dominating force. I love seeing this transition from these guys. It's just the team composition is so vulnerable, but the way that they're navigating and piloting this comp, that's where the real gem starts to shine. KCW making a big difference coming around. Some incredible initiations that we saw in game number 1. Hopefully we can see that for the remainder of the series too.
KCW, he is definitely going to be the talk of this, I wouldn't say phase, but this knockout stage, at least for the first game. You know, he just had such a dominating performance, just able to hit, you know, these amazing initiations for his team, getting these two-man knockups into the two-man roundhouse kicks over and over again. We'll have to see if he is able, or if he is going to be able to continue that for the rest of the stage here.
Only brutal thing is that Yan is going to be gone for game number 2. It might be the same for game 4 on top of it, because we know KCW and Rachan are both going to stick onto that character in game 3. It all comes down to whether or not Hunnam decides to stick on it in game number 3. I believe he will. Another one of our resident Yan players is going to make it a little bit annoying for C&J Esports. This kind of a start is what you want to see, though.
Yeah, you are right. Yan is going to be off the table, so very interested to see what these teams are going to be swapping to. I mean, C&J Esports is that National League team, so they should have other team comps under their belt. I mean, we saw them bringing out the Emma and Lead Allen, so maybe they'll go back to that type of team comp, but we'll have to see. But yeah, C&J Esports in first place with a nice 25 points. Milky Way in second with 19. Modern in third with 15.5. So wow, our winners are actually in third place here. Little unfortunate, but you know, it's just gonna be how it goes. Rocks in fourth with 10.5.
It's not that big of a deal, I think, for the middle of the pack because it's just a little bit of a dominoes, right? The staircase down for the scores, nothing too big, especially after game number 1. Even for Circus, it's still possible. I just have to think for the teams in the bottom side, even more so than their compositions today, I think it was just a coordination. For Team Rump Rebels, Mystic, Great Game Hunter, and Circus, all of those guys just ended up splitting with compositions that you really cannot afford to. I talked about it earlier with Team Circus, but in the fight on Police Station, you can't split against a team like CNJ Esports. You're never going to be able to kill Jackie. You're just getting single targeted down by the Yan. So they just need to coordinate their fights a little bit better, and I think their performances can increase.
Yeah, 100%. I do think they are looking a little shaky on these team fights, so we'll have to see, going forward into the second game here. If they do end up swapping any of their characters around, or if they just decide to end up playing the same thing. We do have the Yan ban coming in, so some of these teams are going to be forced to make that swap.
Really nice to see that is the one getting banned. There's been a couple of other ones. I did say there weren't too many bans during this phase, but the ones that have been happening, pretty common. Things like the Estelle, we've seen it quite often. I believe we also actually ended up seeing a support ban, if I am correct. Not that many Priyas this phase as well, so a little bit of a change around compared to phase number 1.
I think there were some Priya changes, in between phase 1 and 2, so that's probably why we're not seeing as many Priyas anymore. And also, Priya was usually only paired with the Tazia, and we're not really seeing the Tazia teams coming out much, I would say, in the lower knockout stages here.
Yep, we still have a little bit of time before all that is going to happen. But here we go, folks. Game number 2, character select now underway with the Yangon. Big Game Hunter considering going for the Abigail. Nikki swap out for Hunam potentially. And Key5 sticking onto the Rozzy. But this is a hover we've actually seen in the past. Don't remember if Key5 ended up locking this or if they ended up going the Adela once again. The one that I do want to see for the changeup is CNJ Esports. Haven't hovered anything just yet. Up on the top side, Gun considering the Felix is what I was talking to you about before we started today. Gun pretty solid on that character, but we'll stick onto the Tsubami instead. We'll Soe stick onto the Taz. No, just going back to the Justina instead. KCW hopping onto the Alonso. They still want to keep that core composition of Jackie and the Nia.
Honestly, Alonso, you just get your points off and you got the Nia there to follow up. So I kind of like this pick coming out from KCW, but obviously it's not going to be as explosive as that Yan. So and I'll see how it does end up working out for them. We do have Rump Rebels. I think almost every other team comp looks relatively similar, but Team Mystic pulling up the Barbara coming out. So it's not going to be that support with the double backliners here. It's going to be that Barbara to try to support these two when they are diving in.
I think this is actually kind of nice because the one thing that I saw consistently from game number 1 was that Furze landed a lot of really good flame crushers, multiple targets over and over again. It's the easiest setup in the world to just lob a giant grenade on top of them, right? That Storm is going to set up really nicely for the Istvan because his ultimate is also going to be a lot easier to land on people who are slowed indefinitely as long as they're inside of that field. The combination is there. It's just a matter of whether or not they can actually execute it correctly. Here we go, folks. Game number 2 now locked and loaded. A couple of change-ups thanks to the ban over onto the Yan. We even see Shikimori sitting on the Abigail with the new skin. She is so cute in this one. And let's see which team is able to get that foundation going into our half, because this is game 2.
Yeah, looks like I think the casters definitely want to show off the skin as well, because looks like we are going to be just following the Abigail here, as we do actually have a big swap for the side of Team Big Game Hunter, like you said, with their team comp. It's going to be the Nikki, Abigail, and Rozzy, so more of like a dive type of team comp with this Rozzy to sort of round it out to have that consistent attack damage carry character to sort of round out their team comp.
I'm a little bit worried because a lot of the rosters that are on the opposing side for Team Big Game Hunter, I just don't really see this composition being able to deal with exceptionally well. The Rozzy is great and all, but she has to play very close up against things that exist like the Aiden, like the Alonso, like the Alex even as well for Team Circus. It's just going to be a rough ride. Key5 has to execute this character very, very well. The micro needs to be there. The outplays needs to be there as well. The question is how consistent can they get it? Early game aggression, same thing as always, no big surprises here. Mandu trying to knock down BTB, the opposing side. IREM will be able to get the talk down. Mandu maintaining their position as the better IREM in this lobby.
Yeah, just jumping straight to their little fish there, and they will be able to get that extra distance. And oh, there it's Superior Uppercut, great bait coming out from the Nikki, able to lock down actually both members of the side of Team Mystic, and the Nikki not going down. Very nicely played from the side of Team Big Game Hunter there, and a huge bait in from that Nikki, able to actually get both the members of the side of Team Mystic.
Yeah, the thing I am worried about though is after watching that fight, everything went well for Team Big Game Hunter, but it still took them a moment to kill the Isfan. Yeah, it didn't take too long, but that's what I'm talking about. The damage just isn't sticking yet, and I know it's early game Abigail, it's early game Rozzy, but if you're taking that long killing just an Isfan, no sustainability tools, you got him caught out after all of his cooldowns are spent, I'm a little bit worried on the damage portion for this roster, but again, it's still early game, can't really tell anything. Well, Rachan playing a little bit aggressive for himself. Curry about to get knocked up. There we go. Intimidation tactic. Can they find the kill? Rachan still on the chase. BTB is going to join on in. A nice sandwich over onto the Nadine.
Yeah, there is the IREM coming in from the bottom side there. I think Curry thinking it was going to be a clean 1v1, but unfortunately getting caught. And oh, there is Team Big Game Hunter able to actually get a kill for themselves, and this is a straight 2v3 here. They were able to just knock down Piet, and they're gonna look for some more. Barry is gonna get a lot of damage. It's gonna get chunked down, but there is the engage coming up to the mine. Ooh, they're gonna be able to get one on this Lenny and the mine. They will be able to finish off the Abigail, and they're gonna be the last one left. They're gonna try getting this Mai here, and they will end up going down as Rozzy is able to get onto that jump pad with that Mai there, and they will be able to pick up another 3 kills. So great start for the side of Team Big Game Hunter.
Fantastic start for a lot of these teams, actually, surprisingly enough. It's actually Modern and Mystic that doesn't have anything to start this game with. Curry with an early blink will be able to get out of the Alonzo range. Good stuff for them.
Ooh, but so that's interesting, because the Alonzo is on that blink, so.
Very long range initiations. He's still one-dimensional, right? He does what he does best, just pointing his fingers at somebody and locking them down, but he's going to be able to do that pretty well. Curry just zooming through all the speed gates and not letting Peksu catch up at all. We're going to go into day number 2 with a little bit of a quiet later phase of night number 1. Songbin, I don't think you can kill Rachan just yet, if I'm going to be real with you. The start goes playing pretty well so far. Everybody else on Team Milky Way joining the phrase as well. Songbin in a little bit of trouble. Can he lock down anybody? Not just yet. A lot of blinks invested, a lot of ultimates invested. The fight's still carrying on, and the rocket launchers just ring true. There's the blink on it to kill the Suwa. Mandu stuck by himself. Can you get the trade? I don't think so. That's a wipe before day number 2. A full timer, 22 seconds for Team Circus.
Yeah, just a clean fight coming out for the side of Team Milky Way. Very nicely played by the Darkers, able to lock down that Suwa there, and then the Rockets coming out from the haze, just was able to just seal the deal. The other team starting the rocks for the side Team Rump Rebels. There's a lot of poke damage, but the state coming out from the side of Team Rump Rebels should be able to keep them alive to maybe look for an angle back in, but the damage coming out from the Justina is just going to dissuade them from looking for anything else, and it is going to be a Tree of Life going to the side of Team Sangnam Rocks there.
Those trumpets are really nice, but if you're all grouped up together, the Justina can just rip through that shield almost instantaneously. A little bit unfortunate for that roster. Yunjim in a little bit of trouble himself will get taken down. I don't know why Hunch ended up TPing in on this. That's a 1v3 situation you don't want to be a part of. Furze says, nope, let me get the heck on out of here. 2 for 0 out of nowhere. Freely handed over to the members of Team Rump Rebels, sitting on 3.5 points for themselves early in day number 2.
A little unfortunate for Team Mystic there, but you know, it is what it is. They did end up getting a meteorite on that cannon, so it's still not too bad for them. They were able to get a transition on this rotation here, and they're probably going to look for these buy-ins. You can see the credit counts. Unfortunately, Barbara is not going to be anywhere near that 4 score just yet, so only 2 4 scores probably going to be buying in from the side of Team Mystic.
Thing is, Mystic is still okay with this. Rump Rebels is the one that's still far behind. They actually ended up annihilating all the members of Team Mystic. Well, I should say 2 of the members, not all of them. But their buy timers are really awkward. 3:23 still needs about 20 to 30 seconds. Look at the timer before we go into night number 2. Rump Rebels in a little bit of trouble. Not super efficient early in the early portions of the game. Are not going to have that 4 score buy-ins by the time we go into night number 2. Or if they do have it, in the middle of building everything. I don't think they're well set for night number 2 just yet.
Team Circus coming in on the bottom side of Team, or on the bottom side of Temple here to maybe contest Team Milky Way for this Alpha. could see the items on the side Team Circus are actually looking pretty strong. They have 2 4 scores on this IRM, but the Alex having no items for themselves, so just sitting on the 3 4 scores on that swing there. And the Alex is a little too far forward here. It's going to get sent in on the Darko, but it's going to be forced to blink away, and the IRM is going to be able to get a lot of damage on the bottom side here in that isolated 1v1. And the Suwa is going to get zoned off by the Haze. We are going to just come down, and a great knockup coming out from the IRM.
No.
And a charm with the knock into the wall. Just a great CC combo coming out from the side of Team Milky Way. And they're going to be forced. Team Circus is going to be forced to back away. Very nicely played to lock down that Alex, who's a little too far forward there. And yeah, very, very nice CC chain from the side of Team Milky Way to secure that free kill.
Yeah, even for Hyuk, who is one of the better Alexes in KR, still struggles when it comes to a lot of things happening on the screen at once. Fight between Songnam Rocks and Team Rump Rebels, looking for a bit of that damage, but Satan controlling the zone a little bit too well. Piet already taken down below half his HP. Exclusive is gone on the fight too. Curry trying to get the execute. They will be able to. There's the Astra Burst. Can they finish anybody off? Yes, they can. Down goes Bear. Down goes Jungmin. That is everybody from the Rump Rebels taken out. Songnam Rocks with an easy win inside of that Dimensional Rift to take themselves 2.5 points in this game. Mixstick fighting it out up against CNJ Esports. Damage output looking pretty good. Bixu gonna get taken down. KCW taken down as well. Nice combination between everybody on that team. 1-for-2 trade. Another fight up on the northern side. Hyuk in a whole heap of trouble himself. Songbin trying to run away, but the Darko's just gonna jump on in there. Oh no, I don't think your Don Quixotes are gonna save you just yet, Sua. Down goes 1 from Circus again. 1 member down, 1-for-0 in favor of Team Milky Way.
Great find from Roshan there to get that ultimate onto the Suwa, then bat skill them back into their team. Very nicely played. Milky Way just looking so clean on these team fights here, just able to just layer their CC together, and they're looking like they're playing, you know, as a unit.
For Milky Way too, this has got to be a really big confidence booster, because it goes to show that we don't need Rachan sitting on Yan to make things work for this comp. He can also sit on the Darko. He's playing extremely confident on this character right now in comparison to a lot of the Darkus that I've actually ended up seeing picked out every now and then over in the KR side of things. We love to see that. It allows players like Mandu, it allows the Haze to just pump out damage left and right. It's all because of that Darko. Love to see it.
100% here. We do have Team Rump Rebels on the bottom side here. No, we do have Team Circus actually walking up on the side of Fire Station, and I think Team Songnam Rocks, I think they do end up sniffing them out, and you should know that Team Circus is in a really bad spot right now, only sitting on those 3 items still. They are probably the farthest behind in this lobby, and yeah, they definitely have to look for something, maybe farm some more zones, try to get, you know, these free objectives coming up in the next cycle here, because if you're Team Circus here, you're just slowly getting choked out of this game.
Yeah, for Team Circus, they might be getting choked out, but we have ourselves the pacifists in this lobby. Team Modern might be sitting on 0 points for themselves, but look at how good their items are right now. For transitions on both the Tsubame as well as the Justina, everybody else isn't even close to this. Huge advantage Team Modern is going to have going into our later stages of the game. Starting from night number 3, could start looking for some of these bigger transitions. Fight's gonna start up against Team Circus, not even close. Hongdu, man, Circus, they can't find a way in at all. There's just no liability for anybody on this team. Once you get caught out, you're just dead.
No, and the IRIM might get caught as well. It might be a -400. There's the Soul Stealer. They're gonna try chasing. Soul Stealer wasn't really charged at all, so it looks like the IRIM should be able to get themselves on out of there. Can't really chase into an IRIM. They have so much mobility. There was the res did go. The res did end up going through, but wait a second, the IRIM is going to get caught here. They're going to looking to try to turn it here, but the item difference I think is going to be way too much. Curry already sitting on 5 gold for themselves there. You could see Team Circus only sitting on those 3-4 scores from that first early game buy rotation, and CJ Sports unfortunately is going to be the Oscar going to be the one getting taken down, so it's going to be a -200 from the side of the team. CJ Sports, a huge engage coming out, but a great exclusive actually from the Mai to deny any damage, but Piet is getting completely soloed in the 1v1 here. The Darko is actually just going to be able to deny the Aiden from just getting any damage going through here. And now the Mai, oh no, not going to be able to get the jump over the wall, and they will end up going down. It is going to be Milky Way just getting another kill, and I mean, this Darko is just such a menace. for these teams here. This time it's going to be Piet going to be taking the full brunt of this Darko, just getting completely soloed by this tank as that Aiden.
I will also say this as well. Rachan ended up canceling one of the biggest dissipations I've seen in that fight, because Aiden ended up actually landing a backstep onto one of the priority backline targets. If he got the dissipation off with a dash combo, probably would have actually ended up in a beneficial fight for Team Rump Rebels, but Rachan ended up using the intimidation tactic the moment that dissipation was starting to get charged up. There was no jump on towards the backside. Rachan, as you saw, single-handedly just knocking down that Aiden for himself on top of it. Another fight inside of Forest, as here we go, Nikki sitting in the middle of everybody, taken down pretty low. The Wolf is not going to be enough to finish him out. Curry still max HP, looking for a little bit more, but look at this, reinitiation coming back in. The Abigail damage is looking pretty good. Down goes one. The damage from Shikimori was massive. Rocks, they did not anticipate that turnaround at all, just got completely caught with their pants down. My god, the Abigail damage was absolutely massive. What a play.
Huge play from Shikimori there to get the turn on. And yeah, you're absolutely correct. Just able to just get on in onto both the backliners there and able to just get so much damage before ending up going down. And that is going to be Team Big Game Hunter winning out that team fight there. It looked pretty bad. They were on the back foot, but a great turnaround from that Abigail.
It just seems so slow from Songnam Rocks. They saw the Abigail and were just kind of staring at her like she was some kind of antique. They just did nothing but run away. That is the best case scenario for an Abigail, where you're just able to do everything. And on top of that, somebody walked back into her ult when they were out of it. I don't know what was going on in that fight in Forest, but still, regardless, the fight in Factory might continue. Rump Rebels considering getting out of here,
I like this from Rump Rebels. I think they saw the other team, which was Team Mystic, coming from the top side, so they ended up positioning themselves in a way that they weren't gonna get third-partied, right? They ended up walking on the bottom side there, because they were the one that had the console control, so I think they knew. They just decided to walk down, not play for that meteorites, and I think Team CNJ Esports probably recognized that as well, which is the reason why they ended up walking to the top side here. It is going to be Team Mystic taking full control here, as they are looking pretty strong on this team comp. They're already sitting on about 11 items for themselves. There's the top from the Mida. Will be able to connect onto the Barbara. The Barbara is going to be able to use the blink to get themselves on out of there. And now it is going to be Team Rump Rebels. Wait a second, there's the turn coming out from Mystic. A great pull coming out from Kevin. Oh my god, the AoE damage is going to be there. And the landing is going to get instantly taken out. But wait a second, Piet is going to be able to get one. This one is going to go down, but I don't think he's going to have enough damage to take down this Kenneth. Then the Kenneth is going to go down, and that is going to be the Rump Rebels. Probably going to fall here. Wait a second, Bear is going to be able to use
I don't think you can get away from
the wall.
Oh, you can.
And I think the Mai should be able to get themselves on out of here, but it is going to be a minus 400 for the side of Team Rump Rebels.
I think one of the biggest plays, again, it's the easiest setup in the world for the Barbara, right? Everything just lined up. You don't even need to lob the grenade. You just upgrade your laser and just blast everybody knocked up from that, Flame Crusher. Then you had just no chance to play the game. Now Bear's caught out by a different team. CNJ Esports, goodbye to Bear. They're going to chase us out all the way until the end. Finger point into oblivion. Rump Rebels are going to get taken down.
Yeah, Flame Crush into the Estevan all when they're locked down, and then just the Barbara damage on top is just way too much, I would say, for the side of Team Rump Rebels there. No, Team Honor is going to lose too, but there is going to be that rift to get the team members back into this game. Very, very nice, as they're not going to minus 400 there. I don't think teams will usually contest rifts, so it's probably going to be a free objective for themselves as well. Quick line going to be contested by the side of Team Big Game Hunter and Sangnam Rocks here. It is going to go to the side of Team Sangnam Rocks, actually going to be able to steal it away. The items going to go to the side of Team Big Game Hunter. The Nikki is going to be forced to just jump on in, but the items is going to go on that Abigail, so just get this kiosk down and get the res here, as all the items are going to go to the side of Team Big Game Hunter.
Yep, 100% worth. I think the blood sample is just way too important on Team Big Game Hunter. They need these items. You can see High Noon built up for the Rozzy. Now they have the damage that I was talking about earlier that they felt like they were lacking. Good stuff. I believe that sacrifice was intentional. I think it was the call out that was made from everybody on Big Game Hunter. It was the right call. Now they are just absurdly strong. Down the wick buff, but it doesn't really matter. The important items for all of these characters, they are at their end game. There is nothing more at this point, just maybe small benefits that you can gain from blood items here and there. Even the Rozzy now sitting on the gloves on top of it, it is good times for Big Game Hunter. Just needs to find targets to actually use it on.
I do like that the Nikki did end up walking back in, because if they all ended up walking away, they would have been on the back foot for that Justina to just keep slowing them down and keep pushing more damage. So yeah, just sacrificing the Nikki there and then having that kiosk to get the res back in, I think was probably the right call for this Team Big Game Hunter. But you can see there's still 7 teams alive and we're going up into day 5 here, so it's going to get pretty small for these teams to really work through, or that, you know, there's not going to be much space left for these teams in Circus. Getting caught once again, this going to be the Alex.
Boy.
Just in a rough spot and just a really rough game for the side of Team Circus here. Especially with the rough start in the first game. It's really not what they're looking for. There's the ultimate coming in from the Nikki, but is Curry going to be able to dodge the stun as the backline members of the side of Team Magnum Rocks are able to actually peel back really well, and the HP bars are going to go to the side of Team Magnum Rocks. There's engage again coming in from Nikki, not going to be able to connect onto anyone there, but you're just the Abigail gets so much AoE damage, and it's going to be able to find it! It's going to be able to finish off the Justina there, just completely honored to 0 with the passive auto damage, and oh my god, it's going to be key 5 going to try looking for the 1v2, is able to get a lot of damage. Curry getting chunked down to about 30% HP, and looks like Magnum Rocks are going to be able to escape with their lives, but once again, it is going to be that Abigail coming in for that turn. Just, I mean, these teams just aren't expecting it, or I guess it's just Magnum Rocks that's not expecting it, because I think they got caught by it 2 times in a row.
Shikimori is single-handedly winning fights for Team Big Game Hunter. It is actually crazy because so many things went wrong for them. Another fight coming in, and KCW. Oh, not KCW. What is that? Oh, it's Team Circus. I didn't even notice who was fighting because they just got obliterated so fast. Now it's KCW trying to run away from the fight. ES Game World already in. Modern just gets out of it. No chance for this team to turn things around. Be a fight reset. A bunch of key ultimates gone from Team CNJ Esports. We'll just have to back away from this, but Zoe's not going to let that go that easily. He has a gauge all the way up to max, trying to chase things down. KCW taken below half HP. Everybody pushed into the red. Look how many teams are in Cemetery too. CNJ Esports in a little bit of trouble.
Oh no, yeah, and they burned a lot of their timer already. And when there's so many teams in this zone here, I'd be a little careful. Looks like Team Magnum Rocks was able to get the res off Lumi here, so they're actually back in this game. But look at the items on the Estelle. Looks like they sold 2 of their items here. They don't have the chest piece or their helmet, so they're gonna be really squishy. Oh, the engage isn't gonna be there. Bro, this Estelle doesn't have 2 items.
Oh, she is just. Oh, you're right. Oh, I thought
she sold their items. She sold their items to get the res off.
I thought she was at least purple. No, never mind. Okay, this might actually give an opportunity. Look at the backside. There is no heals. There's no sustained. Pixu actually going to get taken down first. Now CNJ Esports in the whole heap of trouble, but the third party coming in from the left side. Modern just rips Team Magnum Rocks to shreds, and another third party comes in as it's time for Team Milky Way to find things, but their timers are just way too low. Cannot take full advantage of it. Not like this. Magnum Rocks. No. That is the worst way to go.
Just caught in between 3 or 4 teams here. And KCW. Ooh, looks like Team Modern. Ooh, Team Mystic isn't gonna spot out the Alonso here. And CNJ Esports, they are able to keep themselves alive, but the teams are gonna have to be a little careful. Team Big Game Hunter is going to be the team that is going to be able to secure the zone for themselves in a fire station here in Team Modern. Oh, they do have spotting KCW, but they are going to be able to use the VLS system to make their way over to their team member on the. Oh no! Looks like they're going to split. They're going to go one fired. Oh, KCW. Look at the timer. You have to use that safety orb. Bobo is going to get caught out by the side of Team Milky Way, and Bobo is now gonna just have to walk in with KCW here as a 2-man, and KCW is gonna try to full send it. There is Nia's Game World is gonna be able to not connect onto anyone, and they are just gonna go down here. There's gonna be CNJ Sports going out in 5th place with only 7.5 points, and Team Milky Way looks like they're gonna walk up and they're gonna try contesting Team Big Game Hunter. I actually like this play, putting fate into your own hands here, taking the 3v3. But Team Big Game Hunter, they are really strong, so they're definitely gonna have a mountain to climb here.
It all comes down to the Haze. How many of these rockets can she actually land? Sitting on 2 blood samples for themselves, this Haze's DPS actually matters. Can they find out where the Nikki is? Yes, they can. BTB is the one that's caught out on the backside. Abigail just can't really do anything at the beginning of this fight. A bunch of key ultimates already invested from everybody on both sides of the coin. Nikki in a little bit of trouble. Key 5 dodges away from the Haze. Everything misses from Horrific, but the trade is there. She Himori taken down. Key5 just pumping out auto attacks one after another. They can't kill this freaking Nikki. BTB trying to follow things around, but Key5 is just way too good with this. That's the power of the Razi. Two melees can't do anything against that. 4 seconds left for Raja, and that should be it. There it is. A little bit close, but Key5 is not going to have it. Well played to Team Big Game Hunter. They're going to go into the final zone looking for 24.5.
Yeah, I mean, just very nicely played from Key5 there, just completely soloing the Haze, and then at the very end, just cleaning up that team fight and that 2v2. It is that IREM and that Darko just not going to be able to get any access onto this Razi there. The Big Game Hunter, I mean, it's always one of these players is coming out and just absolutely performing for their team. This time it was Key5 on this Razi.
Valiant effort though from Milky Way. If I think Rajchan ended up killing Key5, maybe there was a chance to try playing timer, but Milky Way was also a little bit down on that resource. I don't know exactly what would have happened. Team Modern looking to duke it out against Big Game Hunter. It is pawned for final zone. Chronosphere going to spawn on the western side of this zone. Gonna start closing in. The question is, where is it gonna go? Sardavi potentially looking for a flank.
It should move into the side of Team Modern because there's nowhere else for the Chronosphere to really...
I have seen this thing go up. Yeah, right up to that border right there in stream. I've seen that thing do funny things. Astroburst used in response.
Great reaction there for that parry uppercut. Now the Nikhil is going to be down, so they can actually just... So it's always have to send it forward here, but there's damage coming out from that Abigail. There's a Soul Stealer going to be invested, going to try looking for an angle in, but it's going to be able to force them out of the zone. And there's the Abigail getting so much damage. Once again, you see that it's going to get chunked down, but wait a second. This Subama is going to get so much value. Going to be able to get chunked, going to be able to get the Abigail down, and look at the damage coming out from this Justina. We'll be able to finish off the Razi. I think that is going to be it. The res is going to come through for the side of Team Modern, and Key5 is going to try looking for some damage. He's going to try getting the Justina. It's not going to be enough, and there's the extra damage coming out from the Justina, coming out from the side of Team Modern, and as they do end up picking up the second game again. Gun coming out, just such a monstrous performance on the Subame, just able to provide so much damage and just able to just jump around and in these team fights.
I'm so glad that Gun is able to maintain this level of mental state. You know what I told you about earlier when it comes to Team Modern. The fact that he's able to keep this kind of mental stability with all the stuff that happened before is just such a good position to be in. I love how Gun is playing. Same thing as well for Soe. I think his Justina has been such a menace in the series so far. You saw it in the fight at the end there as well, actually creating enough space that the Razi and the Nikki couldn't even cancel a res. Both of those characters have ways to stop it. Gunvault for the Razi, sorry. Nikki has a bunch of tools in her kit to stop those reses as well. Just couldn't walk past the Justina. That's the problem you have when your health bars are so low and your Justina is playing so aggressive. Well played from Team Modern. 2 games in a row. You are absolutely correct. The consistency is there for these guys.
Yeah, I think that should bring them to first place. I'm actually not too sure because both of these games, they didn't really have too many points for themselves. This game, they had a lot more. They had, I think, about 19 points. So, I mean, yeah, just a very, very solid showcase from them. They usually have a really slow start to the game, right? We usually see them, or we usually don't really see them at all on the screen. It's just busy, you know, just farming up. And I think most teams just don't, they just decide not to actually fight them. So we see them just scale up really well into the late game, and they're just able to close out these games really, really easily.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about the points after all. It's going to take a little bit while for them. Remember what happened in Game 2. In the first 3 days of game number 2, had 0 points for Team Modern. I called them the pacifists, which was exactly right. Almost 0 fights taken for that team. The transition pathing was really nice, though. I do want to see Team Modern playing a little bit aggressive, because if I see this team, of course, playing extremely well, but being super pacifist in the earlier stages of the game, that's going to become a problem, I think, in knockout stages 5 and 6, if these guys get there. We saw it with the old Songnam Rocks team a long time ago. Shukai, Bernice, and the Theo, you might remember this, played very, very passive. Their main goal was to get the wick line, play for the final zone. Got a ton of points from placements. That's great and all. If you don't have the kills to supplement it, sometimes you're just not going to have enough even if you win games. That's the problem that I could see in Team Modern. They continue playing like this the further and further we go into knockout stages.
Yeah, 100%. But I think they have a pretty good or they're definitely showing a pretty good performance right now. And I don't know. I mean, Gun just looking so good on this Subame. I'm very excited to see, them pair up into, some of the later knockout stage teams, especially in knockout stage 5 if you do end up getting there with Team FN Sejong and Team Guardians. Surprisingly, getting knocked down so early.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about that. It's just, yeah, that's what happens. So can't really say anything about this. All the teams are going to have a little bit of time to start talking about things like that, right? We are going to go to a break. That was game number 2. 5 minutes to talk about things, especially for the teams that did get taken down early on. A little bit more time to talk about it. Maybe catch themselves a break, like a restroom break. Come back feeling refreshed. Look alive for the final 2 games. Half of these teams are going to move on and half of them are going to drop. Of course, pass rate is going to be 50%. That's not too bad, but you have to be in the top 4. And with those top 2 spots nearly guaranteed at this point for Team Modern as well as Team CNJ Esports, you're not going to really have that many spaces remaining. Actually, never mind. It's going to be top 3. Look at that. Yeah, Milky Way also joining that top 3 spot. Point totals are very close.
I mean, I don't even think the top 3 are guaranteed here, right? Because of how close it is with 5th and 6th place, with only being about 12 and 13 points behind the top 2 almost. I think CNJ Esports, is only about a 20 or a 13-point difference. So, if CNJ Esports, Milky Way, or Modern Days go 8th place 2 games in a row, their spot can definitely be in contention here as Team Mystics and Amox. And, I mean, even Team Rump Rebels are pretty close. Unfortunately, Team Circus, 3.5 points, 21 points, about 21 points away from 4th place. They just have not been having a good showcase here in knockout stage number 3. Very unfortunate, but who knows? Maybe they have to pop off games, get into that 40-point threshold, and get themselves in as well.
Something needs to change for those guys. I was talking about it earlier. Circus just doesn't seem confident enough right now. It's a problem that we actually always had with CNJ Esports, and we're seeing it reciprocated on a different team that they're going up against this time around. The difference is clear. When teams play aggressive, when teams play confident, they know what they're doing, they know what their win conditions are, and actually play off of it. Such an advantage those guys are going to have. CNJ Esports taking full advantage of it, whereas Team Circus struggling with that this week in knockout stage number 3. They can change their fates around after the break. It's going to be great, but if they can't, that might be it for those players. Guys, that was game number 2. Of course, that means we're about to go into a break. After this one, we will potentially see some roster swap-ups, maybe the Yan also coming back in as well. But until then, go grab yourself some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of Knockout Stage 3.
Here.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌고 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하지 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 주작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
서슬같이 체인에다가 캡틴 하셨고
와이어 일단은 센스가 굉장히 좋았고 따라갑니다.
강로 자, 이어지는 게임 월드 깔끔하게 잡아내고 이어서 헤이즈까지도 충분히 지킴. 이러면 터미네이트 각이 나오죠 플레이어. 맞았습니다. 이러면요 터미네이트 각이 나오죠. 첫 번째 터미네이트 만들어내는 CLJ. 이쪽은 오도와 경남 스파클. 자 송아랑 스프링필을 피해냈습니다만 여기서 꽁 선수의 나랑 놀자가 들어가면서 또
그나마 여기가 탱커가 없다 보니까 우리가 잘하면 터뜨릴 수 있지 않을까라는
그나마
생각인 것
할만하다.
같아요.
그렇죠.
시사일라의 교전 구도를 생각하면 그렇죠. 그냥 빠르게 뭔가를 해봐.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody. Hope you guys had a nice break for yourselves, but we are now back for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 3. First two looking pretty good. Team Modern actually taking away both of games 1 and 2. Despite that, we actually have 3 teams that are going to be very close on that top 3 spot. It's going to be Team C&J Esports, Modern, of course, as they won 2. And we also have Team Milky Way making their way up to the low 30s for all 3 of them. It's a pretty close lobby. Nothing is guaranteed yet. 2 more games. Let's see how this goes.
And we do have Jan being back on the table as well, both for the side of Team Milky Way and C&J Esports. They both of those teams didn't really have too great of a game 2 when the Jan was banned. So coming back, I think they're definitely looking to rack up some more points here.
I think after game number 2, there is a possibility that Jan actually might not get banned, because for Team Big Game Hunter as well as Team Milky Way, both of their roster changeups actually found a significant amount of success. We saw it for Team Big Game Hunter, Shikimori doing extremely well, again, almost single-handedly carrying a few of the fights that could have gone really wrong for their roster, so that's a possibility. We actually might not have Hunnam switching back over onto the Yan because of that. And for Team Milky Way, Rachan sitting on that Starko did a lot of work on that roster too. Let's see if those 2 people want to keep it consistent. Yes, it does seem like it. Rachan hovering the Yan, at least for the time being. Horrific. Hovering the Kiara. I don't... Listen, this would be a blast of the past, but I don't think it's happening.
Oh, but wait a second. They might actually just swap over to... Oh no, I think they're just hovering some stuff, and they're probably just gonna swap back to...
Yeah.
Wait a second. There's the haze hover, so maybe go back to the dark. Oh yeah, looks like they are, because I think no, it's gonna be the Yan.
I think it's a right call. KCW is way too big of a threat, and you're still comfortable running a composition like this anyways. You might as well get the possibility of KCW even potentially playing Yan out of the way.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Rob Rebels back to their bread and butter with their Suwa and Bianca. When was the last time we've seen Rob Rebels on the same comp?
We just need somebody to be on the lore at this point, isn't it? I think that was the full round out that this team used to have back then. Although I believe back then it wasn't Chungmin on the Bianca. It was somebody else. I think this is actually one of the newer additions to the roster as of late.
Yeah, I mean, it was Laura or the Aiden. Like, Pied would swap between the 2. But, yeah, I mean, this is a blast of the past. They have played the same comp, I think, a lot in the past before. So it coming back, maybe they decided that, nothing's really working out. So let's just try what we're kind of used to,
It's going to be a comfort pick for Team Rump Rebels. Same thing for everybody else. Here we go, guys. 2 more games remaining in knockout stage number 3. After this, as always, 4 will move on and 4 will drop out.
Team Circus.
What have we got?
Team Circus also swapped. Oh,
yeah, that happens every now and then.
That happens. Yeah, I mean, I've been there.
Yeah,
but Team Circus, they swapped out their Sua player for the Sylvia player, so they are gonna be rounding out their team up with the Sylvia this time. And I think Sylvia, I mean, it just depends. I think both Sua and Sylvia kind of fit the same role. I would say for the side of Team Circus's team comp, where they're just trying to follow up on that engage with either the Irem or that Alex.
But I think the problem still exists. Where's the damage on that roster? A lot of other teams have either really good sustained damage or really good burst damage. I think Team Circus has one of those rosters and compositions that just kind of is mediocre at both. Yeah, Hunnam staying alive, the bleed not enough to take him down. Yeah, but again, for Team Circus, I just think their roster is not exactly the greatest at doing either one of the 2. Either you're really good at doing burst damage or you're really good at sustained damage. That comp doesn't really do either of both. They have like a mix of the 2.
Yeah, I think their sustained damage is okay, and then they're just trying to look for the CC chain, obviously with Alex, Irem, and the Sylvia, which we've seen it can work, but obviously they definitely have to be playing.
Actually.
Yeah, they definitely have to be playing pretty well to play off of each other. So there is Horrific gonna look for an angle onto the Jackie here, but yeah, huge Nia's game world to actually get the members of the side of Team Big Game. I think it was Team CJ Esports ended up getting a couple of those kills, but Sagnam Rocks is going to be able to find one as well.
Pretty early game, good start for Team Big Game Hunter, sitting on 4 kills for themselves right now. A very pacifist run in the early game again for Team Modern, sitting on 0 for themselves once again. This is kind of funny how the team that is just winning these games the most are playing the most passive in the earlier stages. Still keeping up really good pace for themselves, not that bad of an idea. CNJ Esports though struggling a little bit. Jackie getting knocked up into the air. The early game damage is good enough. Keyfire about to get taken down. There's the +1 over on the bubble. Will keep themselves alive. Shikimori trying to do what they can. Will get the trade. The Jackie though is still good at this. The charm is not enough as Shikimori goes down. There's a full wipe over onto Team Big Game Hunter. CNJ Esports, the bane of everyone's existence. Is
Asu just completely 1v3, and I think in that whole team fight they're just able to just get so much damage. Vexu just insane on this Jackie, able to just get so much value, get the resets, just jumping in back and forth, and yeah. Unfortunately, Bubble gonna get caught out here. Is gonna pop the 1-up, but a little too early. It is not gonna proc, and this time is gonna go down to that Queen there. Key 5 is gonna be able to connect that. KCW maybe gonna try looking for an angle in, but isn't gonna really have any real angle forward here. Key 5 is gonna have that Queen available. Is actually gonna be able to connect onto KCW, but wait a second, KCW is gonna come forward. Isn't gonna connect, and it is gonna be KCW getting locked up in that throw skill to not finish that Adele. All unfortunate, wasn't able to get the kill, and they will end up going down. And Big Game Hunter, a huge start for them as they're sitting on 4 points already in kills, so that's 8 kills already in the early game.
That sucks for KCW. If anybody breathed on Key 5, he probably would have got taken down, but a little bit too far away was the Adela, unfortunately for CNJ Esports. Not a bad start for that team either. We actually have 3 teams starting out pretty well. Big Game Hunter, Milky Way, and CNJ Esports all sitting on above or at least 4 kills for themselves. Now we have to start thinking about day number 2. 20 seconds to go until we do have our first sets of objectives starting to spawn. We already see 2 contesting the bottom side objective. It's going to be Songnam Rocks versus Rump Rebels looking for the Tree of Life inside a cemetery, excuse me. Chongmin hasn't sent anything just yet. Circulation still up. Reign of the Vampire Queen still up. Does Team Rump Rebel want to send it? This is actually a really awkward choke point for the Bianca. She doesn't have any easy walls to go through, forcing out the early checkmate for Key 5. I think Big Game Hunter has to back away from this. Fight on the south side, same thing happening as well. Team Mystic actually joining in on the fray. Down goes Chungmin. Doesn't really have any impact. 1 for 1 on both sides. That means Team Mystic actually comes in and just yoinks away the Tree of Life for themselves.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for the side of Team Sagnam Rocks and Rump Rebels, but that's just how it goes sometimes when you're fighting for these objectives. Is you're gonna slowly butt your heads onto the other team while another team just comes in and just takes it from your hands. A little unfortunate, and ooh, there's the ultimate coming out from the Jackie, but looks like Curry is just gonna be there and use that whale to get themselves out to safety, but the haze is nowhere to be seen for the side of Team Sagnam Rocks, so Team CNJ Esports can just send it here onto Hyungi. There's the knock back. It is going to connect onto the cell there, but a huge explosive shot to try to get the members of the side of Team CNJ Esports off. But there is the engage coming up from the Yan with that roundhouse kick, gonna be able to lock down that cell.
A lot of responses to just initiations. We saw some really well-placed responses as well. I'm kind of liking this. It's just individual picks, but still, it is what it is. Love to see that it is happening. Modern Gun just about to get out. The backstep actually lands over onto Zordavi instead of the prio target on the backside. Astroburst going down pretty early actually nullifies the entirety of the Reign of the Vampire Queen. Bear just being able to get out of that fight. Zoe trying to run away to the best of his abilities. Piet can't stack up anymore. If he can't get in range of this Justina, he doesn't have the electrostatic surge. Bear gonna get taken down too. Zoe again. This Justina, man, is just ruining everyone's chances on a reinitiate potential.
Yeah, that was, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw the beginning of that team fight as well, but a huge explosive shot targeting the Bianca while she was using the Reign of the Vampire Queen to push her away and forcing the Blink to basically get the Reign of the Vampire Queen on forward, and then that means the Bianca's not gonna have Blink later into the team fight. And yeah, just very nicely played by Zoe on this Justina to completely lock down the side of Team Rebels.
Everybody just All of these team fights are just being isolated one after another. Nobody is going for a full 3v3. It might start like that, but oh no! The bouncy
Get it! No!
Oh, for the Barber. Unfortunately, two of the other members did end up getting in. We'll see if they have to fight inside of the zone. Yes, they do. Of all the teams, it's the front to back of Songnam Rocks. There's no response. I mean, Thursday, I don't think it's the right call to blink here, but they get the assassinate over onto Satan. Can they get any more is the question. I don't think so. Curry's just doing way too much. No. That's the problem. It was a beautiful, beautiful catch out against Satan. All it nets them is going to be the half a point. Thursday also loses out on the blink as well. I think the rest of their night too has to be quiet. That sucks. It was cool, but I just don't think the blink was worth it if I'm going to be real with you.
I mean, half a point, you know, it's not bad.
Not bad, I guess. Yeah, you're right. The value of the blink at this point, we've seen it, right? I talked about it earlier, but Thursday's potential with these flame crushers is just way too big that I think the blink is almost necessary at this point. Here we go, another fight. Reign of the Vampire Queen actually used as an escape tool.
Go wide. Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't used forward there for the Bianca, but it's going to go completely wide, and that's going to be a lot of damage lost for the side team Rump Rebels, and Pia is going to go down as well. Circus is going to be able to one up onto the side team Rump Rebels this time. Yeah, I'm surprised the Bianca, I mean, obviously the Bianca was at 1 HP, but just sending the damage there might have maybe pushed Team Circus HP bars low enough for the side team Rump Rebels to actually win that fight, but it's just going completely wide on the backside, just not going to be able to connect onto anyone. Yeah, I think Rump Rebels just not really looking comfortable on this team comp, but we'll have to see, you know, going into the later stages of this game once we get into the day 3 mark when these team wipes are going to be coming through here. And here comes Isua, is going to get caught out on this teleport. There's the ultimate coming down from Curry as well. Everything invested to get this extra kill for the side of Team Songnam Rocks.
Quite rough, I would have to say, for Rump Rebels. The Bianca just doesn't seem valuable at all. We've had times when the Bianca was very good. Mandu about to get caught up. Not really going to do it in the end. We've had times in the past during the meta of Eternal Return Masters where Bianca was very valuable, but it just doesn't seem like that anymore. She's really good at doing what she does, but everybody else just has responses. We can also see 0 objectives going in favor of the Bianca too. She just doesn't have that pressure that we've seen her have in previous seasons. One of the reasons why Bianca isn't picked as much nowadays. There's just way too much to deal with.
I think because of how better the players have gone, you know, there's a lot. They're just able to respond to Bianca, I think, a lot more easier than in the past, right? Because Bianca, a lot of her abilities are streamlined, like her ultimates, right? You know when she's going in. You could CC her out of it. You could basically stop. You could basically stop her from, you know, doing what she wants to do. And you can also just blink away as well. If you have good reaction time, just blink away out of the circle. So I think, yeah, I think that's probably one of the reasons why, you know, we're not seeing her as much anymore like we used to. And looks like Rump Rebels getting completely caught out here. Where is Isua? Both the Pied and the Bianca are going to go down. That's going to be a minus, or early minus 400. Instead of Team Modern, they're going to get caught out by the side of Team Circus here. 2 members going to go down, and a minus 400 for the side Team Modern as well. So early game deaths all around the board here. Two early minus 400s for both of these teams.
Team Circus finally turning their fates around. You might not have that much damage, but if you crowd control layer enough, eventually all the damage will come in. Well played from these guys. 6.5 points for this team too. Point leaders in this lobby, actually. I hope they're able to continue this, because I've seen cases where a couple of teams are point leaders. Triple knockup from KCW. Can they turn the fight around? Big Game Hunters in a whole heap of trouble. KCW is just insane with this. It is an absolute massacre. An absolute robbery that nobody from Big Game Hunters died. Oh no, what? KCW, that was the biggest initiation we've seen all night, and it's just robbed.
Yeah, they just, I think the abilities just didn't connect from the side of the Nia there, because the Nia's game world did end up coming down, but
too far.
There just wasn't enough, burn damage or enough burst damage there. I think the Nia was still too far away. There's a Flame Crush, but it's going to get immediately reacted to, and there is the Nia's game world in response from the side of Team Milky Way. Very well played. Yeah, unfortunately, this time, the Cannon not connecting that Flame Crush. I think Milky Way did end up knowing what was happening there, did end up seeing that happen a lot of times already and immediately responded.
Everybody is learning. 100% everybody in this lobby is learning. The response to Team Mystic, we didn't see it in games 1 and 2, but this time around we saw it perfectly being done. We saw the fight, we saw CNJ Esports playing aggressive towards the mid to late game in the earlier portions of the series. Everybody else fell for it, but now all the teams are somehow dealing with it. They might be scrambling, of course, to stay alive, but they're staying alive. That's still the difference that we're seeing. We are learning. It is knowledge checks at this point for these players. It is such a short time too, right? 2 games. Everyone is already accustomed to how each other are playing. This is incredible.
100%. Team Milky Way looking really strong here. Obviously, Rump Rebels did have to eat that early minus 400, so they're not looking really good here. And it looks like they're just going to be forced to back themselves on out of here. Rebels just in a rough spot, only 1 kill as well for themselves, and you can see their points on the scoreboard, and they're not looking too good. They need to have a good game here in game number 3 if they want to get into that top 4 spot.
Look at Team Circus, by the way. I think this is the first time we've seen this many transitions on that team at this point in the game. Full transitions on the IRM, 4 on the Sylvia, 2 on the Alex, by the way. Wow, 2 on the Alex, what a miracle. He actually has transitions, what a surprise. Good stuff for Team Circus. They're making full usage of Shir starting to come in. Really, really good change up at a perfectly done time too. Fantastic decision from these guys.
Yeah, I love the swap in. I think they usually swap in between the Sue and the Sylvia, probably just on you know, which member is probably going to be performing for the day. I don't think, I mean, the Sue was definitely not looking too good, I would say, for the side of Team Circus. So, you know, them swapping into the Sylvia I think was a fantastic call for them. There's going to be a Meteor going to be picked up from Key 5 on the side of Team Big Game Hunter in Beach here, and they're saying Sevilla let's get themselves to safety. I think seeing the items maybe on CNJ Esports and not wanting to take any team fights just yet. You could see that Team Big Game Hunter, they don't really have too many credits as well, so probably not wanting to risk anything just yet.
Yeah, Pyram spinning the chat. We saw that jump pad being utilized by the Cat. I have a strange feeling the observers were also intentionally just kind of sticking on it because they wanted to see the ARM spin, although that might not be a possibility, but the counter damage is insane. Milky Way, horrific. All taken down at the blink of an eye himself too. It was a beautiful initiation from Team Milky Way, but the response was fantastic. That is Key 5 for you. Really one of the better players as an Adela, I think, trying to receive initiations, right? We can think of in our head a lot of Adelas in KR that's really good at aggressive and catching people out, but I think Key 5 is one of our Adela players in KR that's really good at receiving a lot of aggression. That was a perfect response to that.
Great green into the wall there, and then the knock from the Yan as well to just lock down that Laura. And once the Laura goes down, there's really not much Team Milky Way can really do in that situation. It was just a free pick for the side of Team Big Game Hunter, and we have a lot of teams here in school. I think all wanting to play for this Rift, but there's only 1 team that's going to be allowed in this Rift here. We have 4 teams all trying to eye out for this, and I don't know which team is going to get it here. I think it's probably going to be Team Big Game Hunter, but I don't know if they want to take the risk in going into the Rift here. We do have Wickline being lined up for the set of Team Circus is going to be completely uncontested. There is the engage coming out from the Kenneth once again, but Bear is actually going to get instantly taken down from the Esteban here on the other side. Pied is going to try something here. The res is going to go through, but nothing really going to come to fruition as the Barber is just going to drop the turret down as Rump Rebels is going to be forced to back on out of there. So despite that bad engage, you're actually still able to turn it here. But wait a second, Pied, you're going to try turning it back onto the Barbara here. The Barbara's but the grenade is going to be there to lock them down. And now the Bianca is going to be the last member alive on the side of Team Rump Rebels. As they wait a second, third party is going to be here. Now it's going to be Team Mystic going to be the one on the back foot. A little unfortunate as Team Circus is here at the perfect time, and they're going to be able to get the Barbara on the bottom side here. Rump Rebels, unfortunately, they're probably going to go down here. Team Milky Way do end up seeing them, and it is going to be that Laura. There's there's another team, and Rump Rebels going to go down in 7th place here with only 2 kills. Oh, Mystic actually going to go down before them, so... Oh, no, wait. Rump Rebels went down first, so Rump Rebels actually going out in 8th, and Mystic fallen on the bottom side. Looks like Team CNG Esports was there for that third party as well. So both these teams, a little unfortunate, caught in a rough spot. Mystic winning that team fight, but yeah, just running into both these teams, getting third-partied on both angles.
I'm honestly surprised that towards the end of the fight, even if the 8ㅅOne came down, Aiden as well as the Bianca, I don't think they can easily kill a Barbara and a Kenneth. I'm surprised that they played a lot more passive. Actually ended up forcing a lot of time to be burned. I think that's the reason why they ended up getting third-partied. Could have ended up resing the 8ㅅOne if they played a little bit more aggressive, but didn't. Got taken out for it. Really brutal for Team Mystic. But now we are down to 6. Team Milky Way also losing out on Horrific. The Laura is going to be gone for the remainder of this game, or at least a good chunk. Because I'm seeing the Nia's credits, 83. Needs about 90 more before that's going to be a possibility. CNG Esports also trying to run away. Modern once again having really good items on themselves. A blood sample actually going to the Mai on top of it.
And they're sitting on the double buff as well with the, you know, because you can see the little purple buff swirling under them. So that means they have an extra 3 defense, they have an extra 3 adaptability, and they are going to be sitting on that extra damage whenever they do end up hitting an ability on the enemy. So it's definitely going to be a great spot for Team Modern to be in.
5 playing around some of the vision, has the queen set up, just doesn't want to look for any of the fights. I can see why. Both of these RM mirror matchups have been so all over the place. Can't really predict on which one is gonna win throughout some of these fights. Key 5 also walking up against Team Modern, doesn't want to take this fight whatsoever. She is.
The Mai on Team Modern has 2 bloods here, so the Mai is looking really strong for themselves, sitting on that whip and that
chess
Black
piece.
Dragon, I think is the chess piece is the name for that. So yeah, gotta be a little careful fighting in a 1v1 onto the Mai there. Mai is just gonna be able to pump so much and probably look for those engages as well for the side of Team Modern. They're looking so strong here. 4 bloods, double buff. I mean, they probably have a couple drinks for themselves as well, and they're going to try looking to hold down a zone. Probably going to walk down into the side of Team Sangnam Rocks on the bottom side here. As you can see the difference. I mean, Team Sangnam Rocks also sitting on about 4 bloods for themselves, but that Estelle doesn't have any items. Or only has 2 items.
It's some of the more priority items though. Team Modern just completely ransacking Big Game Hunter. 1 goes down, it's going to be Shikimori. Hunam as well as Key 5 has to completely book it. What the heck? Why did they run up? Was there a third party? Because I know they were trying to get the res onto somebody. Why did the Neo walk up? She had the least amount of time. What?
Probably maybe put their safety orb in a really awkward spot, so maybe that's why. Maybe they didn't angle it correctly, so they walked with it, and then
they were further away from the border when they were getting the res onto Lumi. Maybe there was a team that walked up, because I do see a team walking down from that side, in which case it's unfortunate, but Milky Way down to play regardless.
Yeah, -1 for the side Team Milky Way, and they're just going to have to rat it out as a 2-man here, unfortunately. So the same with Team Big Game Hunter, so both of our Yon teams just going to have to rat it out here. Team Modern, ooh, here comes the Quake, is going to be a 2-man. Oh, but it's just going to be forced to back away as Team Sangnam Rocks are playing this front to back really well, just able to kite back here. CG Sports are going to be able to get 1 member, it's going to be Horrific. From the side of Team Milky Way going to go down, and so Yon is going to be the last member to try to rat it out for their team. Team Sangnam Rocks versus the side Team Modern. It's both of our front to back teams.
Oh my god.
Safety orbs are going to be used, and the damage coming out from Zoe is going to be there. And Curry's actually going to get chunked down. It's going to get completely soloed by the Justina. Great crossbow skill into the wall coming out from Zoe. And that is going to be it. There's a huge taunt again coming out from the Mai, and it is going to be Team Modern just getting that win there. I think Curry, unfortunately, is getting caught from the Justina. I mean, probably wasn't expecting how much damage Justina can dish out, but you know, at this point into the game, like, you need to recognize that Justina sitting on that blood weapon is just gonna, I mean, half health you, just chunk you down, and yeah, I don't think Curry ended up respecting that.
I also think it was just a red sprite too. It really changes some of these characters from a sustained damage mage to a burst mage for a slight instant moment, especially if you're one of those backline characters, right? Really unfortunate for, what is that, Team Sangnam Rocks. Not a bad game, but 5.5 points, definitely not what they were looking for. CNG Esports looking for a little bit more in this game. Has to duke it out up against Team Circus. Circus has been doing pretty good. Fantastic initiation, fantastic flaying. Ehyuk gets
So
a double
played.
agent, double agent. Everybody from CNG Esports is gone, save for Peksu. Now it's a 1v1 versus Hunnam and the Jackie. The problem is that Yan just trying to push everyone away. Peksu gets eliminated. Big Game Hunter gets an extra placement point. We are going into our final zone with Circus sitting on 20 and a half.
And this is exactly what they need. They're sitting in 8th place, and this will definitely rocket them up into maybe a 6th or a 5th place position here going into game 4. So very nicely played by the Alex. I love that play, just sitting in red and just sitting in red to have that flank angle for that
Check the White Lily.
Yeah, it was just so well played from the side of Team Circus. I love that initial play there. And this time it's going to be the Alex getting caught out here. It didn't get poked down, but here comes the engage onto Gun. Gun already getting chunked down to about half, about 20% HP, and both teams are just going to slowly reset here. Cooldowns were invested for the side of Team Circus, though. The ultimate was used from the Alex, so they're gonna have to wait for that to come back up.
It's the same situation as our past 2 games as well. Team Modern going up against a Unique this time once again in the final zone. The Chronosphere starting to move over to the right side a little bit, or at least, sorry, the zone is closing. Team Circus, can they break the curse of this lobby? Can they finally knock down Team Modern, or is it gonna be 3 games in a row for Team Modern up against 3 Unique teams in the final zone? I think that's an even bigger statistic than anything else. It's all 3 different teams. EMP Barrage going down, Zoe completely isolated. Exclusive is going to have to be invested. The White Lily pushes the Alex all the way in. Oh no! Who pressed that White Lily? It was somebody on Team Circus. It was going so well. Everybody pushed away from Team Modern, but now I just don't think they have enough damage. Oh, the Sylvia and the Irem both trying, but down goes the health bars. Seriously trying to do what they can, but even the trade isn't there. 20 points for Team Modern. 3 games in a row. GG's.
Team Modern just looking so clean, and Zoe just looking so clean on this Justina. This time though, I think it was I mean, yeah, it's just a complete misstep for the side of Team Circus there. The Alex getting launched forward on that White Lily, just a little too isolated from their team, and it's just easy pickings for the side of Team Modern to just finish him off.
Funny enough, White Lily was the reason why they won the temporary zone inside of Schoolhole. White Lily was the reason why they lost the final zone. That sucks. I think the EMP barrage that came from Ehyuk was actually the perfect EMP barrage. The exclusive was already invested from the Mai. There was nowhere for the Justina to go anymore. But then the White Lily just ruined all of it. The positional advantage on their side was so good. Maybe they could have forced out Team Modern to burn out timer if it just wasn't for that darn White Lily. The fight probably could have been theirs. Really unfortunate for Team Circus. Still a really, really good game from them regardless. 20.5 points will not be able to push them, I think, above the top 4 just yet, just because of how their scores have been really, really abysmal in the first couple of games. They set themselves the foundation, though. There is a possibility. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 20.5 points. They just need another 20-point game, and I think they could potentially get in. But obviously, you know, the other teams that were in that 30-point threshold are going to slowly start to climb up as well. So definitely going to need, I think, a little bit more than another 20-point game for them.
Easier said than done, too. I think there was a lot of things that went well for Team Circus. Their mid-game was definitely a bit more aggressive. A lot of things landing correctly as well. I think that's the thing that I've noticed from Team Big Game Hunters and Team Circus. Has a lot of ideas. Looks really cool. If it works. That's the problem. They're trying to find things that work out. A lot of the attempts are just going wrong. Game 3 was an example of what happens if Team Circus gets everything right.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, they were looking pretty comfortable on, you know, this Sylvia pick instead. I do think, you know, going forward into Game 4, I think they definitely have a pretty confidence boost in the sense that they're still in the running to make that spot. So
Yep, fantastic call from the members of Team Circus. This is going to be what they're running in the final game as well. No bans that affect those players. It's just a Yan in our final game of knockout stage number 3. Circus, one last chance. Again, set themselves the foundation to have a potential turnaround in our final game. But you can see that even despite the 20-point game they just had, still in 7th place. That's how behind they were. But now only 11 points behind that 4th place spot. You might be correct, Tim. They might need more than 20 in order to get into the top 4, but now it's a possibility. Team Modern in 1st place though. 3 games in a row, 55 points for that team. CNG Esports still holding 2nd with 45.5. We go down to 5 once again to 40.5 for Team Milky Way, and another 5 for Team Big Game Hunter, sitting at 35. It is a 7.5 point difference between 4th and 5th. 35, the gateway into the top 4.
I do think Team Modern is definitely secured. Team CJ Esports probably secured themselves their spot as well. And it's going to be up to these bottom 6 teams here to fight for these bottom 2 spots. But who knows? CJ Esports could go in 8th place, and maybe Team Mystic and Sagnum Rocks both have a 20-point game. So they definitely have to be a little careful. But I think, relatively speaking, Modern and CJ Esports are relatively safe here. It's going to be up to the rest of the lobby to try to catch up.
I think it's going to be CNJ Esports that's going to be in the hot spot for this game, because the Alonzo we saw in game number 2 just didn't seem to cut it. I think Big Game Hunter had a bigger turnout when it comes to the Yan getting banned. Same thing for Team Milky Way. CNJ Esports, with the swap over on the Yan, I didn't see it. I didn't see any of the real results coming in. The Jackie constantly getting caught out early on. Very, very difficult, by the way, to substitute the Yan out. He was just so good at dishing out damage, so good at consistently applying crowd control, while also being so hard to kill. Alonzo does a good chunk of those things, but being mobile is not exactly Alonzo's forte. That's why it's so much easier to target down Jackie. You can isolate the Alonzo, kind of keep him at bay. It's not like he's going to be able to support the Jackie in just one instant turn. No, that's not how it works for Alonzo. You set him up, he does one thing really well, has the cooldowns, then he comes back. Yan, he can do things over and over and over again, like supporting the Jackie if she's in trouble. You don't have that leniency with the Alonzo. That's where CNJ Esports, I think, is going to struggle. I wonder what their strategy for the final game is going to be. I don't think Alonzo is the right call.
That is true. Yeah, they did end up looking a lot more uncomfortable on the Alonso pick, but I do think they should have, multiple team comps that they could swap to, right? Because they are a National League team, so they should have something else that maybe they're probably going to swap to completely entirely change up their team comp. But we'll have to see going into the final game here, because that Yan being banned is definitely gonna put a wrench into their game plan here.
Big Game Hunter and Milky Way, as I said, probably won't be affected by it too much. Do expect to see Shikimori back on that Abigail. Do expect to see Racham back onto that Darko. Game number 4 is going to decide a lot of things. Hotspot onto CNJ Esports, our only team in the running for the Golden Run, has had such a great start to knockout stage number 3, but they have to finish it strong. Let's see what the character selections are going to look like, as, yep, there it is. Shikimori back onto the Abigail. Rachan locking in the Darko as well. What is CNJ Esports going to go for? I genuinely think in a situation like this, KCW Nikki might not be bad. Ooh. That's a Ooh, I like this too, actually.
Okay, they're going to be playing. Oh, it's that Accelerator Ekion.
We actually saw this during group stages, didn't we?
Oh, no, it's going to be the Nikki.
Please. Oh, blast to the past, man. This is like KCW's OG. Oh my god, we're gonna see it. Okay, there it is. KCW has locked in the Nikki. For those of you guys who haven't watched ERM for years, I guess, original start for KCW's career on the Nikki during solos as well as duos. Now he's gonna be back in it on the squads. It's been a while since we actually saw KCW on the Nikki, I think. This is gonna be a pretty good run. Let's see how it goes.
There's actually a lot of changes, because we have Rebels as well swapping it over to the William, and Cicella riding it off with that Sua. And we're going to have Sagnum Brox, we're going to Saturn, going to be on the Hyejin, and we're going to have a Piolo coming in. I mean, Piolo, a character we usually never see, or we usually don't see too much, I would say, on the Eternal Return Master side, but great character. And we're going to have to see how Team Rocks is going to be able to utilize it.
Songnam Rocks too. Hyungi on the Piolo. This is actually a pick that I've been really interested to see on whether or not it even works in Season 8. But let's see how it goes, folks. Game number 4, final game of Knockout Stage 3 now on lockdown.
They're all going to... They're all playing like these characters that, you know, are all like sort of hyper carries and can sort of play make, and I think they're realizing, you know, we got to put everything on the table here for this final game, because if something doesn't happen, if we don't get these kills, we're going to be knocked out. So Songnam Rocks just going to completely swap it up entirely. Carry also going to be on that Tsubame.
I am a little bit worried. Solo tanking frontline as a Piolo was really good in Season 7 because of all the, I think, research that Taegyung ended up doing. We saw some of the augment changes for Piolo going in favor for him. A lot of advantages, I think, in the Chaos tree. Even the main augment was fantastic, of course, but there was a Sogba augment as well that was also good for him. I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's the one where if you use a skill, the amount of MP you used, or like a certain percentage of it, gets converted into HP. Piolo was able to utilize that really, really well. His sustainability in the front line was absolutely massive, all researched by Taegyung. He ran it a couple of times during Season 7. I haven't really seen him since, just because Season 8 changed up a couple of things that doesn't work out in Piolo's favor, especially CDR, but if Songnam Rocks can nullify, maybe they have a chance too. Sitting in 7th place or 6th place, it's not too far-fetched.
I mean, there's not too many front-to-back teams in this lobby, so I think it's okay for the Piolo to be, you know, that solo frontliner, just because Piolo is one of those characters that can sort of play by themselves. I think all three of those characters as well, right? You just have a lot of, you know, solo dueling potential, you know, that Hyejin, the Tsubame, the Piolo, they kind of can all, you know, just look for these 1v1 or these 2v2 scenarios. But unfortunately, they're both going to get caught out here by the side of Team Circus. Team Circus is already fully grouped, and they're going to go down with that Alex being dropped on their head. So a little unfortunate for the Songnam Rocks, but it is just those early game day 1 deaths. Curry going to get caught as well, and is going to use, or isn't able to get the speed gate, but it is going to get denied that White Lily, and there comes the Rocket Sound. I think that is going to be Curry gonna go down here to the side of Team Milky Way, as Team Milky Way is going to be able to pick up another kill.
There's no way Jackie wins this, right? I know it's an early game Sua, but is early game Sua off the blinds? Bear, I don't think is playing his cards right. I think he used the skills in wrong order. He blinded when Jackie walked away. Like, what?
Yeah, I think the cooldowns on Sua early game are just too long, and then if Jackie gets the 5 stacks, it is a little rough. And also, I think the explosion on the body just didn't really help. I think it didn't trigger up hitting the Sua, so a little unfortunate there. P5 is going to be able to jump on forward. There is going to be able to auto attack the Barber down, and that is going to be Team Piggy Hunter going to be able to secure a nice 2 kills in this nice 2v2 here.
I like the confidence from Key 5, because if you stand in the middle of all of those Esteban copies when you ult, you take a huge amount of damage. Those individual ones, though, don't really do that much. You saw the blink in, he went straight onto one of those clones. Didn't even care about getting tagged by a single one of them. Alright, another fight inside a research center. Yeoh trying to play aggro, but Circus is, comboing things really nicely.
Nice.
Dude.
So Circus, yeah, there's this full CC chain. There's Sam going to try looking for an engage back in, going to be able to get a lot of damage, and actually he might be able to finish off the IREM. Does kill IREM by himself here. Is going to be able to get the charm onto the Alex. Is going to be able to get the fear as well. Looks like the Sylvia is going to respawn back in. Same thing with the Piolo. They're going to try looking for an angle back in. There's a bow skill. It's going to connect onto the Alex, and Chad is playing this fight out of his mind. Is able to get the fear as well. And oh my god, this Gejin is landing every single ability. Is going to be able to get all the members on the side of Team Circus, as they will end up all going down. So it's going to be a break for the side of Team Circus there. Very well played by the side of Sad.
Somebody in chat was excited that we're going to be finally able to at least see Satan on Hyejin once before the series ends. Yeah, I think for rightful reasons. That was just a complete outplay coming from Satan. Songnam Rocks getting themselves a really, really solid start thanks to the work of the Hyejin. I think in the first minute or two of the game, this team just constantly kept dying.
Look,
Hyungi on the side. What?
look at the credit difference between Sad and his teammates. I think Sad's on the coin toss, so he just has, because they have six kills. I think Sad participated in all the kills, so he just has like 100 credits over his teammates here. Here comes Sad. He's going to be able to get the Fear Curry. Unfortunately, it's going to go down. That actually isn't going to be able to connect on any of these charms. Is going to be able to get the Fear onto the haze to keep themselves and their team safe here. A little unfortunate for the side team Milky Way. It looks like Curry did end up going down, getting caught out a little too early in that team fight. Dan just not able to find anything there this time around with that ultimate, but should be able to get them get their team out to safety and maybe look for these buy-ins coming in very shortly.
I don't see it with this PLO. Satan is doing things on his own, which is fantastic, but the PLO sitting up in front just doesn't give me any confidence. It's the reason why Satan also had to back away in that fight. Now he's getting chased down by KCW, who still has the Pure Rage uppercut if he wants to follow through. Oh boy, Satan in trouble. Just gonna take that Sandstorm out of there. There's nobody on his team within his grasp, though. Everybody else on this team sitting inside a fire station. The gas station is a little bit clustered. There's a team sitting inside. Satan will get found out. This is not good for Songnam Rocks. I haven't been able to even buy calls.
Oh, nice.
Okay, Satan, dude, he's just having fun at this point. There's another trait coming in for this guy.
Doesn't get the body, but is able to get the kill, and that is going to be another coin toss skill going to the side of Sad, and a nice full point going to the side of the team Songnam Rocks. Unfortunately, though, they won't be able to contest for any objective coming for the next cycle, as you know, Sad, actually, I think Sad will be up just barely in time, but they're not able to get their buy-ins, and they're not going to have their 4 scores here. Here comes the Pure Jump Cup coming up from KCW, but the follow-up wasn't there for that Nia's Game World, and now it's going to be Team Rebels going to be on the back foot, taking a lot of damage actually from this Luma. You can see the HP bars, all of the side of Team Rebels already down to half HP, but Team CJ Sports are just going to slowly back themselves on out of there. They don't really have any more engaged to really push into that team. Team Songnam Rocks, they did end up coming into a rift here, and they're going to be able to get the buy-ins very swiftly before the zone does end up opening up.
Songnam Rocks is fighting inside of a rift, and they actually end up winning the fight too. Might be in a really good position to try to hold on to this game, because that means Satan is going to be able to buy a meteorite or a tree for himself. Pia just dashing all over the place, but pushes himself straight in on towards a Razi. Not going to be a good situation at all. Rump Rebels, I don't know. This might already be the melodies to the finisher. They're trying to do what he can. Shikimori will end up getting taken down, but the counter side is still a Razi. Very, very rough team to deal with. Songnam Rocks trying to do what they can. Again, if they win this fight, there's a possibility this actually might go in favor of these players. Look at the credits on the Hejin, 192. Another call out is very, very close, but can they knock down everybody from Team Mystic? Curry trying to do what he can. The counter plays are there. Nice execution over on the Furze, but Yunjem on the Barbara will counter the kill.
Yolo should have this.
I think so as well. Yeah. There is no overclock for the Barbara. She uses it on the turrets. There's the kill. That's where Piolo really excels in these 1v1s up against these backliners. Nicely done. Songnam Rocks takes away the rift and also the objectives on top of it. Massive play from Team Songnam Rocks. They're still in it to play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need, because they're sitting on the chopping block right now. They're sitting in that 6th place spot, so they need as many points as possible in this game, and it's a huge start for them. And oh, what the 2 transitions, I think, from these animals coming out for the side of Team Modern. They are so accelerated in this game already, and it is going to be that SSM going to be built up for that Mai, and another item built for one of their carries. Here comes the taunt coming out from Mai. I really like the Mai. Huge delay there, just waiting for that spell shield to go down. And they do end up just finish off the Suwa. There comes the Gun. Gun trying to look for the Sella is going to be able to get the ultimate on forward, and actually waiting. Ooh, waited for the day 3 swap for the -200 on the side of Team Rump Rebels. Very nicely played by the side of Team Modern. I love that delayed taunt there, just waiting for that Suwa spell shield to go down, and then was able to just get it there. Very nicely played. There's a parry coming out from the Alex. Alex is looking for an engage in. Here's a follow-up, but the Sylvia is actually not going to be able to connect onto the bite combo there, but they do end up taking down the Irem, but it's not going to be enough, as the Sylvia is going to be forced to back on out of there. The Sylvia combo is just slightly delayed, giving the Haze the opportunity to blink on out of there. Just a little unfortunate for the side of Team Circus. So it is going to be a -400 so early into the game. It's not what you're looking for.
That really sucks for Team Circus. Look at the transitions. Alex has nothing. We can tell that this team is struggling right now. Full transitions for the IRM. Not that bad. It's going to be the Fireball. It's not too bad of a situation for Team Circus. The -400 is going to suck, but we do have Mundu sitting on full transitions. That is quite important. Some of the credits are going to be refunded thanks to the work of the Lumi. Horrific trying to do damage. We'll land a couple over onto Shears here for the Rockets. Nobody looking to fight unless Team Circus is looking for it. These guys do need the points.
Yeah. I think they definitely want to look for this team fight here. There is the Omega. It's probably going to be a last stand for the side of Team Circus because they definitely need to play for something to try for them to win this game here. And there is this, the Kenneth is going to get pulled, but a huge ultimate coming out from the Barbara. There's the engage coming out from the Esteban. Is going to be able to get them off. But Tesua is going to be there. It is that double melee, but Piet is jumping around, and the C fight is going to get so much damage on this. William is just going to be able to chunk down all the members of the side of Team Mystic. And Team Rump Rebel is actually going to be the one to come out on top. Very nicely played from Pierre, just able to just live for so long onto the two melees and just jump back in and finish off the Barbara.
You do see the possibility of what Team Mystic is trying to do. You saw the Flame Crusher straight into the big grenade. Jungmin had to blink and even then got caught up by the Esteban. That's what you want to see from a composition like this. The 1-2-3 combo onto somebody you can isolate is what I want to see. Executed perfectly, but just not enough to actually wipe out the remaining members of Team Rump Rebels. As you mentioned, well played from Piet. He was dashing around using the baseballs. Managed to get the jump onto the target. Bear was actually after the isolated 1v1 turning into a 2v1 all of a sudden. Of course, that remaining health bar after you fight a Stua not going to be enough to maintain the damage of barrage that the William is going to be pumping out afterwards.
Yeah, 100%. Rump Rebels, very nicely played by them. They do end up getting a nice 2 kills for themselves. Mystic, unfortunately, -400. You can see the credit counts as well. Just not going to be able to get their teammates back in this game anytime soon, or he's going to be able to get 1, but not going to be able to get 2. As they also just didn't end up getting, because their timing was pretty bad, so they ended up actually getting into the rift here. Sad actually going to use their jump on board and going to connect onto the Darko, and they're just going to go down. Julian CC and a huge find coming out from the PLO to finish off the Darko. And they will, or sorry, the Haze, and they will up going down. A nice 2 kills scoring the side of Team Sanctum Rocks. This is exactly what they need. And they do end up getting a nice transition off the Bear as well. A huge tempo swing coming out from the side of Team Sanctum Rocks.
It's all Satan, man. The fear, the pulls, everything is going in what Hyejin wants to do. I'm surprised that they're only putting 3 transitions onto Satan. Here we go. The fight's going to begin. CNJ Esports actually using the Nia's Game World as a way to counter the Pure Rage Uppercut, but I don't know about this. Look at the damage output coming from the Abigail. I'm not sure about this. The +1 is there. Bubba's going to get taken down. CNJ Esports, Pexy trying his best to run away. Great response indeed. The +1 just completely countered.
I love that from Big Game Hunter. All of them saw the 1-up, but they just didn't end up hitting the Nia, and then just waited for Nia to get that, or for the 1-up buff to end, and just immediately killed them like right out of that. As a huge crossbow skill into the wall coming out from the side of Team Modern. Team Circus just has no chance into the side of Team Modern. As Team Modern, look at their items. They're already sitting on 14 gold for himself on the day 4 cycle. You can see Circus, Alex, no golds. They're just so far behind. Actually, not even that far behind. It's just Team Modern just so accelerated in this game once again.
Yeah, you saw the positioning from Team Circus too. Everyone was split apart. They need to play together. It's the cumulative crowd control that's the powerhouse of Team Circus. If they're all split apart and the crowd control stacking isn't there, you don't really have a strategy for these guys. It's one of the reasons why I think that fight was so one-sided. It's all good and dandy as Team Modern just continuing to push their lead.
Yeah, it's just so hard for a team like Team Circus to get on the side of Team Modern because they have that Mile. They have Subame having the dashes to get themselves to safety. They have the UC and the Hamid ultimate as well. Just so much safety for the side of Team Modern to really not be in any CC chain threat there, as long as Team Modern are all playing pretty well. So Team Modern is going to come down, though, as Team Circus is going to be on the back foot. It's going to get caught once again. The Alex is going to split away and is going to get taunted up. Is going to get locked down with that Quake, and the Alex is going to go down. Another -200 going to the side of Team Circus.
They had full information of Team Modern coming down. There was a camera right next to the van. Why did they just kind of sit there waiting for something else? I think the tunnel vision from every single member on Team Circus was a little bit more prioritized towards Rump Rebels.
They think they take this fight here.
Team Modern. Let's see how this one goes. That is the crowd control stacking onto the IRM. She can't play the game. She can't press a button before her health bar goes to 0. I think that's it, honestly, for Team Circus. There's just no way to come back from this anymore. You don't have enough time.
Another -200. There's the engage coming out from San with the ultimate. They're going to be able to put the fear onto the Abigail, and the damage is going to come through. But the damage in return, there's just so much poke damage. But wait a second, Shikimari's going to get a lot. But both T5 and Shikimari are going to go down at the exact same time there.
No!
But the third party, the third party is here for the side team Sagnum Rocks. Can the San get on out of here? The fear is going to connect onto this Jackie, and San's going to look to try to turn it, but not going to be able to find anything here. Just a little unfortunate for the side team Sagnum Rocks to get the perfect kill. Perfect team kill for the side of Team Big Game Hunter, but it's not going to be enough, as San is going to TP over to the Submame, and they're going to get the res back here. Youngie needs to explode their body.
Kiosk? Okay, there it is. I was gonna say, somebody sent the kiosk. If that went to waste, it would have sucked. Using gadget points at a time like this just for absolutely no gain is one of the worst decisions you could go for. Circus about to go down. Mandu gets taken down by the Primordial Hex. We are left to the Alex. If the previous fight didn't call it, I think this really calls it for Team Circus.
Circus is
final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, but I think they end up getting caught between two teams, but they're already a little weak as they had to res so much in this game. So just a little unfortunate for Team Circus, as they do end up going down, or they will end up going down very shortly here. As you can see, they do get their Sylvia back in the game, but yeah, they don't really have enough credits to get their IREM here, and they're gonna have to look for that Lumi res. And at this point, they only have 3 points as well. They're a little too far away, I think.
Can I just say something real quick? Crazy decision making from Team CNJ Esports. Look at the transitions for both the Jackie as well as the Nia. Nia can still use something like the Queen of Hearts. Jackie can still use the Dainsley if they really wanted to. We ended up going Bloody Hands for the Nikki instead. She has double blood items on herself over the other 2 DPS damage dealers. Is that the right call? She
can do some damage too. So
yeah, she definitely can, but it's so weird just seeing it, right? Because the blood sample was called, right? They had the blood in their inventory. You can't get... okay, that's not the thing I was talking about, but you can't get the...
Wait, this is kind of bad. Big Game Hunter is in fourth place, and they only got 4 points here.
Oh, no.
So they are definitely on the chopping block, with only 39 points at the end here. Any team can definitely still make it in. We got Team Mystic.
Team
Rocks is a big contender right now to actually make it in. This is
these
not good
two.
for the side of Team Big Game Hunter. Yeah, I think Team Rump Rebels and Team Circus are a little too far away, and there it goes, Team Circus. That's going to seal the deal, as they are out in 7th place, possibly even 8th place here, as Team Rump Rebels is still in the running for this game. A little unfortunate, but that is going to be how the cookie crumbles for this team, as it will get knocked out in knockout stage 3.
We'll see, though. Pretty consistent thing for all of the Alex players during phase number 2 to get some decent number of kills in the earlier points of the game. Oh, this is not looking good for Team Rump Rebels. Sandwich perfectly in between these two teams. No. Rump Rebels, Pied, he's using the signature fireball, but that is a desperation call more so than anything else. Intimidation tactic to finish everybody off. Milky Way picking up a couple for themselves, securing their place in the top 4, will most likely be punching their tickets into knockout stage number 4. Mystic coming in on the side, actually a decent amount of points they were able to secure just now too. 10.5 for these players, trying to contest up against Big Game Hunter, who is very close. Between these couple of teams, it's really close right now.
Only 1 point away from Big Game Hunter. Same with, I think, Team Sagnam Rocks. Team Sagnam Rocks is 1 or 2 points away as well. I think that's it for Team Big Game Hunter, because Mystic or Sagnam Rocks is still in this game, and I think just 1 or 2 more placement points is definitely going to secure themselves in. So, it's unfortunate that they ended up going down, but only, wait a second, Mai is a little far away from the rest of their lobby here.
Oh,
Rest of the
no.
team,
Okay.
no.
Alright.
Team Milky Way unfortunately getting caught between two teams, but that's okay. I think Team Milky Way is already in for themselves.
Oh, but
This
the
is
back.
just, oh, wait a second. Mystic, oh no! Mystic loses their Kenneth here as they end up getting third party from Modern. They did end up getting another kill, but is that going to be enough?
This is bad.
This is really bad. Oh my god, is that 2 items? 2 meteorites? Oh my god. 2 meteorites going to the side of Team Modern, just... Okay.
I genuinely
They don't
want
need
to
it,
have...
man. They don't need it. Give it to someone else.
I might look back at this game
spread the wealth.
Yeah, I'm gonna look back at this series and see what happened to Team Modern, because these guys are playing pacifist for the first like 10 minutes of the game just to walk into final zone with full transitions on everything. I don't know what is going on with those guys.
Alright, and them rocks.
Tongue them
You have to win
rocks.
this one.
Indeed, it's all on them because Mystic is also all back, right? Kenneth got res back up, which means we are sitting at 2 different teams with full potential. Mystic is also walking into that stream temp zone as well.
Oh,
this
JJ
is so
Esports is out of
strange.
there.
It's between these two. If Songnam Rocks wins,
This is perfect.
Yep, it's
Yeah.
between our 2 final contenders.
This is perfect. This is perfect because these two teams are in contention right now, and it will secure their 4th place spot. So whoever wins this fight will come out and move on to the next knockout stage. You can see both these teams are not as strong as each other. And nope, Sign Up Rocks is coming, or SNG Esports is actually coming back.
They see Modern and they're like, no.
Now Mystic is in a rough spot. They're gonna full send it. Oh, they get the full engage. They get Stan. Stan's gonna go down instantly, and I think that might be it. Sign Up Rocks might be out.
Oh no!
Oh, wait a second.
CNG Esports sees Team Songnam Rocks too, and they're not going to go for the harder targets. They see easy ones right here. The Nia's Game World. Oh my god! Jumped on by the
That's
Predator
it.
of
That's
Jackie.
it.
Curry is going to be gone. What a tragedy! Furze again with this Kenneth double Flame Crusher. Can they find any more is the question. AoE damage is absolutely insane. There's the ultimate coming out from the Isavan. One is going to get taken down. That's actually Peksu that's taken out pretty early on.
Yeah, Bubble
Furze
here.
with the counter. They're going to try
Wait,
to
he's still
finish the
alive?
fight with the
Oh my God.
continuing, staying alive too. The problem is, last one alive is Bubba, this Nia. We've seen it before. Look at how low the health bars for Team Mystic
yeah,
is.
they
It
just get
doesn't
destroyed.
even matter with that Mystic.
Wow.
Punches their ticket into knockout stage number 4. Goodbye to Team Songnam Rocks. Furze.
Yeah, Furze always hitting these Flame Crushers, and then when they're just locked out in CC, this Istvan all just does so much damage. Just able to 100 to 0 just any backliner here. It's just so well played by the side of Team Mystic, and they're just gonna walk in, and I don't think they're gonna have a
Probably
chance
die.
in Team Modern here because you can see the items. They got 2
Yeah.
meteorites as well. They got so many drinks to their name. They got so much stats. They're just gonna start slapping them on the walls. Wait a second, here comes the engage onto the Mai,
That's
but
the
it
wrong
is a
one.
Mai, and the Mai just gonna be able to live with that assault finisher.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be it for the side of Team Mystic as Team Modern. 4 games in a row. They just sweep this lobby. They look so clean on these characters and on this team comp. It's just so well played from them.
Another series where we have a team winning 4 games in a row. During the group stages, we saw, what is it? Taejeon? No, what is it? We saw.
Insider?
Sorry? No, it wasn't.
Insider?
Was it Team Insider? Actually, might have been. You might be correct.
Because I saw Team Insider have 80 points, and the second place team was like 40 points. I was like, well, what the hell?
Yeah,
like, what happened?
no, they ransacked that lobby, bro. Dude,
like, what
yeah,
the
that's
heck
right.
happened?
I was talking about this to Kaz, by the way. Just a little bit of a side note. We'll go back to talking about Game 4 in just a second. Remember how when Insider made their first debut, they did that whole thing where after the temporary zone, they ran straight towards the other side's temp
I
zone?
remember that.
They
Is that what they started
brought
doing
that
again?
book out once after
I
a
see, I
long
see.
time, dude. Romantic couldn't play the game, and in the final zone, I think every single time we saw FN Sejong and Insider in final zone, Romantic just got perma-targeted. It was the funniest thing ever. You miss out on a good series there for the group stages.
Dang, I would have loved to see Insider dominate the lobby because I'm a big Insider fan, and yeah, I did end up looking at all like the scores because you know how I think on the YouTube side for the Korean.
Oh yeah, they do the
return
community
channel,
posts, right?
They do the community post and they show all the scores for every knockout stage in every group. So I was just looking through that and I saw Insider like 80 points, just double the points of second place. I'm like, what the heck happened in this lobby? They just ran them over.
Yeah, Realistically speaking, I think Group D was probably the only series that was satisfying to watch. But you did miss out on an absolute fiesta of a Saturday and Sunday. Every single time it feels like Kaz is here to substitute for you. We get some of these funnier series that happen. It's always when you're gone. I don't know exactly why that is, but that's beside the point. Let's talk back over on the game number 4. What a series from Team Modern. And as I said, I don't want to say too much about it, but Super, you know what I was talking about before we started when it came to Team Modern. A lot of stuff going in the back for that team, but the result today really goes to show me that they are okay with it. Their mental is still in the correct spot. Love to see what they were doing today. A little passive in the early game for my liking, but it still doesn't change the fact they rolled over the lobby. Final zone was spot on for these guys.
Yeah, they look so clean on this team comp, and all these characters like Soe on the Justina, just able to just get so much value and so much damage before these team fights even starts, right? With just getting so much poke value, and then Gun as well on the Subame, just able to just get so much damage on this Subame. So all 3 of them, I think, just playing really well, and then obviously the Mai just able to get those engages as well, and able to hit those perfect exclusives to keep themselves and their team alive there. You can see in first place we have Team Modern with 76.5 points. 4 game sweep for them. Not too big of a point gap, even winning 4 games, but that's just because they had some slow starts into some of these games, just not getting too many early game kills. But as long as they close out the games and they're able to win these games, those placement points will definitely carry them all the way.
Congratulations to the top 4 teams that are moving on. You're not done for today, though. We still have another series that's going to be going on. We'll see these 4 teams in the next set of series we're going to be seeing tonight. Knockout Stage 4 still is going to be going on, so don't go anywhere after the break that we're going to have in just a moment. Modern, CNJ Esports, Milky Way, and Mystic. We'll still be able to see them joined by the teams they're going to be playing up against next. Let's actually take a look at which those teams are. Let's go back over onto our standings. They'll be joined by Wade Miamet, Ready to Die, Busan Vespa, and Hyur Saja Boys as our 8 teams to round out Knockout Stage 4. It's going to be a fun one, Super.
Yeah, I mean, still pretty solid teams coming into Knockout Stage 4. And once they get over Knockout Stage 4, they got a pretty big hurdle in Knockout Stage number 5. So very excited to see, how these teams do end up placing. And if we might see more, maybe bans coming through, maybe we'll see more of a meta start to take place in Phase 2 here. But as of right now, most of these teams are sticking with their own game plan. Right, we see these teams just pick their comfort picks, pick their comfort comps, and nothing too big or no real big meta shift just yet.
Doesn't seem like it at all. We might be able to see some of these compositions coming into fruition once again in our next series. But other than that, Super, another run, potential possibility for the Golden Run still in the play. CNG Esports also moving their way on through into Knockout Stage 4. You should be able to see that after the end of today, if they are able to make it through Knockout Stage 4 as well. The white lit up name in the brackets from the beginning to the end is a definite possibility for that one today too.
Oh yes, I'm very excited to see the miracle run. It's always a great Cinderella story, right? To see a team from Knockout Stage 1 make it all the way to knockouts or all the way to the finals, and then have that opportunity to win. It was Team Insider, right? But nowadays they're always just making it to the finals. They're just one of the top teams now, I would say, in Korea.
I don't call it yet. We know what happens whenever we do.
I mean, I'm saying one of the top teams is in, last phase he made it to the finals, right, straight up, and they're already in the finals for this stage. So they already, I think, basically secured themselves a spot, I think, in the Masters, right? Like in the finals for Masters, because they got 2-8 minimum. So
I think they might still need to at least make it the top 16, because right now, as we are, even if you make it in the Knockout Stage 4, you're not guaranteed any points yet.
Oh no! I'm talking about Team Insider.
Oh, for Team Insider.
Yeah, because I was saying how Insider was very similar, in the sense where we saw them.
They might
have that golden run.
At the very least, they're guaranteed for day 1. That I can say for sure.
Yeah.
That I can say for sure. I don't know about day 2 just yet, because I forgot what happened at the end of Phase 1.
They went 8th, I think, because I think they were the only team that didn't get into checkpoint. Oh wait, Were they?
Was it Insider? I don't
Oh
think
no
it was
no no no
Insider.
no
Yeah, it was a
no
different team.
It was Rocks. It was Rocks.
Yeah. I was gonna say because Insider also had a pretty good series during that during phase number 1 too. I just don't remember where they actually ended up, but
They were in the middle, I think. Of the
yeah,
pack,
somewhere in the middle of the pack. It was a bit of a hectic finals for
I
phase number
remember,
1.
yeah, because I remember specifically not wanting to go to a game 10
Yeah.
because Signal Rocks
Yeah.
was the only one that wasn't a checkpoint.
Even I thought that it was going to be over in game like 4 or 5 after a couple of the teams started making it into checkpoint very early on, but wasn't the case. We went all the way to game number 9. That was a series and a half to remember. Quite surprised that the KR side isn't pushing it to a break just yet, because we're actually going to have an extended break for this one. I told you about the new host in the middle taking a little bit longer, but it gives us a little bit of time to reflect on some of the things that happened in the past. It will be very relevant in a couple of days, because by the end of this weekend, we are also going to know our circuit point totals, right? Which teams are going to be sent to day 1, which teams are going to be sent to day 2, which teams are going to have the ticket into LCQ finals as well. All of that is going to be decided by the end of Sunday. A lot of important decisions for these teams starting to come up and up in the next few days.
Yeah, 100%. Very excited to see, which teams we'll see in the finals. I will be here, obviously, for the finals and the LCQ this time around. So I'm excited to see who we are going to crown for our Season 8 ERM Masters champions. So
FN Sejong has a little bit of a tumultuous road ahead of them, too. Didn't have a good result in phase number 1. We also saw them...
Not looking too good. They're not in their prime form, I would say, for this season here. But we'll have to see, if they can turn their luck around going forward. We did see them get into checkpoint, I think, near the end of the series for the first phase. I think right now the team that is looking as the favorites is definitely Team Auto Arms.
Yep, definitely has to be. Season 8 has been their entire season. We'll see them in the finals too. Guys, though, that was finally game number 4. The KR side has sent it over to a break, so we'll take one as well. We'll see you guys back here in about 15 minutes to see what knockout stage number 4 is going to look like. Don't go anywhere. Grab some water, go grab a snack, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for knockout stage 4.
Take care.
임시 안전지대를 설정합니다. 전장을 생존자가 사망했습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
사슬같이 체인에다가 스킨 하셨고
와이어 일단은 센스가 굉장히 좋았고 따라갑니다.
강록. 자, 이어지는 게임 월드 깔끔하게 잡아내고 이어서 헤이즈까지도 충분히 지킨. 이러면 터미네이트 각이 나오죠 플레이어. 맞았습니다. 이러면요 터미네이트 각이 나오죠. 첫 번째 터미네이트 만들어내는 CJ. 이쪽은 오도와 경남 스파클. 자, 송아랑 스프링필은 피해냈습니다만 여기서 꽁 선수의 나랑 놀자가 들어가면서 또
여기가 탱커가 없다 보니까 우리가 잘하면 터트릴 수 있지 않을까라는
그나마
생각인 것
할만하다.
같아요.
그렇죠.
시사일락의 교전 구도를 생각하면 그렇죠. 그냥 빠르게 뭔가를 해봐야만 한데 쉽지 않죠.
이러면은 무너질 것 같은데요.
자, 블링크
경남.
빠졌고 모두 해방이에요. 셀리 춥습니다.
네, 이러면 옆에서 나오는
이거 터미네이트예요.
자, 두 명도 있고요. 여기는
터미네이트 나올 것 같아요. 왜냐?
위험합니다.
그렇죠. 오, 단한데. 자, 그래도 이거 젠이라서요.
그렇죠. 하지만 지금 경남에 또 다 나죠.
이러면요.
레니가 죽을 것 같은데요.
그렇죠. 신에서 터미네이터.
그리고
잠시만.
거기서.
갑자기 안전 오브가 뭔가 쪼박쪼박 걸어옵니다.
그러니까 전기톱 살인마가 이제 곧 꺼지기 때문에 그냥 굳이 안 싸워도 됩니다. 그리고 밸류도 너무 좋아서
다이슬라이프 아닌가요?
네.
네.
아마
너무 좋아요.
마주치는 팀도
너무 좋아요.
근데 잠깐만 너무 뜰것 같은데
아,
공이 없어도 될 정도거든요.
가능하죠. 그냥 스킬만
잠시만요.
남겨도.
와, 그 제키는 어떻게 막을 거예요?
못 막아요, 못 막아요. 제키가 버니스 쪽으로 맞으면 터미네이트 벌써
생각보다 슈퍼울트라 다행히 팔이 길지 않다 보니 테오도르의 아무래도 스파크탄 연계될 확률이 있거든요.
네.
그래서 먼저 건 건데 와, 시야를 터뜨리면 이거 제일 모자르죠.
바바라까지 마무리.
익스클루시브는 한 명밖에 못 당겨주고
그렇죠. 2명 못 땡기죠. 1명이죠.
이 범위 안에 만약에 두원들이 같이 들어간다? 그러면 그냥 터져버릴 수 있습니다.
그리고 얀도 고속교전을 굉장히 적재적소에 잘 활용하기 하기 때문에 딜 집중하기도 뭔가 까다롭고
이거는 마이가 먼저 도발을 한 2명 긁어줘야 돼.
3명이요.
네.
아 쉽지 않은 싸움이기는 합니다. 자 블링크로 들어가서 JW에서 대박 났는데요 오늘.
도전이요 정말.
자 이렇게 보스까지 잡아내면 터미네이트 CNJ e스포츠 무려 32점을 한 번에.
거의 뭐 너덜너덜해진 하거든요.
그렇습니다. 자 이쪽은요 슈퍼울트라 다이너와 CNJ e스포츠인데 자 다시 한번 들어가요 KW.
이게 터세가 없는 조합이다 보니까 아무나한테 걸어도 되거든요.
자 고속교전을 한번 튕겨내고요. 아 근데 먼저 미아가 터졌어요.
이러면?
자 바바라라도 먼저 잡아낼 수 있나요? 제키 저기서 살인마 이후에 양손 무스킬.
일단 풀타임을 돌렸는데
네. 2대1 구도를 만들어냅니다. 하지만 아직까지 얀의 SM 좀 맞고
그리고 이건 제키 어떻게 막죠? 제키?
못 막죠?
피했고
이거 출혈 계속 차고 있고.
그렇습니다.
이러면은
미아 쪽으로 파고들면서
쫓아가는데 무리가 없어 보이긴 하는데요.
아 힐링 스프레터라도
한 번 더.
빨간색 버즈건 다시 끌어내고 결국엔 전원 잡아냅니다.
또 열리다 보니까 운석 먹고 절까지 가려는 생각을 하고 있을 거예요.
슈퍼울트라 다이노 CNJ 와
와, 근데
페이도
진짜.
이니시가 와
아니 진짜
주사위가 지금 6을 뚫고 7까지도
원래 그러니까
없는
10년째 주사위도
점수가,
있거든요.
예.
주사위가 6년만 있는 게 아니잖아요.
와 이 이니시 각이요 너무 날카롭습니다.
자, 분명히 나무까지 충분히 가져갔고요.
근데 이미 깼어요.
차거든요.
네.
좀 소모값이 있었고 얀도 궁극기가 없기 때문에 그냥 무조건 도망가야 돼요. 저 무조건 도망. 들렸나요? 이러면 나를 주고 가라.
아
그럼 오히려 이거
생명이 남고 있지만 내가 띠고 가.
이게 그 벽면을 좀 착각했던 거라서
그리고
좀
이게
깊이 들어가야 되거든요.
리빙으로 넘어.
그렇죠. 자 이쪽은 경남 스파클과 오더인데요.
네. 경남은 그래도 이게 라운드
오? 한대 들어가고 견이? 자 근데 콤보가 이어졌냐라고 이야기한다면 그건 또 아니라서.
히델라가 데미지 흡수를 너무 잘했죠?
그렇죠. 이게 무적을 활용해주면서 벽이 이후에 가면
자 이러면 엠마가 먼저 잡히게 되고요. 자 3연 초과입니다. 프리클의 피해치가 이거 터미네이트 카드 어떡하죠? 자 송아랑 쫓아가고 있는 시도놈에 잡아내고 클로에까지 잡히면 터미네이트
레니의 히델라가 너무 도망가거든요?
그렇습니다. 터미네이트
체급은 올렸으니까.
와.
잠시만요.
자 히스이기 때문에 한턴 버텨보는 초운.
정말 잘 버텼고 상대 위치가 예술입니다 일단.
자 이어서 도발까지 걸렸고 이어서
아니 그럼 아킬레스가
충분히 잡아낼.
자 뽕 선수가 살아갈 수 있나요?
그렇죠.
모두 해방 이미 사용이 되었고
뒤에서는 이미 상자를 획득했고요. 팔 혈사조가 올라갔습니다.
필이면 또 팔이었어요.
다른 팀 난입이 오면은 이게 이런 버니스와 나타보니 이동기가 없잖아요.
안 보여요.
이동기가 없는 친구들이 교전 한번 끝나고 나서 스킬 없을
에너지
때
필드 깔리는 것까지
소리가
시간 들었거든요. 싸운다는 거 확인하고 이러면 피긴
즐거워.
CNJ. 네.
근데 이번 또 노가웃에서는
KW
오늘 진짜
괴물 같은 플레이거든요.
이니시 가게 그냥 예술. 자 그런데 이거 에스리라서 꽉
이거
묶어요.
잡혀요.
못 갑니다.
와 진짜 와소리가 나오네요.
와 이거 예측하기 참 힘든 구도인데.
손을 리턴이 밸류 얘기하지만
오.
여기서
하이퍼루프 사고가 나오면서.
여기는 그리고 강한 아킬레스가 있거든요.
자 이러면 슈퍼울트.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. What was I about to say? I don't know what I was about to say. Hopefully that long extended break was a good one. I had a little bit of a laugh myself with my family before they started leaving for work. Hopefully all of your breaks was enjoyable as that. Guys, games 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Knockout Stage 3 is complete, which means we are now locked and loaded for Knockout Stage number 4. 8 teams are going to be loaded in. 4 teams will continue moving on. Super. Games 1 through 4 on Knockout Stage 3 was pretty solid. What are you expecting for Knockout Stage number 4?
I'm really hoping we get more of a defined meta, I would say, going forward. Just because, I want to see, exactly what teams think is strong during this meta. I mean, we did have the Yon being banned in the last knockout stage, so maybe we'll see that again, but we'll have to see, going into knockout stage 4, because we got a complete new set of teams coming in. Obviously going to be paired into our knockout stage 3 teams here.
Let's take a look at what those teams actually are. What are the teams that are playing in knockout stage number 4? It's going to be 8ㅅPhase, Ready to Die, Busan Vespa, and 8ㅅHaja Boys, the ones that are going to be joining us from the group stages all the way in. And to finish out, the 4th place team, well, not the 4th place teams, but the top 4 from knockout stage number 3, Modern, CNJ Esports, Milky Way, and Team Mystic to round out our roster.
That 4th team, I think I only know Karmis in there. Karmis, I think, is that Luke player that I don't know if was playing Luke in the knockout or in the group stages, but I know he is the top Luke player in Korea, because I do see him on the leaderboards a little bit here and there. So I don't know the other players, though, but very excited to see the Luke being played, I would say, in such a late knockout stage here.
I do recall Lasita as well as Beal. Both of those players have made their showing in the past on the ERM stage. You're absolutely correct, though. I think Karmis being able to bring out the Luke, especially in this meta, in Season 8 as well, right, is something that is specifically because it's Season 8. We saw the captain coming out as an item during 8.3, 8.2, I don't recall which specific patch it was. That is the item of choice that we've seen on Karmis. The question is, will they be running it?
It did end up getting nerfed, I would say, before the start of ERM, so I think they're still playing on that patch.
Yeah,
which I do think that he's probably going to be swapping it here. It looks like we do have the Darko cover, or hover, as we're going to have the Adela Nikki, a classic, coming out from the boys here, as I think it is going to be that Darko going to be locked in. No, it is going to be the Luke. Oh, wait, they're going to swap it up completely. It's going to be the Luke and the IRAM with the Lenny here. Do we have any bans coming into fruition? We have a lot of duplicates. We've got 2 Lennys, 2 Lukes. Wait a minute, it's also on the Luke as well with Serio. And
real quick,
2 IRAMs.
I'm surprised that we're seeing double Luke, because during 8.3 the thing got nerfed a couple of times, but we look at the bottom right now, we're actually on tournament patch 8.4D. That's the most recent patch that we're sitting on right now. Captain did also get tagged a little bit during 8.4.
Yeah, there was a lot of changes and a lot of nerfs to the tank Luke. We had I think Luke himself being nerfed. We did have the Captain helmet, I think Siphon Maelstrom also being hit as well. So just a lot of changes to the character, so I'm surprised they are picking it, but I do think it's probably still pretty good paired with the support. You can see both 8ㅅPhase and boys are both going to be playing the Lenny alongside with it.
If anything, it is Karmis, right? Karmis is still going to make results happen on that loop. We saw it during the group stages. It's probably going to happen here one more time. Just because a character is slightly nerfed, it doesn't change your expertise on that. The only problem is, of course, Luke is a character that I've talked about this in the past, but doesn't really have that much crowd control to work off of. He's a lot more of a threat just on the damage front. If you can't land his things, then there is no damage to deal with the Luke. He's just a walking frontliner that waddles up in front of you, doesn't do anything, and kind of dies. But it is Karmis. Let's see if he can make a difference. Guys, game 1 is now locked and loaded for knockout stage number 4. After this, once again, 4 games after this, 4 of these teams will move on. 4 are going to be knocked out. That is just how knockout stages work. Let's see which of these teams are going to get the solid foundation after game number 1.
Kind of funny to see that the 4 teams coming in from knockout stage 4 are all dive teams here, right? We have the Arda Darko. I guess there is a Rio on Busan Vespa, so it's not fully a dive team. But we have Ready to Die playing the triple, basically melee team here with Alex, Alina, and Kathy. We have the 2 Bruiser frontliners on both boys and 8ㅅPhase. So definitely a lot different than what we're usually used to, right? Seeing a couple teams playing the front to back, but for this full knockout stage, it's just all just completely different types of team comps with these double melees.
Interestingly enough, teams coming up from knockout stage number 3 are actually pretty well equipped for that. Remember what happened with CNJ Esports and Team Mystic. There's a few dive compositions coming up from those guys as well. That means Modern and Milky Way might actually be pretty well equipped to deal with the ones that are coming in now. Although they're starting out, Mystic not in a good spot, as we're going to have Hirasaja Boys completely wiping them out very, very quick fashion as well. 1.5 points going over to Team Hirasaja Boys. Rita Meowman still trying to look for a little bit more. There's the +1, not going to do anything for Pablo Apexu, trying his best to run away, but this is a Jackie. He does end up getting the speed gate over on the backside. KCW, unfortunately, the sprinter actually brings them even closer, but the double twins rush and the spin is looking pretty solid. The question is it enough? Not just yet. Down goes the Lenny. The third ended up toggling back on in, and NXA in trouble himself. Down he goes. Surlo jumps in on the fray. I don't think he can do anymore. No, he can. As a combo looking pretty good. There's another kill going in for Surlo. Can Bubble finish this out is the question. I don't think he can. I think Surlo may have done it. Third party coming in from the right side as Team Mystic will be able to finish it off, but Surlo, these Lukes looking solid in minute 1.
Yeah, just very nicely played from Surlo there to finish off the job. The HP bars were a little too low on the side of Team CNJ Esports, so Luke having free reign at the very end there. Very nicely played for the side Team Meowman, because they do end up picking 3 kills for themselves. Gun on the other side, though, is going to be able to get a nice kill, and it is going to be BTB getting caught by White and Meowman. Once again, it's another kill going to the side of the Luke here, as it's going to be a 4-kill start for the side team White and Meowman. Exu going to look for this Lenny here. Lenny is actually going to, unfortunately, tag up the Crow. I think, unfortunately, just ended up clicking onto it, but is going to be there. It's going to be the Luke here. Karmas is just going to jump straight on into the Luke here. He's going to miss a clean sweep, so it looks like the side of Team CG Sports is going to be able to get themselves on out.
Or can they? Lasita's on the chase too. This might be a little bit of a problem for Bubba. It doesn't have the weapon skill just yet. No moving reload. +1's not really going to result in anything either. Good collapse from Team Hirasaja Boys. Sitting on 4 kills already for that team. Another team sitting on 4 is going to be Wade A. Meowman. NXA did end up getting taken down. Doesn't matter. Their pacing is still looking pretty good. Team, what is that? Ready to Die, chasing down a couple members from Buzan Vespa. Rosner a little bit isolated on their front. Double bypass. Looking pretty solid so far. Do they have the damage to actually finish out the Darko? Yes, they do. But the ultimate from Hyde has to be invested, which is not really giving me any solace on this. I talked about this roster during the group stages. The damage feels really iffy. You were here for this too, because I remember you and I talking about the Kathy sitting on Ironclad with Dagger. Kind of interesting still.
Damage is definitely a lot lower on the side of Team Ready to Die, but as long as they're able to just, as long as the fight becomes drawn out and they're able to, you know, find these angles onto the backliners with this Alina, it's probably not the worst, but I do agree. I do think the Ironclad is, I mean, it's just going to be used to try to keep the Cathy from getting bursted down, but I would prefer maybe the Amp Drone instead for that extra burst damage. But Gage coming out from Karmas there. Clean Sweep is going to go wide, and the damage coming out from Zoe's is way too much on the Susina. As I remember, getting chunked down to about 30% HP, and the 1v1s are going to be taken on almost all these sides, all these different sides of the team fight down here, and it is going to be that crossbow skill is going to be able to lock down that IRM, and they're going to be able to get a nice clean kill from the side of Modern, and they will be able to get that meteorite as well.
But on the northern side, we had Busan Vespa actually duking it out up against Team Ready to Die. Same thing as well. This time, it was a good isolation from the Elena actually managed to hold on to the 1v2. The crucial part was the Danse Macabre. It actually allowed the person who was about to kill the Elena to actually get frozen up, bought enough time for the Elena to rejoin with the rest of their team, isolate the Darko, and kill him. So Tree of Life actually going in favor of Ready to Die really sets them up pretty nicely. The snowball potential with a composition like this is absolutely integral how they're going to play the remainder of this game. Duking it out for Team Modern versus Team Mystic. Beautiful exclusive to pull gun out of the main combo of the Esteban. Urze going to get taken down. Beautiful fight from Team Modern.
I love the way Modern's Mai is playing, just holding the taunt for so long and just waiting and just baiting out like any cooldowns for the side of, you know, Team Mystic there, right? Just waited like 1 or 2 seconds before using the taunt, and then using that exclusive at the perfect time to keep their Tsubame alive. Just very nicely played by Mai there, and the Miss Modern looking pretty good already in this game. Already 4.5 points for themselves so early into the game. They're definitely looking to make a statement here in knockout stage number 4.
Not letting up on the pace at all. Starting from game number 1, already looking pretty good. A lot of the teams, though, starting to get their engines revved. CNG Esports, not that bad of a point total for themselves already. Oh, this might be a little bit too much from Busan Vespa. Rosner just sitting up in the front. Nice combo coming in from Team Wait Meowman. Can they finish anybody, though, is a question. CNG Esports, you're absolutely correct. Third party from the right side actually isolates Min. He's going to get taken down. This Rio trying to stay alive. It's all going to be in vain. Down she goes. What about the left side? Busan Vespa down the Darko. Arda is still alive. Nimrod Gates out, but that is 2 members down from Busan Vespa. Night 2 going into complete waste for that team.
Oh, here comes the 3v3 here. Looks like, oh, the Lenny's gonna get chunked down immediately, and Karmas is gonna go down as well. I think this is gonna be it. Karmas is gonna get wiped off the map, and that is gonna be the boys going out in 8th place so early. A little unfortunate there. I mean, Lenny, yeah, just getting caught out early, and it's so too much AoE damage from the side of Team Mystic. They're just not really gonna allow them to really come back into that team fight.
Okay, the fight for Busan Vespa versus Team Ready to Die. They're trying to isolate the backliners, but Bin is dealing with it really well. Rosner on the front side trying to isolate and soak up all the damage. Even with the failed emergency surgery, the damage is enough. The question is, can this team, without any of their cooldowns, kill the remaining 2? It looks nearly impossible. Min and Suns are Arda and the Rio. Probably the worst set of combos that an Alex can deal with. So much crowd control, so much AoE as well from this Arda. Denies this Alex a lot. Everybody from Ready to Die that's remaining needs to coordinate things, but they're just playing one by one. Leshu not getting anything done. Look at the initiation, but there's just no follow-up from the Alex until it's too late. Min, their timer is looking a little bit finicky, though. If they can at least knock down Tonser, that might be something, but Leshu gets taken down first, and that's what I mean. You need to coordinate, but they didn't do it at all. Pays with it for their lives. Busan Vespa takes away the Dimensional Rift.
That's just so unfortunate. The White Lily was just there to get the Rio out, just barely with their live, and I think that's definitely what sealed the deal for that team right there, because Rio actually was a little too far forward, ended up using the E-shift a little too early, and ended up getting caught, but that White Lily just being there to bail them out from that Lila engage, and yeah, Busan Vespa going to be the one to come out on top there. Is able to get a nice 3 kills, and will be able to get that objective for themselves as well in that rift, so very nicely played by the side of Team Busan Vespa. I'm
a little bit worried for Team Ready to Die. That fight just kind of tells me the coordination is not looking too hot right now for this team. I would have really preferred it if the Elena and the Alex started walking towards the Arda and the Rio at the same time, because then they could coordinate a lot of the crowd control they both put down. Both of those 2 characters have a ton of them. Elena can freeze, and then Alex can follow up with Dead Drop into Double Agent. I saw none of that for those 2 players, not utilizing the strongest aspects of both of the characters that remained. Not exactly the greatest of looks in that Dimensional Rift, but there's still plenty of this game to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a little unfortunate there, because Delina was looking for that freeze onto the Rio. No, there's the full combo coming out from the side of Team TNG Esports. Very nicely played by KCW to get that round escape to the wall. That's going to be a early minus 200, potentially 400 here. I think Leshu is going to get caught as well. There's a blink on forward from...
what are we doing?
Jackie has the reset, is able to jump on forward, but I think Team Ready to Die should be out. I think Kathy still should have ultimate to get themselves to safety here. I don't know if they're going to invest just yet. Wait a second, guys. Here, but the Suture is actually not going to connect. Wait a second, the ultimate is going to come in. Are they going to be able to get the Kathy here or the Jackie here? No, and then the Alex is going to be the last one left. Going to be forced to get themselves on out. Does the Jackie have that extra jump reset here? Look at the movement speed. The Jackie is able to close the distance. I think should be able to get the Alex very shortly, but the Alex is one of those very slippery characters to get themselves on out, but Jackie can give chase here, is able to get the extra dash on forward, but the Alex is going to be able to get out at the very end. I'm surprised they tried looking for the turn. I mean, if the Suture did end up connecting, it was actually in their favor, but unfortunately the Kathy just not able to hit that crucial Suture, double Suture to turn that team fight.
Well, initiation from Team Mystic is going to go a little bit wide. Only lanes onto Rosner, who already has the diamond procced. There we go. Has to get on out of there. Mystic, as I said earlier, a lot of the teams are really well equipped at dealing with some of these divers.
I mean, Mystic, they tried to go for the engage, but Rosner just didn't get... Rosner just jumped out. They didn't get hit by it. I think just missed time there from the side of Team Mystic. And then once the ultimate from the Flame Crush whiffs, you know, they don't really have the combo there from that Esteban to really finish the deal with that Istvanal as well. So just a minus 200 for Mystic. It was the Kenneth ult just going completely wide, and they're gonna have to look for something else there.
I think this is a really big problem with Team Mystic. I love the way that they're using this team composition. Don't get me wrong. I think the identity of it is really nice, save for one fact. It all hinges on that Flame Crusher. If Furze misses the Flame Crusher, the fight's over. Like, there's nothing you can do because the Kenneth is gonna die before the Istvan can do anything. You don't have crowd control to stop them from killing the Kenneth. He's just stuck in the middle of no man's land.
Yeah, the problem with Flame Crush is it not only CCs the enemy, but it CCs yourself as well. So if you blink on forward and use your Flame Crush, you're not only in the middle of the enemy, completely stunned from yourself, but you just don't have your blink to get yourself on out of there. And it's just easy pickings for the enemy team to just punish you. So, I mean, the Flame Crush just has to connect. But if it does connect, you know, you can see how powerful the combo can be, right? We've seen it. The Flame Crush followed up by this Vanal just immediately one-shotting even, you know, some of these bruiser characters, right? Like we saw Suwa just getting completely 100-0'd. We saw Luke getting 100-0'd. Actually, not Luke. I don't think we saw Luke yet, but we saw obviously squishy characters. I think we've seen a Darko getting 100-0, Irem. It can really just catch these teams by surprise, but it has to connect.
The biggest part about this composition too is that the Barbara can just proc the laser that's enhanced, right? It does do max HP % damage, so some portions of the health bar is guaranteed to decrease. Only problem is which part of it is actually going to do that. Rosner forcing out the parry from Subak, that's a utility gone, means they are just going to have to immediately back away. Transitions, by the way, for Team Ready to Die, looking absolutely in the cutters. Busan Vespa, very solid, sitting on, what is that, 12 transitions on their side. I don't think Ready to Die could kill him.
I mean, Milky Way also looking really strong as well. You could see Milky Way having the blood shoes for that haze, and Ready to Die just in a rough spot.
They need to fight. You can't.
Oh no, the blink just not going to connect over the wall, and that's going to be Alex going down. KCW also sitting so strong, already having that blood weapon for themselves. CNG Esports just looking in prime position to winning this game here. Ready to Die just in a rough spot. I mean, they can't. I don't think they can really fight. Right?
They can't.
They're just so.
The way that they were positioned, two of them are never getting out of that. The Alex was way too mispositioned to try going on the inside of the research center. Same thing for the Elena. At least Elena can jump over. But Alex, he missed a blink. You gotta fight. You gotta do something with that. You just lose minus 200 for absolutely no reason. It's either that or Elena and the Alex should have walked up towards Fire Station. I think that was just a bad call from the members of Team Ready to Die. It costs them the Alex's life. Minus 200. Does have the credits for it, but that means the number of transitions they're sitting on right now, that's almost permanent. Yeah.
I think they are definitely a bit cooked this lobby. Modern is going to send it onto the side of Team William Yalman here. There's a blink coming out from the Yusina, actually aggressive blink to try to look for some damage here. You can see the item difference, I think, is really big, so that's probably the reason why they're trying to push it. But there's going to be Team Milky Way in the area from Fire Station, and looks like Team Modern is going to slowly back themselves on out of there. Wickline is going to be spawning in fire as well, and I think it's just going to be Team Milky Way having full access to it and might be able to get it completely uncontested.
There's a team inside a school starting to make their way to the right. CNJ Esports trying to go for the CCTV. Are they gonna make it in time to the Wick line is a question. What is that, Milky Way? They don't really take Wick fast. I know they have an IRM, I know they have an Haze, but with the healing phase that Wick line has, if it hasn't popped yet, this might be a little bit difficult to lock down. Let's see who gets it. It's gonna be the Dia who secures it. KCW with the Tetragon steals the items. Oh no. Oh no, Milky Way just Milky Way just sets up the Wicca line for everybody on Team CNJ Esports. Now they have to jump over because timer is just not a factor they're going to have access to. KCW doesn't have the Tetragon. Pexu also already activated. The Chainsaw Murder means that the Jackie has to completely book it.
Here.
Bubba trying to run. KCW needs to join up with the rest of his team. BTB on the chase will get denied. CNJ Esports steal away the Wicca line for free.
Yeah, and they get all the items as well. They have to be feeling really good about that. That blood gonna go straight to the hands of that Jackie for that weapon. And that meteor for those shoes. So Team CJ Esports are really, really strong here with that wick buff.
Indeed. All right. Dainsleaf up and loaded for C&J Esports. That is fantastic. I already see the blood comp on KCW as well. They are prioritizing items on the correct people, in my personal opinion. KCW has been so crucial to a lot of these fights that prioritizing items on them has been working out. Zoe forced to use the Astro Burst pretty early on. Oh, that's not really good. Explosion Shot also gets completely wide. Sitting up in the front side, Rosner just soaking up so much damage. He's finally going to start getting taken down. Down he goes. It's a 1-for-0 so far. The health bars on Team Modern are a little bit on the shaky side. Sullens are missing out. A couple of these Papyruses and Scrolls are not going to help his team whatsoever. There's the secure over onto Rosner. Nimrod Gate straight into hide. There's the execution. Oh no! Emergency surgery into death. Down goes that Arda. Ready to die, trying to continue to turn things around, but the problem is Team Modern. Oh, wait a second. Gun is just sitting up in the front side. He doesn't care about anything. Look at the backside. Zoe about to get jumped on by Hyde. Can he get away? No, he cannot. But the damage onto Hyde isn't enough. Yes, he can. There goes one. Dead drop on the bottom, and another third party coming in. Clean sweep lands. I think I Love Subak might be a gunner.
I think the difference is just too big for the side of Team Ready to Die there. Ready to Die, just gonna try getting themselves out of there, but there's the ultimate coming out from NXA, and that is going to seal the deal. And there is another team, you are correct, Mystic here for the third party this time. Gonna get a lot of damage, but yeah, look at the items on the side of Team Mystic, just not really having much to their name either. And Wait a minute, gonna be able to get themselves out to safety. C&J Esports and Team Modern gonna be the winners of that whole ordeal there. You can see there's still, both teams are just really, really strong. I think Team Modern ended up getting a lot of value in that team fight. They ended up getting a couple kills and getting a lot more credits for themselves as well. And yeah, I mean, C&J Esports, they're just sitting on the top side here, just gonna be able to secure themselves one of these zones very shortly. I don't think any team wants to probably take a fight into the C&J Esports because they just look so strong. Like they got two bloods, both on their carries here, and I think everyone else in this lobby is looking kind of weak. Aside from Team Modern and William Yalmint, I think the other two teams, Mystic and I mean Milky Way, look pretty strong as well. I think it's the only team Ready to Die and Team Mystic. Both of our teams just not looking too good in this final zone here.
Oh, here we go. KCW looking for an initiation, looking a little bit hesitant, but the damage is there. Execution over onto Furze, no chance to play the fight whatsoever. Yunjem also going to get taken down. Down goes two immediately from Team Mystic. Leshu gonna get found out. Down they go. Ready to Die, fully executed and taken out. Genji running away from Peksu. He cannot win this fight. He is running for his life, but the hops are there and the fights are going to go through. This problem is KCW is completely isolated away from the rest of his team, trying to keep himself alive, but the third party on the backside is there. KCW still goes down. C&J Esports, no response to this whatsoever. If KCW can't get res, it has to be now. Team Modern still chasing down the members of Wader Meow and Serlo, trying his best to run away. The problem is Sardabi is there. Full swing doesn't do a single thing, and you can see it over on the left. KCW will also come back. Nice res from Team C&J Esports, not getting punished for splitting apart a little bit too much, over greeting for the kill onto the Ispan.
Yeah, William Yalmint is going to be the one that gets the full brunt on that third party there. They are going to come actually and get the res here in red. Going to pop that safety orb down to make sure they have extra timer. We'll be able to stop Lumi, and they should. Oh, they don't have enough credits. They have to sell something.
Yep.
Oh, they do. What they sell?
The boots, I think, on the Lenny. Yeah, I think boots on Lenny is gone.
So no shoes on the Lenny here, but they will be able to use another safety orb to get themselves to safety. But that is definitely worth it right now. No! And I think he's right onto the side of Team CJ, but there's the ultimate though. Through an ultimate isn't going to be enough. There comes the protocol to keep themselves alive. The third party is going to be here. It's going to be Team Milky Way. Team CJ Esports is actually going to lose their Jackie, and I think it's going to be Milky Way just getting all the rewards here.
Oh,
they're just going to be able to get one member each. CJ Esports. Wait a second. Jackie is still on the floor here. Maybe they can find something, but wait a second. KCW is going to look for an angle in. Isn't going to be able to find anything. As they get Basket into the wall, Milky Way is going to be the one to come out on top of this whole bottom zone here. Little unfortunate way. Actually, they're going to use the VLS system to probably just make a circle here and finish off the rest of the kills. Wait a moment. And the side of, yeah, there's so many rats here. Mystic and Team William Yalmint and Team C&J Esports. There's a lot of just solo and duos down here, and it's going to be Isaban probably going to be the one to go down first. Trying to get some extra timer. There is Bobo sitting in this corner. Maybe they could get the...
No, Serlo! dirty one kills him! The dirty one kills him! What? I've never seen that before! No! Surlo! Well, I mean, it's not gonna change anything, but what?
I don't think it was the -1, but they just lost an extra kill. They definitely could have got that. They definitely could have got that Neon. That is going to be Team Milky Way going to be able to get. I mean, an extra kill going into the pocket of Team CJ Esports. He will definitely take that.
What? I've never seen that before. Well, to be fair, we don't really see Luke's to begin with, but oh man, dirty work can kill you like that? That is so funny.
Oh,
Well,
yes, it can. Yes, because you can take you over walls, and I think the casters definitely caught that and zoomed in onto the loop. A little dirty, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh, that is funny. All right, well, Surlo, you're not going to be able to live down that one. I'm pretty sure the rest of your teams are laughing about it as well. But we're going to go on to our final fight. Modern again in the final zone for the fifth time this evening. Let's take a look at how this goes. Can they make it their 5th win in a row? But Milky Way is not letting this happen for free. This is one of the first times, actually, that Modern is going to be going up against Team Milky Way. They're also up against a pretty standard composition as well. Remember, Rochin is not sitting on that Yan this time around. It's not like it's going to be an easy way on in. The Starkle has been really good at positioning, and the Rockets are also doing a lot of pressure over onto the members of Team Modern. Their items are looking pretty good, though. Damage over onto BTB looking pretty good. There's the isolation targeting over in as well. Astro Burst is going to obliterate BTB. The problem is, Gun gets traded out. Can they isolate this away? Yes, they can. Down goes the Justina. Can the buy trade? Yes, she can. Oh my goodness, what is going on over here? It might be a battle for the timer. You might be right. Can the Darko actually cancel this? There's no full swing. Where's the cancel? He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Sardavi, there is no way you just did that in the face of insane plays. That is insane. That should be Team Modern taking the 5th game in a row tonight. What did I just watch?
He just sticks to res because he knew that the Darko was just on cooldown there. Just so well played coming out from the side Team Modern. Wait a second. Oh, wait, he gets a thirst kill here. There's the explosion orb. It's going to connect. The timer is going to go down. Wait. The Subami needs to go back in. 2 seconds left, 1 second. This Darko can actually still clutch it up here. Can they get the Subami? No, the shields are going to be there, and that's going to be Team Modern coming out on top. Such a close fight, and so well played from the Mai. Just recognizing that the Darko has no more CC, just able to stick to res at the very end.
Oh my god, finds that window of opportunity. What a miraculous play from Sardavi. Insane is the only way to describe that. What a play from Sardavi, because you were saying play for timer, I was saying play for timer, but Sardavi had a different idea. Somehow sticks the res up against a Darko, no less. What the hell? How do you even have the mental state to even think of a play like that against the Darko? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I wouldn't even have thought about sticking it onto Darko, because I feel like Darko's jump should come back up in time, but I guess there's just that small window for them to just stick the res at that perfect time. The full swing obviously already on cooldown as well, so I was able to get that, able to find the perfect window to get the revive just in time.
I love how Rachan also just like stepped back. He's like, you know what? Screw this. He just stepped back. Well, he was just completely wailing those auto attacks up against Sardavi, but then he just stepped back, stared at him for a second, and then the rest came through. Man, what? That's their 5th game in a row, by the way, today, Super. Modern has won 5 games in a row today. Somebody in the chat also says, if Modern is so good, why are they here? I have no freaking clue, man. That is just how ERM works. You know? Maybe you just get unlucky during group stages, but you pop off in the knockout stages. That's exactly what's happening to Team Modern.
Yeah, I mean, they're just completely dominating these knockout stages, and it's just great to see, you know, them on this team comp, because it's a typical front to back team comp, right? I think nowadays in these knockout stages we usually see, you know, these other team comps kind of shine through, but you know, seeing Team Modern come out with this Subami, Justina, and Mai, they just look so clean on it.
My God, teams are going to have to keep Modern on their radar. And the problem is, how do you even stop this team? Because as I said before, they're doing the same thing here in knockout stage number 4. Early game, very passive. Not that many kills in comparison to other teams. I don't really see them in a lot of team fights as well. All of a sudden, you see them day 3, day 4, full transitions on both of the backliners. Mai sitting on 3-4 herself out of nowhere. Where are they getting these items from? No clue. They've just been getting really lucky with some of these animal drops. They're also on top of objectives that nobody seems to be contesting. So where do you stop them? When?
They're just playing like a clean game. I think their macro is just really good as well, right? Because they're just able to always make sure, like I think almost every game, right? So if it's like this consistent, then that means like they're just able to just get these objectives, they're able to contest well and just win out these team fights for these, these trees, these meteors, or these rifts. They're always able to temper out their game here. So just very, very clean game play coming out for the side of Team Modern.
Indeed. This time it's actually also supplemented with the number of kills they had in the game as well. Slow start, but finished it off extremely aggressive to finish out with 21.5 points to their name. Although right behind them is going to be Team Milky Way, still showing us the performance they showed us in knockout stage number 3. Looking pretty decent on themselves as well. Not staying too far behind of that first place team. CNG Esports also making it into the top 4 with 14.5. It's going to be 3 teams from knockout stage number 3 to start off the series.
Yeah, just pretty solid showing from these teams here. And you can see the bottom half, the point difference is definitely going to slowly start to build up, right? We have Team Mystic at 8.5, Ready to Die with 7.5, Busan Bestival with 4.5, and Boys unfortunately going out in 8th place with 3 points here. But obviously, it is still only game number 1. There's still 3 more games for these teams to slowly start to climb the way back up.
Indeed. Modern looking really good. Milky Way looking very solid. CNG Esports looking confident as ever too. No ban on the end this time as well. Super. KCW is going to stick on that character from here all the way until the end as long as he's allowed to do it. Same thing for Team Modern. No bans on the Tsubame. No ban on the Justina. Nothing against the Mai either. Everyone's just playing their own thing, which means everyone else in this lobby has to keep an eye out on KCW and the entirety of Team Modern. There is a lot of things to mark off when you're trying to deal with this game. If you don't start checking things off one by one, you are going to get overwhelmed fast.
Yeah, 100%. And we don't actually have any bans coming into game number 2 as well. So everyone is still able to just play what they are comfortable with. If they did end up deciding, maybe it was just an unlucky game in the first game, or if they're going to decide to swap their team comp entirely if they think, their current team isn't going to really work out in this lobby.
A lot of dual picks, right, that we saw during game number 1. As you said, though, no real bans coming in. That might change in game number 2. I'm not entirely sure because there were a couple of very key characters that were played. Pretty sure other people are able to just freely swap into on top of it. Question is, will they opt to do that? I don't think so, just because now you're starting to play away from your comfort picks. All of these teams, I talked about this before too, almost feels as if KR is kind of going back over onto what we usually saw on North America during early access. Kind of playing your own thing, playing your comfort picks, sticking with that all the way until the end no matter what ends up happening. NA is almost going over to the meta thing, which is really strange to me. There's a lot more bans in NA nowadays than I feel like in KR.
Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I think it's probably just because we're in the maybe the lower echelons of the knockout stages, right? Usually,
true.
When we get higher and we get closer to the finals, is when we start seeing those bans. So when we start seeing, yeah, exactly. And so when we start seeing those teams swapping their team comp entirely to try to ban out other teams as well, right? So we'll have to see if that will be the case as well. And we do have a Schwaling hover. Will we see it being locked in? It is going to be locked in, and
they did play this in groups.
Oh, really? I mean, it's definitely a pretty solid pick here, I think, with the Lenny and the Luke, because I think she does provide a lot of damage. I haven't really seen it much at all on the ERM side, so I'm very excited to see it being picked here. And this is the IRAM, and yeah, it looks like everyone is going to be playing the exact same thing here. I don't think we have any real changes. everyone's sticking with what they know, and they are gonna stay true to it.
I think Shui Lin is a little bit finicky. Yes, it works with the identity of what Team Heroes Hajab always wants to go, but too new of a character, right? We see it time and time again when a character is newly released, and I know it's been weeks since she's come out, but it took a bit of time before even Nia was picked up on some of the ERM teams, and the moment she was picked up for real, she started rolling teams around to the point where Nimble Neurons finally started saying, okay, yeah, this character might start needing nerfs. Because up until that point, NA actually considered her pretty good, but she was still getting buffed. And then as soon as she came out in ERM, that's when she started getting nerfed a little bit. So I think for Shuilin, it's going to be the same idea. Very high skill ceiling when it comes down to it. That character has a lot of potential that you can run around with, but you just need to execute her correctly. We might be able to see her way later down the road. Her W being a parry plus a counter stun makes her a really good catalyst for some good counter plays. I think that alone makes it so that Shuilin might have a possibility later down the road to start coming in. Not entirely sure, but it's not going to be a factor for this game. Lasita on the IRM, we will just see the same game as game number 1. Here we go though, folks. Game number 2 now locked in. After this one, we will go to our break, but after it also is going to be our halfway point. That means a break for these players and the possibility of substituting some of these rosters out. Will any of these players or teams be forced to do that? It's all going to depend on this one.
Yeah, this game's definitely gonna matter because obviously there's no bans, but you know, if your team isn't really performing in the first 2 games, definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board to see, you know, maybe we could change one of our players here or change up our team comp entirely to something that will work in this lobby. So we'll have to see going forward here after this game very, very shortly.
Indeed. Okay, is there anything of note that we really have to say? Just because of how similar it is to game number 1, there isn't anything to note. I guess it's more of a matter of whether or not Modern decides to pick things up early. They're starting to get a little bit more comfortable with this comp, I will be honest. A couple more kills here and there in the earlier stages of the game tells me that they're not just gonna play for 0 opportunities. They are gonna look for something to happen every now and then. It's just a matter of when it actually will happen. KCW, nice combo over onto Hyde. Blink away from the Kathy. The only problem is everybody else on the other team also has the blink. Hyde's gonna get executed with the game piece moving back to its center. Leshu also in a little bit of tight spot themselves. A bunch of melee characters trying to chase into an Elena. Usually that doesn't work out in favor, but with the Nia's game world, down goes the Elena. Yojun in a little bit of trouble himself. Can he run away from KCW? I think so, because CNG Esports overcooked.
Yeah, their team is all here and grouped up. They're teleported in from the Luke is going to be true, and Sirio is going to be able to get that Jackie as well. So nice 2 kills going to the side of Team William Yaman there. On the other side, we do have, it looks like a 2v1. This time it's Min and Arda on the Subam. Oh my god, Subam actually just jumping on forward there with the ultimate, just able to secure 1 kill for themselves. So 1-for-1 trade for the side of Team Modern and Team Busan Vespa.
Subami players look at low health bars, squishy players just kind of running around themselves and start smacking their lips, man. There is no easier target than that. Easy kills.
They're definitely mashing that R button to get themselves on in there.
Yeah, who needs stacks?
Rosner looking for this 1v2, but I don't think they can really find anything here. He's going to be able to get the ultimate onto the Justina, but Justina just going to slowly just kite back onto this Arco, and I don't think there's really much Rosner can do. There's the speed gate as well. It's going to be able to get a lot of damage with the passive, but it's going to be hit the but yeah, it's just getting juked. It's just getting kited. I don't think Rosner can really do much here. It's getting taunted up, and there's the Subami. Gonna be the one to provide that single target damage to finish off the Darko there. So Team Modern getting another kill for themselves, and on the other side, Team Milky Way will be able to pick up 1 for themselves as well.
I will have to say, I might actually have to catch back up to Rajchan's build on the Starko, because he is sitting on the Chaos tree for at least his main augment. We can see the Stellar Charge. He's staying alive a lot longer than I thought. Did they make some changes to Darko that keeps his base sustainability up? Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. We're seeing like Adela, but not Adela levels of crowd control.
Exactly.
And the fight still continues.
Oh my god, look at the damage. The Kenneth is going to try finishing off the IRM, but it's just going to get knocked up by the IRM knockup. But yeah, it reminds me definitely a lot of...
Close.
Almost got the IREM, but just barely not enough. But you are correct. It does remind me a lot of the IREM or Adela Nikki combo, but they both play melee, so they have to. They're definitely, you know, they have to jump a lot farther in, and it's definitely a lot more risky than the Adela Nikki combo, I would say.
You also don't get the guaranteed point and click on somebody. It's all AoE, right? Well, the Esteban is crowd control lock, and then it's also point and click, but people can get out of it. You can't get out of a Nikki period uppercut. That's not unless you use a big skill of your own to nullify it. Gun isolated will get taken down. CNJ Esports going to take advantage of that at the start of day number 2. That's a full point going in favor of that team, sitting at 2.5. Actually, the point leaders of this lobby. Everybody in this game has points. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, everyone has something to their name here, something to go home with. So very nice for, you know, all the teams here, and you can see these teams are slowly just gonna start getting these objectives. Wolves in archery and factory, all the meteors and trees spawning in as well. And oh, it looks like Zoe is actually gonna get caught by the side of Verze, as it's gonna be a nice pick up, a nice kill for the side Team Mystic. It looks like Team Modern is completely split farming, trying to get as many credits as possible.
Well, maybe this is what they were doing. We actually haven't been able to see Team Modern in the earlier stages. Maybe they've just been spending their entirety of the game split farming, which is the reason why they're so far ahead on transitions compared to everyone else. Even if we don't really see this team being in combat almost ever.
Oh.
Tide getting taken down before emergency surgery goes, but yeah, I mean, Modern, have we really seen them get punished for split farming at all today? I don't think we have, right? This is the first time that we're actually seeing it.
Not too sure, yeah. I mean, they also did just lose the first objective, so maybe that's why they're split farming, right? Usually, I think they're able to just get it for free, and then they slowly start to walk away. Because yeah, when you're in the awkward spot when you lose a team fight for the objective, usually the call is to just teleport around the map and just try to get some free farm to, you know, get your team back into the game. Fortunately, Modern did end up getting caught once again, and this time, CNJ Esports were able to actually get a member from the side team, Busan Bespa, so a nice kill. And Busan Bespa kind of in a rough spot here, as they're now going to be completely split away from the rest of their team. Looks like it was Team Mystic and the Team Boys here just looking for something, but not able to find anything. And Alpha going to be spawning here in Uptown very shortly. We do have a lot of teams in the zone to try to contest for this.
Sharasaja Boys as well as Milky Way both sitting in Uptown. Busan Bespa, Rosner trying to run away. Sons are joining the fray, but there's the Nimrod Gate to support a little bit. Tetragon invested. That's actually a really good bait coming out from Busan Bespa then. Very big ultimate being utilized by Team CNJ Esports. Their Night 2 is going to be a little bit shaky, but no real biggie. I still see swords flashing everywhere. CNJ Esports, down goes the yen, so that Tetragon investment actually did end up mattering in the end. On the south side, still fight over Team Milky Way versus, whoa, here's Saja Boys. Luke on the backside trying to do whatever damage he can. Karma's still on the outside. Rajan takes a huge amount of damage too. Alpha, yeah, the swing making it a little bit rough for Karmas. Alpha still secured. Can everybody else from Milky Way get out of this is the question. Beal in a little bit of trouble himself. There's the full swing intimidation tactic. Only carries the Lenny into the wall, but it's enough. The damage is still there. Karmas misses the clean sweep. Rajan is just single-handedly doing all this damage in this fight.
So much shielding. Yeah, getting so much shielding from these bodies as well. Is able to get so much on this Darko here. Wait a second, Karmas is going to try to jump it back in, but he's going to get completely locked up by the side of the Darko once again. And yeah, the Darko is just going to be able to find the Lenny and finish the job there. Just, yeah, able to tank up so much damage. I think there was definitely, I think I saw at the beginning of the fight, Lenny ended up dropping the trumpet at a wrong angle. I think that ended up costing the Lenny you know, the team fight there, just going down a little too early because the Darko just was able to get on top of them. So a little unfortunate, but Team Milky Way just coming out on top. Just very, very nicely played by that Darko. Just, yeah, completely just able to just get that isolated 1v1 or 1v2 and just able to soak up so much damage for the team.
Yeah, Rajan might have inadvertently just found a random character their comp can work with, even without the Yan. Rajan still gets tagged out. Great clean sweep from Karmas. That's just a really good play from Karmas. That's a play from that too. Horrific trying his best to run away, but up against this, I don't think you can run away. Oh, nice damage with SMG burst, but it's not enough just yet. It's still too early in the game. Yeah, too early in the game for the Haze too. She only has one transition. If she had 2 more, that kills 100%.
Yeah, 100%. So even maybe one more. Like if she just had the maybe a D scale, a dragon scale, probably would have got them both.
Is that
but-
Persona on the haze right now? I can't tell. If it's the Black Death,
not
then she
sure.
needed 2. If it's Persona, then maybe you're right, 1 more.
Yeah, just a little unfortunate for Milky Way, but it was a good attempt there, as Boys do end up getting a nice 2 more kills. Team Modern was able to get the meteorite down in... Oh no, I was Team Mystic getting the meteorite down in Warehouse there, and the Bears as well.
Whoa. How does Modern do it? They got punished in the mid game, right? How are their transitions looking like this already? What?
Yeah, I mean, I guess just farm. I mean, they're just farming efficiently, is able to contest for these objectives, and I think this game they probably got a little lucky. But you could see they're still a little behind the rest of the lobby here, right? They're still sitting only on 1 item on that mine. You can see like a team like Wait-A-Myaman definitely has a couple more items on them. Oh my god, KCW hits a double roundhouse kick. Is going to be enough. The follow up isn't there, as the rest of the team of the side of Team CNG Esports just wasn't there to follow up. So the ultimate for the Nia is going to go down. Nia's game world not going to be able to find anything though. CNG Esports is going to be on cooldown now.
Hey, I like the confidence, right? If the rest of the team was there, that was probably a team wipe if I'm going to be real. But unluckily for CNG Esports, they weren't there for it. Oh no! What's a Barber doing here by herself, man? No! Yunjem!
On.
Oh man, what? He just gets completely well, it's not a bush check. I guess it's a shed check at this point. What was that?
Yeah, Mystic, it looks like they're not going to drop the kiosk sign. I want to save their gadget energy, as they do end up just walking down the chapel. Get the res here. A little more risky, because CNG Sweats definitely could have been there to intercept, but oh no. That plant didn't check this bush. I don't think Team Ready to Die.
Oh.
No, but oh, they're just playing for... Okay, so they don't know that they're in the bush. That could have been a disaster, because that plant didn't end up hitting it, so they probably would have just walked into the bush.
They could still move up. Look at them. Look at them.
Because they didn't move into it, I think they're okay here, because they're probably just going to play for this rift.
Oh, they just saw the ping. Yeah, the chicken just ended up dying. Yeah. CNG Esports might have missed out on an opportunity, because Ready to Die still had no idea right up until that ping. CNG Esports, though, still looking for something.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to go. They should be ready to die here, you know?
Yeah. Is that what it is?
maybe that's why they ended up naming their team comp and take every rift. Ready to die.
No, no retreat, no retreat. If you start retreating as this team roster, you're kicked.
Yeah. You have Team Modern did. Yeah, I really like the way that Team Modern kind of macros the map. You can see they slowly start to split away to get as much farm as possible. But then, if they see any pings, they're gonna start grouping up and trying to look for these team fights. You can see that's probably why they're so accelerated in these games. Is they're just macroing really well, they're able to farm up a lot of zones. But obviously the downside is you can get punished by these teams that are just relatively tightly packed. And I could just enter your zone in a blind spot here. And oh, where is the last member? Oh, but they're dead.
This one died, yeah. He died earlier.
Down here and
oh no. Wait,
it's a free red box for the side of Team Busan Best. But wait a second, actually, no, it's not. Because wait, Byaman's here, and there's a third party from Ready to Die. Right down on the other side. Now Team Busan Best was in a rough spot here. Man, gonna be the last member to try to get themselves out of there. Rosner is gonna be able to get themselves out with that jump pad. Min gonna go down.
Oh my god.
The red box is gonna go to the side of the Team Ready to Die, I think, and Rosner is gonna be able to get themselves out, I think.
There's
wait a
no
second,
way
here's the Alex can get the link on forward and get the CC. Rosner is able to get the bat skill though, and able to get themselves in this red zone. And oh, Team Ready to Die are chasing really deep for this, using that safety drone as well. Rosner gonna be able to use that white lily to get themselves on out, but Ready to Die is still facing here. Hyde is gonna be here. Is gonna be able to intercept Rosner, and the zone reopens, so it's the perfect time for the side of Ready to Die to chase. And Rosner, I think this is gonna go down. That's gonna be Busan Vespa going out in 8th place. A disastrous third party. Just a really unfortunate situation for them, as they tried to be the ones, the third party, and they were the ones. There was another team just behind them, and they weren't expecting that. So Busan Best 8th place. Mystic gonna go down in 7th as they were another team kind of on the receiving end of that third party, so a little unfortunate there.
That sucks a lot for Busan Vespa. They made all the right plays, but the map just straight up said no. Really unlucky. That's just gonna happen every now and then in Eternal Return. I don't think you can really fault Busan Vespa for that. Tried to take the fight, actually had a really good angle on it, but with the sandwich that came in inside of Research Center, a little bit iffy. I thought it was going to be fine because I did see Rosner taking a jump pad into Forest, but I didn't realize the Alex also followed through. That's what caused the problem.
Yeah, you could say, you know, it's kind of karma, right? Because they sandwiched Mystic. They sandwiched Mystic on that red box, and then you know, ended up biting them back as Be Ready to Die was also there to sandwich them. So I mean, it's just unfortunate, yeah, from the side of Team Busan Vespa there. You know, because you don't really expect another team to just pat behind you from Research Center, but I think Team Ready to Die also saw the red box coming down, and they probably wanted to look for that as well.
A lot of times in Eternal Return, right, especially in night number 3, maybe even day number 3, the map is open enough that to a certain degree on any portions of the map you should theoretically have an out. You don't in Research Center. Once you are in there, you are in there. If teams are starting to walk in from either side of the aisle, you are dead.
You gotta beeline it to that jump pad and pray to God they don't come with you.
Yeah. If they do, then you are absolutely cooked. That's exactly what happened to Busan Vespa. While all that is happening, Wade Miyama gets Wicked Line completely for free. Nobody looking to contest after that. Fiesta, that happened, let's call it. During night number 3, everybody just wants to take it a little bit easy, which is, I would have to say, a bit respectable. Those kind of fights will take out a lot of you. So I'm okay with some of these guys opting to not contest for the Wicked Line at all. Wade Miyama does get the value out of that. It's going to go straight into the Dainsley for the Debbie and Marlene. And now, this is where Wade Miyama starts really looking scary.
Yeah, they just got that Viking helmet as well on that Luke, so they're looking really, really strong here with that Wake buff. I mean, Wake buff on a really tanky team like this is really strong because they thrive on these really long drawn-out fights, and having this extra damage to make sure to push their damage, you know, over the top here is going to be a little scary for a lot of these teams to really deal with. But a team like Team Modern, I think, is definitely well equipped to deal with, you know, these two bruiser support teams, right? Having that Tsubame in that backside there. But obviously, the Tsubame is definitely a little scary for them, as they could just get bursted down here. KCW getting chunked down to about 1 HP. Here is going to get locked down by the IRM, but wait a second, the damage from the Jackie execute and the Nia execute is going to be there to actually finish the job, and they're actually going to be able to trade it back on that IRM there. Very nicely played by the side of Team CNJ Esports.
Really?
I didn't realize, but yeah, there is, I guess, 2 executes on the side of Team CNJ Esports with the Jackie and the Nia there, and Karmis is going to get caught out here, and yeah, unfortunately, they're going to go down, so it's going to be that up to the Lenny to rat off for some more placement points.
I will say, by the way, as well, really heads up play from Pixu, because what he ended up doing was he had the Chainsaw Murder up. Usually he would just chase people down permanently, but he actually kited Karmas back into the Nia's game world, and that's where the execution damage all came in. Did enough damage that it didn't kill Karmas, but it took out enough of his HP that it forced him away, that allowed KCW to get it rezzed up. Team CNJ Esports playing everything really correctly. Bad start to the fight, but the complete turnaround, that's where Team CNJ Esports really like to thrive. Good play from KCW, good play from Pexu, and good gameplay from Pubba as well.
Yeah, and now we have the Lenny sitting in the corner here in up-down. I mean, I think they're actually going to get, I think Wade Miyama is going to check in, so they should be able to see this Lenny here. Yes, they will. And I think that, no, their Springtrap was denied by the other Lenny Springtrap. And that's going to be Team Wade Miyama pick up another kill, and working out into space, and oh my god, the damage is just so much for the side of Team CJ Esports. Great CC chain with and another double roundhouse kick into the wall, and Hyde's going to go down to the bleed, and CJ Esports is going to be able to pick up a clean 3 kills to the side of Team Ready to Die.
KCW, man, I sang his praises during Knockout Stage 3, but even in 4, he is keeping it consistent. These initiations are looking incredible, and you saw the crowd control stack onto the Elena. Couldn't even get the Paradiso off. Look at her down at the bottom. Her ultimate is still up, my friend. It's just one tap of a button. Elena should be able to get it off, but she didn't even have the chance.
Everything is still up for Lena. The Paradiso, the Quake, the Quick Cut.
Oh yeah, even the Quake is up.
Wasn't able to use anything in that team fight, just getting hard zeroed, and that's the power of this this Yon plus Nia team comp is if they lock you in a CC chain, they have so much burst damage together, right? Because it is the amp ton for Yon, and they are on the Nia that just, yeah, if you just get hit by that point sync with, you know, all those little game nodes, you just get blown up.
We talked about this earlier too, by the way, but for CNJ Esports, KCW has been really solid on landing a lot of these crowd controls. Oh, actually, no, never mind. Triple knockup coming in from Rachan. Come on, man. Dude, okay, I will actually talk about this in just a moment as soon as this fight's done, because the fight's not over just yet, right? Yeah, Wait a Meowman still has it because the Wick Line buff, it's actually over just now, but the items on these characters are looking really solid. Can they finish the health bars off is the biggest question. NXA, gets ripped to shreds with the SMG burst. That's the haze for you. Karmas has to completely book it. A third party coming in. Pexu a little bit too far forward compared to everybody else on this team, but it does force Sterlo into the red. Where are they going, these guys? The safety drone they activated for Team Milky Way, they really want out? I guess so.
That's crazy. I was not expecting the damage from the Hazer, because that's because the Haze is only 4 items. They're not. They don't have the blood weapon. They don't really have anything else, but that SMG burst just completely deleting NXA there at the very end, probably because of that defense shred as well coming out from that Darko.
I will say this, by the way, it's the point that I was going to try to make earlier. Wait a Meowment. I love this comp, right? It's a comp that we've seen time and time again where you run the Lenny with double frontliners. It's not something that is completely entirely old. It's things we've seen in the past. The problem with how Team Wait a Meowman operates this, it was seen during the group stages too. I'm surprised that it's still a problem. Yeojun always dies first. How does a Lenny always die first when you have a Luke and a Debbie and Marlene on your It is so wild to me that this is how it always happens. There we go.
Yeah,
Wait a Meowman just keeps dying because of that. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that Lenny dies first, but she shouldn't be dying. She shouldn't be dying that fast, right? Like, she just dies like the second the team fight starts, but yeah, great ultimate coming out from the side of the Nia there, just immediately deleting the haze, and the haze goes down. There's not enough damage, I think, for the side of Team Milky Way. Great round of sticking to the wall. Look at the timers. There goes the IREM, and the Darko gonna go down here as well. So,
oh my god.
CJ Sports getting a nice clean 3 kills once again, and look at their amount of points here. They're sitting at 19.5 already.
Another game where Modern is in the final zone, Super. This could be their 6th.
It might be a clean 8-game sweep for the side of Team Modern, I'm not gonna lie. Like, Team Modern are just so clean on this team comp, but CJ Esports, I mean, they're looking really strong right now. They can definitely put a wrench in Team Modern's win streak here, and maybe that's is what will, you know, stop the momentum of that Team Modern is having.
Yeah, the only exception this time for Team Modern, the slight misconception that we might have in comparison to them making it into the final zone, no blood weapons for either the Justina or the Tsubame. We do not have the Blood Half Moon and the, the Blood Lotus Shuriken. Could be a little bit finicky. Damage output wise, Modern is going to be a little bit shaky. CNJ Esports, though, we talked about this earlier. Team composition, rock, paper, scissors. It's all on CNJ Esports to make the call. They need to make the play. Modern is there to reciprocate, but it's so much easier receiving these initiations than reacting upon it. KCW pushed away with the explosion shot. Tetragon is gone. Blink in and completely denied out. There is nothing.
The trap. Oh no. And here's the bombs coming up. Wait a second. The turn coming up in Nia's game world. No.
God. It's just
always just able to just dodge around in Nia's game world so well, and that is gonna be it. Team Modern, a 4th win or 5th win. No, 6th win coming out for Team Modern here. For 6 games in a row, they're just so clean on this team comp. Like, I don't think there's any team that has any contention into this team right now. And yeah, I mean, a great peel back, baiting KCW into that guillotine, and that will just seal the deal.
8 TK, but still wins the game. That goes to show you that it doesn't matter how many points you have, you can still win the game as long as you play the entire game right. Wow, 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 wow. What a domination shown to us by Team Modern. And we still have 2 games left. That's the crazy part about this.
They're not done yet, exactly.
They can make a clean sweep from the beginning to end of today, of Friday, if they wanted to do so. Still has the opportunity to show us that, they might not really deserve to be down here. What a run from these players. I was more or less today expecting Soe on the Tazi and Gun on the Felix. Maybe they practiced in scrims. I have no idea. The Tsubame and the Justina is working wonders for these players. Although, I will say this, I'm a little bit worried about this because we know how popular Justina is from some of the teams that we're going to be going up against later down the road. It could be a possible candidate for getting banned later, especially since they're also operating the Mai. Outside of that, though, I see no faults with this roster. Nothing today. Absolutely nothing.
I think Tsubame is another character as well that we might see banned, right? Because we saw Team Autoworms.
Sad Hands can also play it.
Yeah, Sad Hands can play it. I think Tsubame is just one of the top ADCs right now. That's a lot of the players in Korea are playing, right? So it's definitely the hot pick on the ADC role. So definitely potential for it being banned as well, maybe into the later stages, the knockout stages, which might change up Team Modern's team entirely, when these characters do end up getting banned out.
Yeah, after all, Tsubame is one of those characters that really does reward correct and very efficient micro. A lot of the characters that KR tends to play, especially among some of these KEL teams, are all those kind of characters. Micro-intensive, but very rewarding if you play correctly. Tsubame, definitely a ban contender. Same thing for the Justina. Micro-intensive, a lot of very small margin of error on that character. Even if the laser seems pretty wide enough for you to be able to land everything, it comes down to those very minuscule pixels that you need to hit people with. Mai, we already know about Mai. It's been a staple in ERM for seasons at this point. I don't even remember when Mai wasn't meta at this point, ever since she released. Might be a problem for Team Modern, but not for today. They don't care. They have no problems in the world just continuing to run this composition if they wanted to. No one else seems to be ever threatening bans on this ever today. Modern might just have a clean sweep.
I'm sure they'll be fine even if they do get banned, just because, those players are just really, really good, right? Soe can probably has like a lot of mages he could probably play, and I think most of the ADCs in Korea can just swap to other ADCs, but obviously they're gonna have to dumb swapping up their team comp entirely is definitely a lot different, right? And they're gonna have to kind of adapt to like a different pick in their team comp, like for example not having that Tsubame for that dive in potential. Maybe we could replace it with the Dean, a Rio or a Kari is not going to really fit that same role that Tsubame is going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, you have to think about it in prospects like this too. We're talking about alternatives that Team Modern could theoretically bring out. I don't know about what the prospects are looking like now with all the recent developments that Team Modern went through, but before that, they were looking to become a National League team in 2026. Things that we might have to consider, right? If these players are still looking for opportunities like that, then alternative compositions really have to start coming into the picture. Otherwise, you could just run this all the time you want, right? If it's not in danger of getting banned, have fun. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I think every team, or I think 90% of the teams in ERM should have a substitute team comp.
Yeah.
Obviously, because of that potential ban coming in, right? You play scrims like maybe 3 to 4 days a week. Eventually, you're going to run into that ban. And once that ban comes in, you have to have another team comp or another pick there to substitute in. And I think most of these teams should be ready for, a potential ban on their characters. So Modern still in first place. You guys see the leaderboard here with 38 points. So not too big of a point difference, honestly, despite winning 2 games just because they didn't really have too many kills in the second game. Only a 4-point difference on CNG Esports with 34, Milky Way with 26.5, and William Yamit with 19.5 to round out our top 4 here. So still really anyone's game to make it into the top 4 spot. But I think Team Modern and CNG Esports, they're definitely slowly starting to run away with the lobby here.
Weren't these the exact 3 teams that were sitting in top 3 with very close points in the 30s in knockout stage 3 after game 2?
I think you're right.
It's giving me a little bit of a sense of deja vu. The only thing missing is Milky Way sitting in the 30s, but doesn't really matter. They're still holding on to that top 3 spot, which means after that halfway point, it's going to be Wade and Melmet at 19.5 to guard that top 4. But of course, with 2 games left, 5-point difference between 4th and 5th, that can always change. So let's see how that is going to go. Super. That was game number 2, though. Do you think any teams need substitutions?
Maybe the lower end teams, but I don't know if they're comfortable substituting off of their picks and their characters. We'll have to see, though, because I mean, there's still no bans coming into game number 3.
The only exception that we were able to see during Knockout Stage 3 was Circus with Sear coming in, right? The Sylvia player substituting in for the Sua. Outside of that, I haven't really seen too many good substitutions as of late. I think the timing is a little bit awkward, especially in knockout stages, just because you only get 4 games.
You only get 1.
Yeah, it's just 1 substitution you get in comparison to some of our previous tournament formats where we had 6 games, so you had chances to kind of flip-flop back and forth. Once you make the decision, you're locked in, so it is what you get. Regardless, that's all decisions that our teams are going to have to make. Super, let's go on to a break. We'll see you guys back in 5 minutes for games 3 and 4 of Knockout Stage number 4. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you can do it for today. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌고 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데. 시간을 되돌리고 싶다고 생각해 본 적 있나? 시간은 화살처럼 빠르다고 하지. 공감하진 못하겠다만 지금의 나를 네가 본다면 과연 뭐라고 할까? 멈춰있던 시간을 움직일 때다. 너희가 날 이용하는 게 아니다. 내가 너희를 이용할 것이다. 감사는 표하도록 하지. 다만 허투 수작은 그만두는 게 좋을 거야. 흐릿해져가는 기억을 붙잡아야 해. 잃어버리지 않게. 각오는 이미 끝났다. 다시 한번 그 미소를 볼 수 있다면.
서슬같이 체인에다가 스킨 하셨고
와이어 일단은 센스가 굉장히 좋았고 따라갑니다.
강로 자, 이어지는 게임 월드 깔끔하게 잡아내고 이어서 헤이즈까지도 충분히 지킴. 이러면 터미네이트 각이 나오죠 플레이어. 맞았습니다. 이러면요 터미네이트 각이 나오죠. 첫 번째 터미네이트 만들어내는 CJ. 이쪽은 오도와 경남 스파클. 자 송아라 스프링필드 피해냈습니다만 여기서 꽁 선수의 나랑 놀자가 들어가면서 또
그나마 여기가 템포가 없다 보니까 우리가 잘하면 터트릴 수 있지 않을까라는
그나마
생각인 것
할만하다.
같아요.
그렇죠.
디테일러의 교전 구도를 생각하면 그렇죠. 그냥 빠르게 뭔가를 해봐.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, all of you guys had a fantastic break because I definitely had a good one. Super. We got 2 more games left. Games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 4. If you are joining us now, sorry, I can't really give you any more drops, but you might be able to get at least one because there's still about an hour worth of games left. Guys, final 2 games. 6 games in a row, won today so far by Team Modern. They can finish today out with a clean sweep if they win the final 2.
Such a monstrous performance by them, and I don't think we've ever seen a team win 8 games in a row in the knockout stage, have we? Like
I don't think so.
Is unprecedented. So very excited to see if Modern will be the first team to do it. You know, winning every single game in one
One day of play. Yeah. Usually, if a team is able to dominate with a performance like this, they will typically be in higher upper brackets of the knockout stages. For Team Modern, it looked a little bit finicky. And funnily enough, it's actually on their main roster that they looked very shaky on, because in group stages, Team Modern ran the Soe on the Tazia, Gun on the Felix. Kind of surprising that that's the roster that they struggle with, but this is the roster they're having so much success with. This opens up opportunities for these guys, though. They know the other roster is still there in case they need to default into something else. But this having this much of a success, this is also very, very good. And I think it's just information and knowledge Team Modern is just going to be sitting on for a long, long time. That is such a kind of, how do I want to say this? A safety net for the players, I think, to make sure they know this composition works.
Yeah, I think them swapping back to, I guess, this team comp or just this front to back team comp is definitely doing them justice, especially in this type of lobby where, you know, all these double melee team comps just kind of struggle right into a Subame and a Justina, as they both just have so much self-peel for themselves, and then they have that Mai there as well to keep them alive. So yeah, I think Team Modern, they're just playing some just great eternal return, right? We just see them with winning every single game, 16 in a row. No. What?
Oh no!
I think it was Team Ready to Die. I didn't see a member of Team Ready to Die in that lobby there, and I think that might be a penalty because you're not allowed to dodge here on the big stage.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted out. We'll probably end up seeing what the results are by the end of it, just because we'll see the score sheets. If we can compare and contrast, we'll know which team ended up getting penalized. But a little bit unfortunate. Regardless, we should get the game locked and loaded very, very soon. Not that big of a deal, just a little bit of a mishap. I did see... Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, like, sometimes, some mishaps do happen. Like, maybe your game ended up bugging out and there's nothing you could do, right?
Yeah.
So they probably wouldn't be penalized for that, but I don't know if it was just a mishover and there's nothing that...
I think in ERM, even if your computer bugs out, maybe someone's power runs out in the middle of character select, a dodge is still a dodge.
Yes. if it's on your end, but like sometimes it's on the game's end, right? And it's like if it's on the game's end,
I still think
so?
Yeah, because you have to really be straightforward. KR, I talked about this a long time ago, and I still think it's the same thing. KR very much more strict when it comes to these tournament rules.
It is, yeah.
So
it is definitely more strict. But if it's not the game's end, then like,
how do you verify it? It's an online tournament, so.
That's true. I guess you could just say, like the game didn't let me lock in.
Yeah.
To try to make an excuse. That is fair. But
I think if it's a dodge, it's a dodge, regardless of what ends up happening. We'll take a look at what the results are going to be. Obviously, again, we can take a look at the score sheet to see if any teams did get penalized. Maybe there was a bug with the lobby. I'm not entirely sure if that gets confirmed. Maybe there was no penalty. I have no idea, but here we go. Character select, locked and loaded one more time. I did see a team completely swap their roster on. I believe it was Here's Haja Boys that ended up bringing something funny. Lasita, I think, was on the Felix. Not sure if these players are going to have to pick the same thing as earlier. I would have to assume they have to. Right?
I mean, it wasn't locked in, so I don't think so, right? It dodged right on the like lock-in portion of the section. So yeah, it is gonna be that Felix coming in at the very end here with the they're gonna be on the Nia as well. So it's gonna be Nia, Felix, and Alonso. So it's pairing the Alonso with the Nia, which we did see CJ Esports do, but it didn't really work out too well for them, right? Because we saw, Alonso, one of those tanks nowadays that just easily being able to get kited back from, right? If teams just know how to play around the Alonso, because Alonso is one of those tanks that is just really streamlined, that the point is going to come through. You can kind of dodge out on the point if you just have a mobility skill, and just in general, you kind of know when the Alonso is going to go in, right? So
yeah, I think another big thing is that there's no real versatility with how you want to play Alonso. If you think about characters like the Estelle, characters like Mai, things that are very common in ERM, you can do things that doesn't really pertain to what you start the idea with, right? Like Mai, you can try going in, but if you don't like the idea, you can just leave. Same thing for the Estelle. If you try going in, you can try leaving. Same thing. Alonso, you cannot do that. Once you are in, you are very much in. If the fight doesn't go in your way, Alonso's probably dead. Everyone else has to run away. That is just the name of the game, which is why Alonso isn't picked all too much. But he is for game number 3, which is now locked and loaded, guys. We got 2 more games that is remaining for today after this. 4 teams move on, 4 teams are out. I will say it over and over and over again because that is just a fact when it comes to the knockout stages.
Yeah, and you can see the scoreboard on the very right here. a lot of these teams on the bottom side definitely need something here. Team Busan Vespa, you know, a team that's, I would say, has been usually in the middle of the pack these days, just hasn't been really having a good showing here in knockout stage 4 here, as there are only 7 points. They need a lot more points to get to the top 4 spot.
It's funny because Rosner on the Darko has been playing exceptionally well. I think both of our Darko players today, Rachan and Rosner, have shown really solid gameplay individually. The only problem is, actually, I don't know, is it really a problem? If anything, I'm actually more surprised that Busan Vespa is in 8th place right now with only 7 points, because Rosner has been playing way too well. Like, look at this. He's playing pretty well in this fight alone. Yeah, he got taken down, but that's because it was a 1v3. All of the plays that our Darkos are making is really good. I'm just surprised that this is the result we are sitting. Diaz Game World all over the place. Down goes an entire team as 8ㅅPhase is fully gone. I Love Subak trying his best to run away. Should be able to. Does steal those
wolves. Okay, I like that. Just, you know, having the speed gate access as an Alex, you could just grid a little bit there. Does end up getting one, and the Jackie will be able to get the other. So fortunately, 8ㅅPhase was on the receiving end of that third party. Did end up going down, but it is still day 1, so this early game dead timers on them are going to be pretty short.
With 20 seconds to go, a little bit on the quiet side. NXA getting jumped on by everybody in team, Hirasaja boys. Down goes the Debbie and Marlene. The rest of the team joining a little bit too late. Not that big of a deal. Debbie and Marlene will be back in just a moment. Flame Crusher, not really landing on anybody. It does land on the Rosner towards the end, but in response, the double knockup. Nice. And this is what I mean, man. How is Busan Vespa only sitting on 7 points? There's an entire team wipe off of Rosner getting a double knockup as a response for the Flame Crusher. Well played.
Yeah, a good shotgun burst there, or SMG burst to actually finish off the other two as well. I mean, Hayes is having that burst damage with the SMG is just going to be able to seal the deal there. And the 8ㅅPhase will be able to pick up a kill. I really like that the Luke was a little patient with that clean sweep, just waiting for the Tsubame to hit the White Lily first before ending up taking the clean sweep to make sure they are able to follow all the way.
Oh, yeah. We do have a bit of a quieter start tonight, number 1. I have a feeling Team Modern is split. I see individual health bars just kind of splitting up like this. Let's see, Justina and the Tsubame group together. I didn't see the Mai over there, so they're probably splitting on their own. Ready to die? Not exactly ready to die just yet. Try wants to fighting back on the front. Horrific getting jumped on. Leshu is the one to get taken down first, though. Horrific eventually should get taken down. There we go. Inside the EMP barrage. ETB. Oh, can he turn things around? The Darko is coming in. Rachan, let's see if he can do it. We've seen the Darko plays. Down goes the Irem. Can Rachan find one? Suture is gonna lock him down. No.
It's rooted. They're just playing with fire here. They're just slowly starting to back away and switch out with their HP bars here. And Hyde is gonna get chucked down to about 1 HP. It is gonna get taken down. Rachan
with these Darkos.
With the passive. Yeah, the Darko just gonna be able to finish the job there. Do have another fight here in Forest. Rosner gonna jump on in with the ultimate, and he's gonna hit a 3-man Spirit Arrow, and the members of the side of Team Modern is forced to back away. There's the explosion plant to actually finish the job as well. And Team Busan Vespa, a huge start from them. 5 kills so early into the game, and wait, we had a death. Is that -1?
I have a feeling.
It's a plant.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Is there a plant right here? Oh, it might have been with the chicken.
Yeah. It was the plant. Yeah. It was the blast. It was the blast plant. It just says you died to whatever environmental, but the kill did go to the side of Team Busan Vespa. I don't think that is a -1 because
it's not. It's actually, funnily enough, even if it shows up like that, I've tested this out with CSVs before, it still gives the point credit. Usually it doesn't, right? Because if you just pop, it doesn't show up as anything, but with this, it does count towards Busan Vespa. So nice play. Again, dude, I'm telling you, man, Busan Vespa, it's so strange that they're sitting in 8th place with only 7. Rosner is still making incredible plays. Triple tag with the Spirit Arrow. What's going wrong with these guys that they only have 7 points? I have no idea. Furze getting jumped on by KCW and Bubba. I don't see Pixu anywhere around. He's finally going to join the fray. Furze trying his best to run away. Can he is the question. Trying to get the jump around, but KCW blinks on in and says, nah. What's going on?
they went a little wide, and I think the point tick also went a little wide from the Nia, but there is the pull. This point tick is going to connect, and they should be able to get this Kenneth, but Kenneth is a really slippery character, so is going to be able to double knock. Is going to be enough. No, end up going down, and it's going to be team CNG Sports going to be able to get a nice kill. And then the other side, the other Nia team is looking for Modern here, and Bomb is going to get sent on by the Felix. The Felix is going to be able to get a lot of damage in. The Subami going to be forced to slowly back away, but there's the Subami auto attack damage with the Mize. It's going to be there, and on the other side, Zoe is completely in the 1v2, just completely winning it out here. Is going to get hit by the point sink, is going to get chunked down, but Alonso is going to be isolated by himself, and there is the Mai taunt to lock them down, and Modern getting another 2 kills for himself. Unfortunately, Beal is going to be the last one, just going to be forced to rat it out to make sure they get their teammates back in this game. I don't know if they ended up getting the force score as well, because they ended up calling it in. I don't know if they got their force score stolen. Oh no, it looks like they did end up crafting it for themselves, but yeah, still losing 2 members in the day 2 swap here.
How do you stop Team Modern? I don't really know. They're fighting in the earlier stages and actually getting kills out of it. Pixu, perfect parry to deny that SMG burst. Obliterated is going to be horrific. Holy moly. BTV in trouble too. Beautiful Tomahawk roundhouse to knock that IRM into the wall. Another fight on the southern side as Team Modern, just a little bit too split this time. Gun is going to get taken down. There is the denial that we've been looking for, going up against that team for the first time in the earlier stages of the game. Yunjem getting taken down. Down they go. First, he needs to completely book it around. Yeah, I mean, a bit of a change around, I would have to say, for night number 2. A couple of the teams that we would normally expect just dominating at this phase in the game, not exactly getting the way that they've been looking for. Modern falling down, Milky Way also falling down at this point in the game. Not the way that we've been seeing this series go so far, but I do like these change-ups. After all, it is after the half. Teams getting change-ups means some of our teams on the bottom half might actually be turning things around for themselves in favor too.
Yeah, 100%, and it's exactly what these teams need, right? If they want to get that top 4 spot, to make sure they qualify for knockout stage 5 for tomorrow here. So these teams are definitely looking and are definitely thirsty for these skills, because they've got to get as many points as possible.
19.5 isn't even that much. I think the 19.5 being the break point for top 4 right now is actually giving a lot of hope to the teams in the bottom 4. It can easily be made upable, especially considering the difference between 4th and 8th is only 12.5. That's nothing.
So, yeah, especially with 2 rounds still to go here, Horrific is going to be able to use that blink in response to KTW, but there is the Nia's game world that, yeah, the Haze is just going to get immediately exploded, 100-0 in that point sink from Bobo there, and it is going to be another kill going to the side of Team CNG Esports as they slowly widen their lead here and secure themselves in that top 4 spot. But now Team Modern is looking, oh my god, look at the damage coming out from that UC now, chunking the Jackie down to half HP with just 2 abilities. So very, very nicely played, as they are gonna force the Jackie to get themselves on out of there and secure the box for themselves down here in Hospital. So we do have the Alonso getting sent on forward first on the side of the boys, as they're gonna jump on forward as well.
It's gonna work out in everybody's favor. Modern Gun just ended up building his 4th transition. Oh, Gilman is actually gonna send it forward. Okay, Lucida, he is a little bit wary because of the fight from earlier. Being blink on in, but it only tags over onto the Mai, and she just walks out of it with the catwalk. Alonso jumping in towards the backside, but where is the support from the rest of the team? Lucida is running away. Beal is running away. I think Alonso posted a little bit too far forward. The +1 is there. Gun is out. Oh man, Beal is completely out of there, but the Alonso goes down. I don't think that last finger point should have been taken. Everybody on that side was just trying to back away. Beal was running. Same thing for Lucida. I don't think Kyoman should have taken that finger point, but this does set up again for Team Modern to take that mid-game fight.
Yeah,
looking
I mean,
for more transitions.
They tried looking for Demise, so they tried to play the front to back, but I think with a team like Team Modern, when you are playing, you know, the double backliner, you're just going to get out DPS raced, right? We saw the amount of damage, and we can see how much the amount of damage that Team Modern can do compared to the side of, you know, the Alonso, Felix, and Neo.
Nothing else you can really do about that. Once the Felix is in too, he invested everything onto the Mai. She got out. Once the Felix is in, he is also in to a certain degree. Can't run away or block any damage from the Justina, which has been a bigger issue than I think anything else that a lot of these teams have been having to deal with. Zoe on this Lucina has been so much of the pressure for Team Modern. Felix, you don't block anything from that character. There are no auto attacks that you're going to be blocking from Lucina. Bit of a rough time these teams are going to have. Still, going into night number 3, full 24 players alive, all 8 teams on. Are we going to see some of these dimensional rifts being contested? Purple boxes are a factor. The question is, will these dimensional rifts be a problem for some of these teams?
Rifts are definitely a little risky right after day 2 because you do end up risking that full wipe here. And Hyde actually going to go in onto the side of Team Mystic, and there is the ultimate actually invested, I think, for... Oh no, it wasn't. It was just a blink invested for the side of that Barbara. As they do get themselves on out of their rift. Is going to be taken for... boys, is there anyone else? No, it's going to be a free rift for them as, yeah, I think mostly teams don't want to play for that potential wipe on their team. Hyde, I do like this spot here from the Scatty sitting around this little corner here over the wall, but looks like Team Mystic aren't going to push into them. I think they want to take this team fight because they look at the items on the side of Team Mystic and they are looking really weak. Right, you see they're playing down about like 3 or 4 items here compared to the side of Team Ready to Die, so they probably just want to send this team fight here. And this is a pretty decent team for them to really send it into it. There's a double ultimate coming in and a huge parry coming out from the Alex, but the Cathy's just going to be there to completely deny any damage with the ultimate as well. And I think, yeah, Hyde just completely bursting them down. And I didn't even realize, but Hyde is going to be on the napkin this time. So it looks like they didn't swap it off of the Ironclad.
Let's go! See, now you actually do damage. Scathy, look at that. You were able to burst down an Istvan with full shields up and everything. Yunjem virtually going down. I will have to say Furze getting away was actually the right call, I think, from Team Ready to Die. With a Cathy and an Alex, a bit difficult to catch up to this character. Also very sustaining out of nowhere. If you just give him free damage and free tags on all of his skills and auto attacks, he can out-sustain quite a lot of things going on. What the heck was that? Clean sweep all the way from No Man's Land for Sturlo. He's still alive. Look at the sustain on this Luke. It is impossible to kill him. Still half HP despite running straight into 3 people all by himself, but no damage coming through from either one of the teams on our screen. Milky Way and Wait a Moment expends a bunch of ultimates and timers, decide to back away from each other.
Yeah, problem is Luke not going to deal as much damage, even though they're not going to take much damage either, so it's just, here comes the Luke coming up once again. The burst damage is going to be there, but there is the Cypher Maelstrom to keep them alive. It is going to proc onto one member. NXA also having that Cypher Maelstrom, but not going to proc onto anyone there. And the Lenny's going to be able to keep them alive. Luke is going to be able to clean sweep once again. There's the engage from the Darko on the backside. It's going to be a 1v2 versus a 1v2. The damage is going to be there from Serial, though, on the IREM. The IREM damage is going to stick. And there is the Lenny. The sustain is going to be able to keep all their members of the side of Team Wait a Moment alive. The Cypher Maelstroms are coming back once again, and Luke is going to be in there with that White Lily.
Oh no.
Going to be Team Wait a Moment. They're going to be the one to come out on top. Horrific going to be split away from their team, and will just end up going down for the side of Team Milky Way. They're a little unfortunate, as yeah, I mean, Team Wait a Moment just have so much sustain on this Luke and Emma here, and there is the ultimate coming out from the Jackie. Is gonna be able to chase them down a little bit, but yeah, Team Milky Way just gonna be, or just gonna jump themselves into red and take some extra red timer and try to get the res here. Probably dropping that kiosk to get their haze back into the game.
I think that was the first time that we ever saw the Darko a little bit shaky, because he was holding on to the 1v2 pretty well, but no intimidation tactic throughout that entire fight. I guess you just never saw an angle on it. Hyde trying to get a jump on towards the backside. Can you get a kill onto anybody? Beal +1, it doesn't even matter. -2, never mind for that player. Lasita about to get taken down too. Down goes to Felix. Alonzo is trying to run away, but that is an Alonzo.
Oh, no.
He's waddling. He's waddling. There is a White Lily right here, I think. Okay. Okay, but they're still chasing, because it's just an Alonzo. The Alex gave up, so yeah, there we go. At least the Alonzo stays alive. Gadget point being invested. Do they have the credits to res? Just one in about 2 seconds here? The Felix?
Yeah, should look the Felix back into the game, but yeah, not going to have enough for that Nia anytime soon. Not long, actually going down on the bottom side.
no
wait,
way.
he's going to try to take the rift. Wait, has their CC moved? No! No!
I respect it.
CJ Sport, I think, invests a little too much, though. KCW hits a great knockback, but the clean sweep is still there. And Bobo's going to be on the back. Now, it's hit by the clean sweep once again, and Serio is going to going absolutely insane on this Luke. able to hit these clean sweeps over and over again. DJ Esports, I'm surprised they invested so much in the face of the side of Team Wait-A-Meowman and they get punished for it.
That was just head empty. Just press whatever button as you see as it goes. Nice attempt from the Alonso. I completely respect it for Killman, but just the wrong play. Way too much crowd control sources available for Team CNJ Esports, but as you said, invested way too much trying to get that kill. That means that's a minus 400 going towards that team. Everybody is back. Wait-A-Meowman trying to duke it out up against Team Modern. Doesn't even want to go for it. Look at that. Wait-A-Meowman looks at that comp and says no.
I mean, there's still, even though Team, oh no, it was Busan Best that got wiped, but even though Wait-A-Meowman is so strong, you can see Team Modern as well. They're already sitting on 2 bloods for themselves. I think, oh no, they don't have the blood yet on the Yusina weapon, but they're gonna buy it really soon. They have the shoes on the Tsubame, and then they're saving another blood, I think, on this Mai. So they are so strong, and I mean, Modern, I mean, they've already won 6 games, so I think every team has to, you know, sort of respect them here. They are the alphas, I would say, in this lobby.
Low kill count again though for those guys. It's probably going to carry all the way into the final zone on top of it. We've seen Team Modern not really getting too many in the final zone because they're the ones that get the free zone. Leshu duking it out, but the third party coming in from Busan Bespa needs to be careful. Everybody just needs to run. Wait-A-Meowman on the top side. Team ready to die over on the right side. You see the vision drone coming in from the top side down too. Ready to die, being a bit careful with this for rightful reasons. Using a safety drone to get out. The only problem is, look at the mini-map. If they walk up, the only team that is waiting for them is Modern.
Oh yeah, looks like they're gonna decide to use a VLS because they know they're gonna get isolated or, you know, kind of zoned off here going into the zone. But they could VLS straight onto the side of Team Wait-A-Meowman. It looks like you do end up getting into school, and Wait-A-Meowman is actually gonna VLS as well. They're gonna go straight into the hands of Team Milky Way on the top side here. Maybe try to take an early fight before these other teams end up funneling in, because yeah, these final zones are going to be a little rough once there's maybe 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams in these temporary zones.
Way trying to hold on to this dimensional top side. Everybody else is isolated. It's just a raw 3v3. The problem is Yeochun getting taken pretty low. Each of these grenades are doing quite a lot of damage. NXA doing a bit more of the return damage onto Racham, but for both these teams, the damage exchange is working in favor of Team Milky Way, despite being down on a few items themselves.
They're pretty poor, so I mean, if I was Team Milky Way, I would try to look, but there's another team coming in now. Now, a little doomed to try to look for any angle in, because there's too many teams in the zone, right? So we're gonna have another team probably gonna be funneling as well, once maybe Team CNJ Esports or Team Busan Bespa does end up securing the other zone. So yeah, it's gonna be a little tough for some of these teams very, very shortly here. Ready to Die, just trying to find their corner and just bunker down, I think, on this top side. I don't think these teams are gonna send any fights anytime soon, because, you know, fight under the console vision, it's just free third party for the other team to come in.
It's that time where everyone just situates themselves, finds the place they want to just kind of sit tight, wait for the day 6 temporary zone pops. Then we start getting the fights going on. Wait-A-Meowman pushing up a little bit forward. They understand positioning around the CCTV quite important at this point. Busan Bespa with the Wick line will make their way down towards Hotel. We also have CNG Esports, who's been sitting inside that bush for the past, what, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? They're still sitting there
for a while. Yeah. You can see they're all still level 17, so they've been sitting there for quite a little bit as these other teams are hitting 18, 19 breakpoint. It looks like Team Modern are actually going to be able to sift them out here and on this, and they're going to come to engage. And Maya's going to be able to land the taunt onto the Jackie, but the Jackie's going to be able to use the jump and that White Lily to get themselves out to safety. And you can see their items as well. This is another team that is not very strong right now, and they're going to run straight into the hands of these other teams. I don't know if Team Modern wants to come into this hectic final zone with 3 or 4 teams.
Look at the back! Look at the back!
Into the other zone here, but you are correct. There is Team Wait-A-Meowman on the flank here. Team Modern
right now for this.
This might be it for Team Modern to get shut down, but I love this. They're actually just gonna walk up as the VLS system is gonna be used by the side of Team Esports, but they're gonna get triple stun, and now they're gonna be in a really rough position.
Somebody just needs to send it. KCW needs to go back.
Invested all items or all ultimates were invested for the side of Team CNJ, and they're gonna VLS. Oh, they do get out. And the question is,
they're staying?
They're staying.
Oh my God! No way!
They don't want to go to the other zone because the other zone. Oh
First one already
KCW.
invested from Pova. They're still alive, but KCW gets isolated. Down he goes. The wrong call to stay as there were 4 teams inside of the zone. Fight between Team Widow Malmont and Team Ready to Die are going to start, but it's Zerlo to fall down first. Ready to Die, not ready to die just yet. There's the execute over onto the Lenny. Down she goes. And XA quite good at doing the 1v3. If you've seen it in the past, we've seen it time and time again, but it's too much damage. Down goes NXA. CNJ Esports trying to get the third party on the side. Leshu is the first target. They do get executed. It's down to the Kathy and the Alex. Timer-wise, though, it's in favor of Team Ready to Die.
Team Ready to Die. No, they're
what's going on? No, down goes the Kathy.
Oh no, then they just run straight into the hands of Team Milky Way, and Team Milky Way will be the one to come out on top as they have full zone control. On the other side, though, we do have Team Modern versus the side Team Busan Vespa. Will they be able to win it out here? There is the ultimate in, and Gun just completely killed
by the rocket.
and and now it's a 2v2. We do have our tank and mage here. Can they get the haze here? The haze does end up going down, or doesn't actually end up going down. They do actually end up taking my, and Team Modern is shut down for the 8-game sweep, and it will be a new team and a new winner going into game number 3 for knockout stage number 4.
For the first time on October 29th, Team Modern will take the fall. Very unfortunate that we're not going to be able to get the clean sweep tonight, but still a good result for the teams that are alive regardless. Both sitting at 14.5, looking for 20.5 at the minimum. Item-wise, Busan Vespa looking very solid on themselves. It's the mirror matchup between the Haze and the Darko on both sides, all decided between the Rio and the IRM. If I had to give it to a team, though, I would give it to Busan Vespa.
Yeah, I would give it to Rio as well, just because I mean they're also just like 3 bloods over them. But I do like the Rio in this comp a little better, just because they do have that extra sustain damage. To kill the Darko in time, right? Because IRM isn't going to be able to kill the Darko as fast as the Rio can shred him down. So we'll have to see though, because the IRM and the Darko can definitely find an angle on the backliners, and if they could get an angle on the backside here, that would be pretty big.
Oh god, you can see the damage difference. Oh my goodness.
Gonna completely zone off the side of Team Milky Way here, and they're just gonna be able to take full zone control as the timers are gonna slowly start to tick. You can see the Milky Way doesn't really have much time to work with either. Horrific are already down to about 8 seconds left, and they're gonna be forced in. Here comes the engage coming out from the Dargo. But is just gonna get guided back by the Rio and the Haze, and they're just playing so well. And Rosner just completely soloing the backside here, is able to keep themselves alive as well, and the HP bars are going down slowly. But wait a second, the drone is actually going to the side of Team Milky Way here, so Team Busan Vespa now might be on the back foot. But look at the timers. Horrific on 3 seconds left. He's gonna get tagged up there. 1 second is gonna be able to get in, but the Haze is out of the team fight for the side of Team Busan Vespa. Are they gonna be able to get some damage down? They're gonna be able to get so much poke damage with the rocket. And the Rio is just pelting the side of Team Milky Way down. But wait a second, can they find the Haze? Rachan does find the Haze, so now it's come down to 2v2, but look at the HP bars. It's too low. It's too low, and the timers are gonna slowly start to tick. Horrific. Gets pulled back into the red timer, and then is able to dodge out on the IRM at the very end. And Busan Vespa,
finally,
at the very last, or on the 3rd game when they desperately need it, they do end up getting a nice clean win with 20.5 points.
Oh man, what a strange end to it all. It's going to be Darko versus the mirror matchup for the Haze, going in favor of Busan Vespa. As we expected, of course. As you mentioned, the triple blood being over is pretty good, but at the same time, team composition-wise, Rio, way too good at punishing these kind of mistakes, right? With Darko, it's going to be very difficult for you to catch someone like a Haze and a Rio. So if you want to try something as Team Milky Way, you need to send a lot more than just the Darko initiation. The IRM also trying to punch a couple of those bombs on the ground, but every single time you walk up to throw those, you get auto-attacked a couple of times as the Rio. You just take way too much punishment as Team Milky Way. They tried what they could, but that's just team composition, rock, paper, scissors once again.
Yeah. Honestly though, like despite it being despite thinking that it went really in favor of Team Busan Best, it was actually pretty close, right? Yeah. Like if the items were in favor or were equal, I do think that Team Milky Way definitely would have had a chance to actually beat Busan Best there.
I think if Milky Way's Haze had a Hellfire, 100% that they could have won the fight. A couple of those rocket launchers being exchanged way too many rockets ended up landing from Milky Ways in comparison to Busan Vespas, but no Hellfire for Milky Way's Haze. Just don't have the damage. Of course, you're still going to have the yellow transition, the legendary transition for what is it, assault rifles that still has the Cataclysm, but you don't get the armor penetration, so the damage you do to the Darko is almost nullified. The damage you do onto the backline is just way too inconsistent, so they're going to heal all of it while the Darko is still sitting in front of your face. So many things went right for Milky Way, but they just got wall gapped. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes. You go to a final zone, you make it to the final zone, but unfortunately, you just don't have the items to beat your opponent because, once it's dialed into the game, if your opponent usually has 3 or 4 bloods, and if you don't have that yourself, you're definitely going to be in a rough spot. So
Milky Way still definitely not a position they're going to be uncomfortable with because they are the ones maintaining that top 3 spot right now. With this game, they should also kind of get closer to CNJ Esports as well as Team Modern. I don't think they're going to be too sad about this performance. The one that are going to be happy on the other side, though, is Busan Vespa from that 8th place spot, 7 points. They get 20.5. It's going to bump them all the way up to 27.5. Actually might put them in top 4 if the other teams were a bit more shaky for the middle of the pack. That's going to give them that foundation. Busan Vespa is not out of the game yet. It's the same situation as we saw Team Circus have in knockout stage number 3. The foundation is there. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, 100%. And this is it's going to come down to the wire here, right? Busan Vespa, I think, was in 8th place, so it's going to be really close for the leaderboard. We can actually see it right now. Busan Vespa just barely making it in to that 4th place spot. Only a 0.5 point difference between 4th and 5th, so it's still anyone's game. And I think the top 3, wow, they are well away from everyone else. 46.5, 46, 42, and it's those 3 same teams that we saw in the previous knockout stage as well. Up this time, all in the 40s.
It's a half-point difference between Modern and CNJ Esports. On one side of the coin, we have consistency with placements. On the other side, we have aggression all the way. Both of these teams showing us 2 different ways you can win each turn or return. The results are right there, as you can see. Basically the same amount of points, pretty much guaranteed to go into knockout stage number 5. It's all about that 4th place spot now. Milky Way, still a little bit shaky. A 15-point difference between them and 5th place still make upable. But when it comes to everybody else, it's still going to be really, really rough. Ready to die? They genuinely have to be ready to die at this point. Otherwise, their run is going to be over. Mystic and her Saja boys might just be aimed for Busan Vespa spot at this point. I don't know if you can make up the points all the way to Milky Way.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it's still pretty close, right? Team 5th, 6th, and 7th can definitely still make it in. I mean, even 8th place, it's only a 11.5 point difference for them to get in here. They just have to have a good last 4th game. Like this 4th slot, if Busan Vespa has a good game, I don't think these other teams can make it in here.
Yeah, no chance whatsoever. It's just that 4th place spot that we're looking at now. It's the only ticket available at this point. Even if Team Modern, even if Team CNJ Esports, even if Team Milky Way messes up and maybe goes a fast 8th, the point differential's a little bit too big. There might be a team who threatens them, but I don't think there's going to be a team that easily gets in just because of that. It'll be that 4th place spot that everyone is vying for, which means Busan Vespa, they have to wake up and focus. We need to see a replay of game number 3 for these guys. Otherwise, we'll end up losing their spot going into the next stage of knockouts, which, if I remember correctly, because of Busan Vespa's performance in stage 1 or phase 1, might actually put them into LCQ even without the qualifiers into finals. They're going to have a long road ahead if they want to make it to season finals if they don't make it here today.
Yeah, I mean, remember that Busan Vespa only has a 0.5 point difference, so they really need a good game here, and they're just going to lock in the exact same team comp. I think most teams are going to be playing the exact same as well. A little unfortunate we didn't get to see the 8-game sweep, but it looks like after that, for Modern, Gun is just going to have one now and lock in the...
Okay.
It looks like here. And Zoe going to be on the haze as
Where's the
well.
Lenny? Oh boy, they're just gonna go
he's
back to
popping-
their
he's
bread and
popping
butter.
back.
Yeah.
Okay.
No need for them to mess around with anything too weird at this point. Here's Saja Boys on the flip side. Beal on the Happy Gale. Once again, we're gonna see that coming out. Lasita on the IREM. Kyoman
It is going to be
on
the Haze,
Lane.
though, instead of the Lucina, so...
Ooh, that is true. You're absolutely correct. A pretty good pick at this point. Haze ban, yay! Whoa, 3 hazes! Wow, that's gonna matter so much. Woo!
Ooh, and Team Mystic. They're going to be
Yes.
on Kazuya Priya. Now, this is a combo we see time and time again. These two characters are always together, right? We never see Priya without a Kazuya. Or, I mean, we do, but like it's pretty rare that we see a Priya without a Kazuya or Kazuya without the Priya.
Way too good at supplementing each other. It's gonna be that Sentinel on top of it, additional shielding for the Priya. Kenneth with this. I know Furze's Kenneth, right? It's a really good Kenneth. We've seen it the entirety of today. But it just feels so off with this. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe they'll make it work, maybe they won't. Regardless, guys, final game of today. Round 4 of Knockout Stage number 4 is now underway. After this, 4 teams move on, and 4 teams are gonzos. About 30 minutes of gameplay left. Hopefully all of you guys have been having a wonderful, wonderful showing today. It's been a fun series for me. Hopefully it's been a fun set, I should say, of series for you guys in the chat as well. Thank you for joining us today. We just got one more left.
Final game for today, and it is as close as ever for our bottom 5 teams here. So very excited to see which 4 we're gonna see out. Realistically speaking, Modern, CNJ, and Milky Way have already secured their spot, but I mean, Milky Way could go 8th place if they do end up getting that 8th place spot. I think Team Busan Bespa and Wade Miyamoto can definitely overtake.
Okay, well, early game, let's see who is going to be able to draw first blood. I don't think it's going to tell us anything. Long are the days gone where the team that gets first blood tends to snowball pretty much early on all the way until the end. Just because of the way that the whole self-res thing works now,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean anything.
And I mean, back then as well, you know, like if you draw first blood, then you are out of the game completely. So it would definitely matter a lot more.
True.
You know, back when there weren't any revives, but that was a dark time, I would say, for the game, and definitely in a lot better spot now. But there is both of the ultimates coming out from the Darko, just rubber banding them back and forth. Unfortunately, it is going to be Busan Best, but routes are going to go down. And on the other side, though, we do have the ultimate coming out from Bobo here. Is going to be able to get 2 members on the side of Team Wade Miyamoto, and they're going to be able to get a clean break on the side of Team Wade Miyamoto and get Leshu here at the very end. Clean roundhouse kick coming out from KCW, and wait a second, a respawn in as well. I think they're going to be able to get a couple more kills here, but Bobo is going to be the one on the receiving end, but KCW is here to actually give him a great heal from the side of this Nia, and a great point sync coming out again. But another third party Stereo is back. Waiting Alvin is back to join the fray. But CNJ Esports is just winning it out here, but this time there's the clean sweep. A great parry coming out from the Jackie, and they killed the Luke, and they're gonna just turn it here. The Letty is gonna go down. Jackie's still alive, winning the 1v1 onto the Dema, and they just win it out. Just over and over again. They farm 8 kills. Oh, wait, I'm not ready to die. Oh my god.
They farmed 7 out of those 8 kills within that 1 camera range in that entry point from fire station, police station, and alley entrance into temple. They just don't die. You got +1s on the Nia. You got the healing innate from KCW. You got the automatic healing lifesteal from the Jackie. Has KCW run out of his RNG? No!
Oh, one more Q.
No! You know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't know what it was, but there was a part. Oh, okay, they get 1. I don't know what it was, but it felt like KCW just got like slow-mode for a second. I don't know why. Did anybody else feel that?
CNJ Esports finally going out. Yeah, because he didn't press his second Q. He didn't get it off in time, right? Is what you're trying to say?
No, like after his Q, he just felt like stood still and slowly started autoing for some reason. There's nothing in the game that really slows auto attacks in the game outside of Lich's Grass, so I don't know what that was. He just kind of looked like he stood still for a sec.
It's probably just early game auto attack speed, right? Just because, you know, we don't have that much in the early game. So it probably doesn't look like as smooth, but Yeah, CNG Esports did end up getting fully taken out.
Oh, they're feeling it.
They're getting shut down, but no, they're gonna go more. Horrific is gonna get cut out this time, and it's gonna be the Jackie here, and the blink on forward from the Jan as well. They're gonna be able to get another kill. Jackie gonna jump on forward. Okay, like, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I feel like this was a little too much there because they're sitting on 11 kills in night 1. I don't think I've ever seen a team with that many kills on the first night. I'm not gonna lie.
It's been a long time. The only time we ever really saw it was when IRM and Cemetery was popular and every team started walking into it. But either way, it's not going to be a good start for Team Milky Way as down goes Rachan. CNG Esports, I think this is the time where you have to actually start breathing and calm yourself. I've seen way too many teams where they get a very, very good... Oh, did Sir get hit by the Spirit Arrow? Yeah,
I think so.
For CNG Esports, you need to take a step back and breathe because I've seen way too many cases. Of course, when it comes to the context of this tournament, this series, it doesn't matter because they're so far ahead at this point. But
I think they're already secured, so I don't think it really matters like what they do now after they got 11 kills here. I think that should secure them their spot in, right?
I think so. It's just I've seen way too many teams get this kind of early lead and then just start running it down and then lose it, right? You got so many kills early, you're feeling it, you got the adrenaline rush, you think you can take on every single fight in the world, but then you start falling behind because you can't call items. Yeah, you get wiped at day 2. I've seen too many of that happen.
Yeah. 100%. Do have... Oh, it looks like Milky Way doesn't actually want... Well, it's not they don't want to take the fight, but the other team just decides to leave, so not really much they could do. I think they probably could still look to try to get their buy-ins here. And CNG Esports, they are going to slowing it down here. Slowly get their buy-ins. 4 scores are going to be dropped. They do have the Lumi as well coming to them, so they will be able to get this and look for this beach box tempo swing with the Mutant Bears as well. This is the great spot to be in if you're CNG Esports. I definitely love being in these situations where you get Lumi, you're able to get the box with the bear pack as well. But there's going to be Modern that's going to be coming around to contest for this beach zone, as this is definitely going to be, you know, one of the more contested zones, just because it is probably the best tempo swing right now, you know, grabbing that beach box and then also getting the bears as well.
Okay, Rocket Launcher's doing pretty good. The thing is, CNG Esports tempo is pretty accelerated as well. The only problem is Tetragon going down. They have no idea about the flank coming in. KCW blinks in on towards the sand information. And this is what I mean. They went a little too hard, man. They went a little too hard.
Wait, oh no, Bubba's out.
Bubba somehow slips out like an eel right underneath the vision grasp of everybody inside of Beach. NXA takes the rift, goes inside. Nobody on Ready to Die can take that one. Okay, down goes one. Eel's gonna get eliminated. Lasita trying his best to run away. Gyoman, he barely lives the Primordial Hex. Luckily, that means Hirasaja boys still keeps their lives intact.
Yeah, and they desperately need some points right now. They are in 8th place, so Hirasaja boys getting some extra points for themselves, but is gonna go down. Is gonna lose 2 members. They ended up getting 1 right from Team William there, so it's not. It definitely wasn't the worst.
Not that bad of a result at all. Still, 8 teams strong at this point. No teams falling down, which has been a pretty consistent pattern for us tonight. No teams falling down during night number 2 entirely. Might have had a case here and there, but it's not as common as what we saw during phase number 1. I love Subak trying his best to run away. It is an Alex, but not going to be enough. It's too early in the game for that up against a Priya. Mystic picking up a couple kills for themselves too. Also in contention for that top 4 spot. It's looking pretty spicy, Super. CNG Esports doing pretty good. Busan Vespa also doing a little bit good. So that top 4 gate is slowly starting to shut for our bottom 4 teams.
Yeah, CNG Esports still in a pretty good spot for themselves as well, sitting on that 5.5 points. It looks like they're actually completely split farming here, probably just because of their stagnated debts, right? When you do have the stagnated debts during day 2 is usually the time you start to just look for some more farm here. We do have the engage coming in from Serio here. The Darko is going to be able to get the ultimate, but not going to. Is going to connect onto the Dama. The Dama is just so tanky here with this Lenny, and they will be able to take down the IRAM. As Team Milky Way will be on the back foot now, as Horrific is going to be forced to regroup with Rachan down here, but there is going to be the boys on the backside. Maybe can catch these two, as Team Milky Way is just in a really awkward position now. They can't teleport. Well, actually, they will be able to slip by and maybe teleport onto IRM, who will have the full scan here very shortly.
fact that it's night 2, I think, is a really, really big break for Team Milky Way. If they had to res the IRM on top of the position they were in, almost impossible situation for these guys. If they would slip away though, the vision is just not covered for Team Hirasaja boys. There's res back onto the IRM. Is this actually going to give the opening for Hirasaja boys to look for the initiation in? Beal on the backside, this Abigail not getting any value all the way up towards the front. That's a problem because doing damage to the Darko as an Abigail isn't really valuable at all for you. Killmon taking down a half HP, looking pretty good for Team Milky Way. Lucida is going to be the one on the run, but that is an IRM. Jumping away, she is going to be completely fine. Fight on the western side, it's going to be an archery range. It's between Team Wade Meowman versus Busan Best, but damage output is absolutely insane. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far between Cirilo. The third party coming in, that's not really good though. The Elena starting to jump up to the top side. Leshu getting access over onto Min. Not looking good. Somebody on this team needs to run and needs to run right now. That's going to be Rosner just getting himself out, but the chase is on. It's the same case as we saw earlier. Team Ready to Die running down the members of Busan Best, but Rosner in trouble. There's the suture. It's gonna miss. Can he get the jump over the wall? Yes, he can, but the double bypass follows him through. Rosner, you need to run, man. You need to run. He needs to get out of here, but the question is, can he? The suture, no! Busan Bespa is out. All they get is 3.5. Team Wade Meowman, they're on 4. They're already tied.
Yeah, and I think Team Wade Meowman is probably going to take the spot of Team Busan Bespa here. Wade Meowman, they already got a point here.
They just got another one. That's it. Yep. Busan Bespa is out. That is... What a tragedy. Honestly, like seriously, how is it that Ready to Die just keeps running your Darko down? It's the second time it's happened this series. This time it actually calls it. That's it for Team Busan Bespa. Their Phase 2 run is over. Their LCQ ticket to the finals is over too. Like, this is not good.
But Team Wade Meowman is not in yet. Team Ready to Die can definitely outplace them. So they still have to play and be under any game, even though Team Busan Bespa is down. We do have these other teams that are still in contention, right? Like even Team Mystic as well. If they do have a really good pop-off game, they could definitely get into 2.
Let's see which of these teams can.
Unfortunately, they just lost 2 members. Actually, free rift there to get the 2 reses for free.
I heckin' love Dimensional Rift reses. I love the fact that that is a mechanic, by the way. I actually hope they don't remove it.
I don't think they would. I mean, the Rift is there for like the comeback mechanic, right? To make sure, you know, if you get white, you're able to get both your team members back up. Team Mystic here. Actually on the back foot here onto the side of Team Wade Meowman. Here is to engage with the ultimate on the Tazia, but it's actually not going to be able to do any damage here. The Tazia is going to get sent on by the ultimate from the... and a huge double basket coming in from the Luke. But yeah, this Devil Marlene is just doing too much damage on the side of Team Mystic here. Wade Meowman, this is exactly what you need. Mystic is another contender to try to outscore you for that spot. They do end up losing 1 member, and oh no, they're teleporting right into the hands of the Hirasaja boys, and now it's going to be the Canada up there for that coin flip teleport. We'll be able to get Forest, and they're going to be safe. I mean, Mystic's still pretty strong because they do have that double buff, but a -400 is not what you're looking for, especially when you're a team that desperately needs points to get into contention for that top 4.
I like the idea of this comp. I really do. The only problem is, in comparison to the Istvan, who can immediately react to your Flame Crusher, Paradiso takes time to charge up, and usually it's not going to be ready in time by the time Flame Crusher lands back down onto the ground. Paradiso timing looked a little bit finicky. That's why the fight went completely awry, despite looking really good. Furze landed another 2-man Flame Crusher, but just no response on the backside. It's not late game enough for the Tazia to get the damage out with just the base start of the Flame Crusher. NXA is going to get isolated. Siphon Maelstrom not going to be enough to keep him alive. -200 again for Team Wade Meowman. They have the credits for it. It's not going to be good. It's not going to feel good at all. Milky Way getting a kill and running away with it. This is a team that nobody needs to worry about, but they're still getting kills anyways.
I want to talk about the Tazia, you know, the Paradiso as well, right? It's a raw Paradiso with no shards. Doesn't do obviously as much damage. It definitely still will chunk them down, but you know, just not getting the full combo with the Tazia is it's not really gonna do much, I would say. To, you know, a team like Team Wade Meowman, when they're playing these double bruisers, where they're just so tanky with that Lenny as the backliner as well, to just keep themselves pretty healthy in that team fight.
It's almost like just using Adela checkmate without having any pawns on the ground and expecting it to do damage. Just raw sending checkmate, guys, will not do damage. I see Adela players doing it all the time. It just makes me wonder what their plan was. Wait a minute, duking it out up against Team Mystic this time around. Actually, this might be a replay of the previous fight. Can they get things done? Springtrap going to be whipped out. Everybody on both sides playing these fights pretty well. NXA pretty healthy for himself, and the fight is going to begin. That's a double Twins Dress right on top of the Siphon Maelstrom. Not looking pretty good for Team Mythic, or is it? That's the question. Paradiso landing right on top of the Tazia. Down she goes. It's not enough, as the health bars for Team Widom Yamit just refuses to fall down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much sustain coming out for the side of Team Widom Yamit, right? They got the Luke. You got both of them on the Siphon Maelstrom. You have the Lenny there to just provide so much extra healing. It's a little unfortunate for the side of Team Modern, or sorry, Team Mystic, as they do end up going down there. The shields just isn't enough from that Priya, and I think they are definitely playing down a couple items as well. Team Modern going to be on the back foot here, as the Mai is going to be forced to jump straight into the hands. Oh, wait, this is the same thing we saw. Wait a second. Oh, get the Mai, get it in. Get it. No, she's in. Oh, she's in.
Oh, that is insane. Widom Yamit doesn't have nearly enough burst damage as what we saw from CNJ Esports earlier. That is crazy.
Not enough CC. Well, the problem is it's also like Mai, when the last time it was a squishy character, right? I think that tried to get in.
And Team Modern now has to fight it out up against Mythic, but the problem is Modern has so many freaking items that the fight is just even at this point. Or is it? Gun just gets caught on the outside. What happened?
It's caught. Modern's down.
What?
That's gonna be Modern. Yeah, just unfortunately not able to win out game 4 either. So the last 2 games here gonna go to 2 different teams. That isn't the side of Team Modern.
No way, he's trying to get the res, man.
I think he's... Oh wait, can you res here? Oh, I guess you can, huh? I never really thought about that.
Oh, that's funny.
I never really thought about that. Oh.
No!
Oh, I think he's letting me res. He's letting res for extra kills. Get a res. They got an extra kill.
What are we doing, man? Okay, well, Mystic gets a +1 for free at that point. That's pretty funny. 8.5 points.
Imagine if that kill actually matters. Like,
I know, right?
Is that like?
What if you can escape from inside there? Do you know how funny that would be?
I think pretty sure you can. Honestly, like.
No way.
I'm not sure, but yeah, CJ Esports is gonna be able to get the res up in archery on the top side here.
Oh, they patched that. Apparently, okay, so somebody in chat said they patched it. There you go. The fight's gonna begin. Pretty good ultimate from the Abigail. Eventually, it will be enough to burn down Lenny. Once again, Yojun falling down first means that the amount of sustain and crowd control not readily available for Team Widom Yamit. Health bars on the side of Team Hyarasaja Boys looking pretty good. NXA slowly starting to get burnt down. This should be it for NXA. He is trying his best to run away, but all that is existing on the bottom side of the map, it's all red.
Good for Widom Yamit. Yeah, because Widom Yamit is one of those teams that's in contention right now, and that might just give Team Mystic opportunity to get into this breakpoint for the top 4 here.
Yeah, I would really give it to Ready to Die as well, because they're the closest team to Team Widom Yamit, but they're down 2 members and also only up by half a point at this stage. Don't think it's going to be enough for Team Ready to Die. Oh, CNJ Esports. Well, down goes Pexu as well. They're going to end the night today with 8.5 points going into it. An early day, or early evening, I should say, for CNJ Esports. They're also going to be having their tickets punched all the way into the finals, so congratulations for you guys. Widom Yamit, all members back alive. They're going to catch themselves a break. The problem with Ready to Die, somebody's alive, but they don't have the credits to get everyone back. About 2 minutes to go. I think Ready to Die, this might be it. It's all down to... Oh, actually, no. Widom Yamit should be in at this point. I don't know if Ready to Die can recover.
Yes, but Team Mystic can get there, maybe? I'm not too sure. They are about 10 points away, but if Team Mystic are able to get clean up the rest of these kills and maybe kill Team Widom Yamit, they could definitely outscore Team Widom Yamit here, but Team Widom Yamit are still looking pretty strong, and oh, it looks like the Alex is just gonna send Lumi off here, and oh, 1 second left. He's gonna have to stick in that corner. Gonna be forced to use the blink, but I think Widom Yamit should be able to pick that one up. Team Mystic, though, still having this opportunity. They're looking pretty strong for themselves. You know, this Kenneth already sitting on that blood weapon. They have the double buff as well. There is the dash in forward from Tazia, able to get a little bit of damage, but Team Milky Way is just going to slowly back themselves on out of there.
Genji is not exactly somebody that I expected to see a Tazia coming out from, but I'm glad to see it in this stage regardless. Performance-wise, it's been alright. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I love Subak. There is the Alex being found. He has nowhere else to go. That's gonna be it, most likely, for Team Ready to Die, all taken by the hands of Team Widamyamet. They have secured their spot from the looks of it in 4th place. Mystic, I think they might be out of time. If they kill Team Widamyamet next, it might be possible. Or if Team Milky Way does a job for them, it's still possible.
If Mystic kills Widamyamet at this point and they win the lobby, it's definitely doable.
Yeah, maybe.
But it has to be now.
Yeah, Widamyamet needs to go. Mystic also needs to pick up the remaining kills in the lobby, unless they're the ones to pick up Widamyamet. Then it's a possibility.
Yeah, if they can get Widamyamet here and then win the final 3v3 at 6 points, and then the extra placement points should definitely get them there. But they definitely have to look like right now. They have to kill them.
Actually, funnily enough, if Team Mystic is pretty close, here Saja Boys also has a possibility to do it. Only problem is, here Saja Boys needs to finish out the entire rest of the game. But with teams split up like this, I have no idea if any of our teams can do it. Widamyamet needs to go down. Mystic. They're the ones in the fate of that one. Over on the western side of the map, Mystic versus Widamyamet. Inside of Chapel, it's going to be Hirsaja Boys versus Team Milky Way. Hirsaja Boys and Mystic both looking for that 4th place spot. It's all Widamyamet, all on them to maintain their place, maintain the status quo. Here we go. 5 seconds to go until the temp zone starts. We actually have Widamyamet start to join in on the right side. This could be it.
Wait, they're denying the kills from Mystic, so Mystic might not even have enough points to get in, even if they do end up winning this game here. If here Saja Boys can get all 3 members or all 3 teams here, or both of these teams here though, they can
I don't know about this one.
Alina, but Alina is gonna get caught by the Team Widamyamet. They're gonna get pulled back in as well, and that is going to be Team.
I think that's it.
Here Saja Boys going down. They do end up getting one of the members of Team Widamyamet. Gonna get another one. I think Team Widamyamet. I think Team Widamyamet might have been. Whoa! Wait a second. Team here, Saja Boys actually turn it here, and they can get the res.
Okay, if they get the res, they need to immediately start booking it into the temporary zone. Needs to win it out up against Team Milky Way. That's the only way they have time for this. If Team Hirsaja Boys is able to do this, it will be the turnaround of a lifetime.
Wait. Horrific only had 5 seconds left.
Oh, this could be it. 5 seconds left on to the Haze. They have no idea, but it's still going to be enough. 2 seconds left. Down goes the Haze. Pop goes the Weasel. 1 on the... Oh, no. Ratchet goes down and BTB goes down. Hirsaja Boys. It could be it. They could have the Soda Pop going all the way.
They can make it in still. I think Mystic is out for the count. I don't think they have enough points, right? It'll be up to 21.5. Yeah, that is not enough. But here, Saja Boys... 27 here if they get the win.
27 points is what they're looking at. It'll be a 14-point difference between Widamyamet and Hirsaja Boys. What is the point difference right now? It is between Widamyamet. It is 12.5. So if Hirsaja Boys wins this game, it is absolutely correct. 12.5. Oh, they just need one more kill. Wait, 12.5? Oh, no. They do need to win this game. I did my math wrong.
They have to win.
Look at this.
Oh, I love this flank coming out from the Alina here. This is do or die. And it's actually in the zone, so you actually don't get timer.
There is no cameras
on the back
there is one.
Oh no, there is one.
There's C4s behind them too. Okay, so they know the Elena's there. Alright, what's the play here, Team Mythic?
They're gonna have to send it.
They're gonna
try sending it here onto the Abigail. Abigail's gonna use it all. Here comes the engage. You're gonna get a lot of damage onto the 3. Abigail's gonna be forced to use the ultimate. The totem is really popped as well. Oh, they get one. Did they get one? Oh, they interrupted the IRM. No. They do get one, but it's not going to be enough. Mystic is going to come out to deny Hirsaja Boys the chance to make it in. And I don't even think Mystic makes it in either. They don't have enough points.
If we don't make it in, you don't make it in. Both of these teams fighting for their tournament lives will end up both getting out of the tournament. Unfortunate for Mystic as well as Hirsaja Boys. A valiant effort at the end, but it's just not going to be enough. Still, GG's. Congratulations to Team Mystic for winning out our final game of the night. And that's going to do it for knockout stage number 4. What an exciting series we watched here today, Super. Very, very fun day we've had so far, with Modern taking away 6 out of the 8 games, having a little bit of fun in the final game with the Hayes substitution instead of the Justina. Oh my goodness, and the butt clencher towards the end. Unfortunately for Hirasaja boys, I just don't think it's enough.
Yeah, it was so close. I mean, if they had that last win there, they would have been it. I don't know what ended up happening. I mean, they tried to get the Priya. Fortunately, Priya, I don't think it's the right target because they have the Echoes of the Earth to just pop whenever, and were able to keep themselves alive just a little bit longer, and it's kind of what sealed the deal there. So a little unfortunate for the side of Hirasaja boys, but it will be, I think it was Team William Yaman going to be the one to get that 4th place spot.
Wow, real lucky break for Team William Mammoth. Of course, we don't know anything just yet. The final tallies of points still needs to be done. It's just assumptions based on what we're going with. Probably people in the chat might know. Maybe they did a little bit of math here and there. Ours is on the spot. We're not really punching in things or writing things down. So there's a possibility it might not be William Yamet, but highly likely chance that it is. So that means we are going to potentially have a Luke going into knockout stage number 5, where we're going to see FN Sejong and Daegu Guardians starting to make their way in. Tomorrow on our first set, that is going to happen. It is going to be hellfire tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. And you know what would be crazy? If one of those teams gets knocked out.
Yeah.
Which could happen. Which could happen. You know?
I think if I had to place my money on which one of the two, it has to be FN Sejong. I hate to say it, but they have been looking way too shaky, I think, this season. 6th place finisher in phase 1, and in the knockouts, not the knockout stages, but the group stages, in 3rd place. And that was also a very lucky 3rd place too, if I remember correctly. FN Sejong needs to show us something funny tomorrow. Otherwise, I think the confidence in the team is going to start waning a little bit, at least for the season. The players are still fine, but it's just as a team, it's going to look a little bit finicky. Daegu Guardians is also stable. They just got really contested towards the end because towards the end of their group stages, it got a little bit hectic. So let's see what ends up happening tomorrow. That's where the real fight's going to begin for some of the teams, especially the ones that move on. That does also mean, Super, one last thing. Not Mystic, but what is it? Milky Way, CNG Esports, and Modern, all 3 of those teams that have moved up both from knockout stage number 3 onwards, only 2 of those at best will make it through. We're going to lose one of our knockout stage 3 teams tomorrow, at least.
Wait, but what if they all just make it in?
Oh, well, yeah, true. If we see, can you imagine tomorrow after game number 2, our top 3 is again Modern, CNG Esports, and Milky Way? How funny would that be? With Daegu Guardians and FN Sejong in the series too, that would be diabolical.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. It could happen. You know,
could definitely could. I actually forgot which teams are also joining us because the big stars are actually no. I might have a graphic for it. Let me see here. It's not going to be updated for the current set that we have, but I have this over here. Which teams are joining us tomorrow? Oh my God, it's worse. Titch of Phalanx is also in there too, man.
Oh right. Oh God. Yeah.
Yo.
That's a pretty stacked lobby.
It is cooked. Step Back also had a really nice performance during group stages. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be hell for the ones that are moving forward. Ooh, well. CNG Esports, if they want to make that miracle run happen, tomorrow is a trial they must pass through. Otherwise, yeah, I hate to say it, but I think knockout stage 6 looks a little bit easier than stage 5. So if they can make it through stage 5, there's a possibility the miraculous run is possible.
I do hope we do see it, because CNJ Esports, I mean, it's one of those teams, right? Like, we've been saying, right, like time and time again, that, you know, this has been the underdog team for quite a while now, right? Mm-hmm. And just seeing them have such a great performance and seeing them just, you know, come out and just make it all the way here, right, already is definitely something that they should be proud of. And kind of excited to see if they can take it all the way.
Indeed. All right, well, super. Let's take a look at what the results are looking like after the end of today. Is it 8ㅅPhase to take it away? Yes, it is by 2 points. Here, Saja boys, if they won the game, there was that possibility of winning and taking away that 4th place spot to punch their tickets, but it's just not going to happen today. Very unlucky for here, Saja boys. Mystic, the ones to deny it. Also, by the way, tied. 38 points for both of them as well.
That's crazy.
It really is just kind of dragging each other down at this point. That is that's hilarious. CNG Esports, 54 points, 54 and a half, I apologize. 1 point difference between them and Milky Way Modern, falling down to 3rd place despite the start that we had. Also sitting with 51 and a half. These 3 teams just kind of hand holding their way up the score sheet with very, very similar number of points.
Yeah, I mean, winning 6 out of our 8 games today. I mean, Modern still have to be feeling pretty good about that going into tomorrow. But obviously, tomorrow is another Titan in of itself. So
tomorrow's games are not really going to be as easily guaranteed for Team Modern. That's why I said today at the beginning that their passiveness in the first half of the game is a little bit scary. A lot of the teams starting tomorrow are going to look for kills very, very early on. The only exception to that might be Team FN Sejong, because they're very similar to Modern, where they just kind of slow scale their way into the end and just become unstoppable after a certain point.
Yeah.
Having 2 teams doing that at the same time really limits the amount of resources available on the map. So tomorrow might genuinely be a day where aggressiveness trumps a lot of these passive, slow farming games. Can't find resources anywhere, you might as well just beat it out of other people.
100%. It's kind of sad, to see these 4 teams go. I think, here Saja Boys, Mystic, and Ready to Die, and Busan Bespa,
8th place.
8th place, yeah. I mean, it's so close, though. It's only a 9-point difference between 4th and 8th. It just goes to show you, how close this lobby was. But, yeah, Busan Bespa gonna go out here. A little unfortunate, but it is what it is, and you can see where these teams are coming from, and you can see the light still all the way from knockout stage 1. CNG Esports making it all the way to knockout stage number 5 here. Milky Way as well, knockout stage 2 team Milky making it all the way. So we have almost 1 from each knockout stage.
Oh yeah,
coming in
I'm seeing that. 5. CNG Esports, Milky Way joins,
Modern Way, and
joins,
8ㅅPhase here. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Unfortunately, this is as far as that goes. We're going to run out of spots to start giving teams.
Yeah, no more. Yeah.
A lot of very funny coincidences that are happening in phase number 2. But then again, that's what you'll get if a lot of teams that are really, really good start falling down very, very early on into the series. CNG Esports has been dominating pretty much ever since they started. Milky Way, not as dominant as CNG Esports, but they've always maintained that 3rd and 4th place spot ever since they made it into the knockout stages. Modern, I don't even need to say anything about that team. And 8ㅅPhase also clutching it right towards the end. They got very lucky because here Saja Boys couldn't overtake them thanks to Team Mystic, but it does put them into that 4th place spot. A lot of the teams that are playing tomorrow coming up from previous knockout stages are still formidable. So for the teams tomorrow, they cannot relax, still have to practice, understand what they're going up against. Otherwise, they might genuinely be caught with their pants down too.
Yeah, 100%. But with that, I think that is going to be it for us for the knockout stage for tomorrow. Is going to be knockout stage 3 and 4. Tomorrow is going to be knockout stage 5 and 6, and it will be taking place 2 hours earlier. So keep that in mind if you guys do want to watch some more fantastic Eternal Return gameplay.
Indeed, and here's another code for you guys, because we tend to give it towards the end of the stream, 0829YEJAS for your common season fragment vouchers, as well as the drop token if you maybe missed out on a couple of those, because 3 is the limit per day, but yeah, there's an extra one for you. Entire weekend pretty much filled with Eternal Return esports, right? We have ERM that is going to be happening tomorrow, not the same time, 2 hours earlier. It's going to be 4 a.m. Eastern time right here on the Eternal Return game channel. But also starting this weekend is going to be the final week of ERCS wildcards tomorrow, I believe at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And then finals on Sunday. It's going to be earlier in the day compared to before. I believe it was, 3 p.m. Eastern? Or is it 4 p.m. Eastern?
3 p.m. Eastern.
Finals on ERCS.
It should be the same time. 7
No,
p.m.
no. They actually pulled it this time. Yo, you gotta check your
Oh,
schedule,
really?
man. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me grab this because they actually handed it to us. I didn't even realize it started earlier until I read through the schedule myself. It is. Let's see here.
Oh, it's 4. Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yep. At 4 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Don't, if you didn't know, there is no way you would have shown up late. You can imagine after a year, I mean, you just like pass out until 6 p.m. Your entire team is DMing you.
yeah.
Where are you? Where are you?
Hey, that is what subs are for, all right?
That would have been funny. But yeah, that is what we have lined up for the weekend. A lot of esports that's going to be readily available for you guys for Eternal Return. So do not go anywhere this weekend. If you're able to join us, please do. We got drops. We have fun times. Caster times are going to be awesome. Caster curses, everything you want in the cast will be readily available. Maybe not the 10 games, but everything else that goes along with it. Guys, that is going to be it from us. Thank you so much for joining us today for Knockout Stage number 3 and 4. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. We will see you guys here tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern Time for Knockout Stage 5 and 6, the last set of Knockout Stages, Season 8. Have a wonderful rest of your Friday, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye! Bye-bye! You're not going to say bye, Super? Bro, he did.
Oh, I did. Bye-bye.
Oh, there you go.
I
Yeah,
did.
you were muted. Okay, there you go. Yeah, all right.